The author opens with 2 epigraphs. The first is a quote from Ernest Hemingway. "Certainly there is no hunting like the hunting of man, and those who have hunted armed men long enough and liked it never really care for anything else thereafter." The second quote that begins this novel is an Arabic proverb. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." And now, enemy of mine.
Prologue. 2 months ago. The time to start recording came and went, and I hesitated still. I studied the screen, searching for whatever was causing my reticence. I saw nothing out of the ordinary, nothing I hadn't seen 100 times before. A simple room, 10 feet by 20 feet, with only a beat-up desk and chair. No place to hide, no weapons of any kind. A room tailor-made for a takedown. Yet a vague unease made me pause, like the fleeting stench of something rotten under the floor. It made me believe that perhaps I wouldn't want anyone in the future to see what I was about to witness. The camera was located just above the single door to the room, allowing me full view of its entire length. The image it fed to the screen was grainy and harsh, as it strained to work in the dim light of the single fluorescent bulb. The corners were hidden in shadows, but the desk was clearly illuminated, good enough to trigger the assault when the time came. I caught movement and saw the top edge of the door swing open. I quickly dialed my phone, alerting the team. "Stand by." A figure entered the frame. It was a woman, not the target. She moved to the desk, then turned around, giving me a clear shot of her face. I knew her. What the hell is she doing here? Why didn't she stay home? I said, "We have an innocent on the X. I'm calling an abort." A voice I didn't recognize answered, "Mission takes priority, no abort." A small girl entered the screen, running to the woman. "You've now got 2 innocents. 1 child, abort. My call." "It's not your call. It's a Taskforce call, and the mission takes priority." The decision made no sense. We had plenty of other opportunities to get this guy, and the non-combatants had the potential to turn the hit into a fiasco. At the very least, it would be impossible to keep the operation from leaking out. Who the hell is this? Put on the team leader. All I heard was, "Mission takes priority." Then a click as he hung up. I was redialing when another figure entered the room. A man, but not the target. The man didn't turn around, but I knew who it was. The woman's face showed fear, and the child darted behind her back. The man advanced toward them both, and I saw he was holding a club. The phone connected, and I said, "The innocents are in trouble. Execute, execute, execute." The mechanical voice said, "Trouble from the target? Is the target there?" "No, it's someone else, but he's bad. I know he's bad. Get in there." "The mission takes priority. We wait for the target." The man jabbed with the club like he was holding a sword, hitting the woman in the stomach. She doubled over. "Damn it, get your ass in there now!" The phone was dead. The man swung the club upward, catching the woman in the jaw. The impact split her jaw sideways in a spray of blood, the stark white of bone punching through the red flesh of her cheek. I screamed at the flickering image and grabbed the edges of the monitor, desperately trying to will myself to the scene. The woman fell backward onto the desk, exposing the girl. She cowered at the man's feet, tears running down her face, her mouth open in a shriek I couldn't hear. The man grabbed her by the head and lifted her off the ground. He rocked to the left once, then violently swung to the right, whipsawing the small child into the wall by her head. She crumpled in an unnatural heap. The man withdrew a knife from his jacket and held it up high, in full view of the camera, for me to see. Then he began to slowly turn toward the lens. And I woke up, drawing in great gulps of air. I was disoriented and bathed in sweat, the feeble light from the outside parking lot finally showing me the corners of the hotel room. I felt an echo and wondered if I'd screamed for real. I began to sit up when the nausea hit. I had scrambled for the toilet through the dim light, reaching it a second before spewing out everything I had eaten in the last 6 hours. The heaves subsided, and I curled next to the toilet, still trembling at the aftershocks of the dream. The man had returned, and now he was bringing my family with him. I should have never looked at the pictures. It had been 4 years since the murder of my wife and daughter, and I had never had a dream of the crime. I had dreamed of the man plenty. He stalked me like a Freddy Krueger, popping up in all sorts of weird ways, but never with my family, never. I had been blessed with nothing but good dreams of them. Dreams that brought melancholy when I awoke, but good nonetheless. Ephemeral moments I tried hard to remember, but which faded away like fog hit by the morning sun. Unlike this one. Acid wouldn't remove the etching it had left in my soul. I knew. Why did I look? I had come back to Fayetteville, North Carolina, to check on any progress in solving the crime, like I had done about every 3 months since the murders, as if my presence would cause something to break free. It never did. The case was as cold as Jimmy Hoffa, and the police barely tolerated me now. They were nice enough, but they knew it was going nowhere, and looked at me with pity. This time, I'd decided to study the crime scene photos to see if there was a clue they were missing, something I'd never done before. Something others had warned me against. 4 years ago, the officers had said the pictures were brutal, and because of it, at every visit, I'd never asked. This time I did, and they were right. Now the pictures had brought the stalker to my family, had allowed him unfettered access to torture me every night, a faceless mass of evil that would never leave me in peace. In all the dreams I saw him from the back. He never turned around, never showed me his true nature, content to simply taunt me, like he had tonight with a knife. Deep inside, a part of me begged for him to show himself. A corner of my soul that lived in blackness and craved escape, craved relief. It believed that if I could see him, I could kill him. And it desperately wanted to do that.
Chapter 1. Present Day. When she saw her suitcase come up first on the conveyor belt, the investigator's face broke into a smile. The flight from Beirut had been a long one, and she was ready to get home. Had she known how little time she had left, she most definitely would have preferred it to come out last, or not at all. Across the baggage claim area, a man caught her expression and grinned to himself at the irony. He knew the airport luggage tag that had proved so efficient in delivering her suitcase would also be the cause of her death. All he needed to do was make sure she didn't rip it off and throw it in the trash before she left the airport. He watched her intently until she had exited, suitcase in tow, traitorous baggage tag flapping in the breeze. In her right hand she held a briefcase, and in the swing of her arm the man caught a glimpse of the handcuff that attached it to her wrist. That was his target, along with destroying the information in her brain. She exited in the direction of the shuttle bus that ferried passengers to the Rotterdam train station, but she could just as easily be hiring a car to her destination. Either way, he knew where she was going. Leitzendam, home of the Special Tribunal for Lebanon. Established in 2009, the tribunal was tasked with investigating the 2005 assassination of Rafik Hariri. the former prime minister of Lebanon. Amid rumors that high-ranking officials in the Syrian government and their terrorist proxy Hezbollah had a hand in the murder, massive protests had rocked the country demanding the removal of Syrian occupation forces from Lebanon. Called the Cedar Revolution, it proved to be the catalyst for a Syrian withdrawal from the country later that year. It could have ended with that, a Syrian retreat and rumors. But the tribunal was now investigating in earnest, turning over stones that should have been left untouched. 4 Hezbollah foot soldiers had already been indicted, with the inquiry climbing ever higher into the ranks. The woman was an investigator for the prosecution, and had finally managed to find a well-placed person who would talk. A disgruntled former Syrian intelligence asset with an axe to grind and some inside knowledge. He had spent an hour and a half with the investigator. Hezbollah had done what it could to prevent the meeting, but failed, managing only to make an example of the man after the fact to dissuade others who might think about talking. The information she had discovered was extremely volatile. Knowing Hezbollah's reach, she had chosen not to file a report electronically, and certainly wasn't going to discuss it on a phone system run by the very terrorists she was investigating. She flew straight back from Beirut to the tribunal's office in the Netherlands to report in person, which is where the man hunting her came in. Unlike the bloodbath that could be perpetrated in Lebanon against Lebanese civilians, the investigator would have to be handled with care. Her death could in no way be attributed to her work. It had to appear innocent. At first, the man thought about simply mugging her and stealing the briefcase, leaving her as a victim of random street crime. After conducting a site survey, he realized that wouldn't work. Unlike his hometown of Chicago, there wasn't a whole lot of violent crime in the Netherlands, and certainly none in the middle of the day in Leidschendam. Not to mention he'd probably have to cut off her hand to get to the contents of the briefcase, which would raise an eyebrow. He'd have to be more subtle. After giving the investigator some time to clear the area, the man left baggage claim and returned to his car. He didn't necessarily need to beat her to her residence in Leidschendam. He had already prepared the reception. But he wanted to see the results in real time. If she traveled her usual route, she'd take the train and then walk home. That meant a 3-stage movement. Shuttle to the Rotterdam train station, train to the Leidschendam station, then a little over a quarter of a mile trip remaining to her house. If she followed her pattern, she'd walk it instead of getting a cab. He should be there in plenty of time to enjoy his work. He was quite proud of his scheme and wished his new career allowed him to converse with others like him. If there were any others, that is. He hadn't run into any with his professional skills, just pipe swingers with no imagination. He'd only conducted 4 missions where the objective had been targeted killing. But he'd found he had a talent for it. 3 had been flawless. 1 had been an unmitigated disaster, causing him to flee the United States for good, and landing him in his current position working with Syrian intelligence, or Hezbollah. With the spasms rocking Syria in the wake of the Arab Spring, he wasn't sure who was footing the bills anymore. He was a meticulous planner, something that had facilitated his success in his new career field, just as it had facilitated his success in the U.S. Navy SEALs while fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. Using that skill, he had found his method of execution. While there was little street crime, one thing the Netherlands did have in abundance was natural gas. The country was the 2nd largest exporter in the European Union, and almost every house used it. Preparing the home in the investigator's absence had been easy. Figuring out how to trigger it had been hard. He had to know she was home, and had to execute fast enough to prevent her from discovering the trap he had prepared, which meant a surveillance team. In no way did he want to involve anyone else in the operation, especially not a bunch of swarthy Hezbollah gunmen who would stick out like charcoal in the snow. Being blonde-haired and fair-skinned allowed him to move invisibly throughout the country, but he had no other contacts like himself. No one that could blend in. Still, he also knew that singleton surveillance efforts were a recipe for failure, which left him in a little bit of a catch-22, until he stumbled upon the baggage tag idea. The airline she used had invested in radio frequency identification, or ARFID, for their baggage control. A small transmitter was embedded into the destination tag given at check-in. Unlike a barcode, it didn't have to be seen to be read, and would register from a much greater distance. In use by everyone from Walmart to the U.S. Department of Defense for tracking merchandise and end items, ARFID was now being used to track passenger baggage in order to prevent the huge expense airlines paid recovering and delivering lost luggage. The tag itself simply transmitted the name of the owner of the luggage and the destination, read by machines tucked strategically around the baggage control areas of airports. Nothing sinister or evil, just a unique identifier for each bag. You couldn't gather any more information from the ARFID than that which was printed on the outside of the tag in the first place. But if you wanted to trigger an explosion exactly when a certain person entered a kill zone, the tag was ideal. It just required a slightly different kind of signal receiver. The primary risk was someone else carrying the luggage. Luckily, the investigator traveled alone. Using his Hezbollah contacts, he had gleaned the investigator's ARFID signature assigned by the airline in Beirut, fed it into a reader located in her apartment, then daisy-chained it to the initiation device. He now had no need to keep eyes on her at all. Sooner or later she'd arrive home with her luggage, and she, along with her briefcase, would be incinerated. He took the A-13 away from Rotterdam, and 20 minutes later he was boxing Zweitvende Park in Voorburg, the town adjacent to Leidsendam. He passed through a traffic circle and took a left, then pulled into a parking space for a series of modern flats. Checking his rear view, he confirmed he could see the investigator's small one-story house on the parallel street, across an expanse of grass and sidewalks. He settled in to wait. After 30 minutes, he began to grow antsy, wondering if maybe he should have mounted a surveillance effort, wondering if she hadn't gone straight to the tribunal without stopping at home to drop off her luggage. Killing her after she'd delivered her report would be futile. She should have been here by now. He considered his options, toying with a kitchen magnet that housed a picture of the investigator with a man. He always collected something from each mission, and had taken the magnet while setting up his trap. It wasn't strange, like some Hannibal Lecter serial killer. He wasn't commemorating anyone's death, simply the mission itself, like the platoon sergeant in Saving Private Ryan scraping sand into a can for each beach landing. At least that's what he told himself, even though everything he collected was something personal from the victims themselves. He glanced up the street, hoping to catch a glimpse of his prey. He was rewarded with the sight of a person dragging luggage down the promenade between his road and hers, about 300 meters away. He couldn't be sure it was his target, but the odds of 2 people with luggage at this time on this street were pretty slim. He sank back into his seat and waited, checking his rear view for the front of the house. What he saw caused him to sit back up. A man was stapling something above her front door. The same man from the kitchen magnet picture. What the hell? He looked out his window and saw the investigator still walking, closing the distance. She'd be at home in a matter of minutes. He turned around completely, facing the residence. The man was hanging some sort of sign over the door, like one of those happy birthday stringers purchased at a grocery store. The sign was in Dutch, but he knew instinctively what it said. Welcome home. Shit. It's a booty call. During the entire time he had cased the place, he had never seen anyone pay any attention to the house, which of course made sense now, since the investigator was in Beirut. He cursed his stupidity. The boyfriend used a key and entered the home. If allowed to continue, he would find the trap the assassin had laid and raise the alarm before the ARFID tag triggered. Reacting without thought, the assassin exited his car and sprinted to the door. He saw the target in the distance, now close enough to identify. He had about 30 seconds, maybe a minute if he locked the door behind him. A minute to kill the man and exit out the back of the house before the investigator inadvertently blew them all to pieces. He entered, slammed the door, and locked it. He found the boyfriend next to the ARFID reader on the kitchen counter, a bag of rose petals in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. The boyfriend shouted something in Dutch, then pointed to the ARFID reader saying something else. The assassin closed on him, grabbing the back of his head and slamming it into the counter in a blow that should have killed him outright. If not, it most certainly should have stopped the fight. Miraculously, the boyfriend rose, blinded by the blood in his face, but screaming at the top of his lungs and swinging wildly. The assassin danced back out of reach and picked up a vase, hearing the investigator outside. He flung the vase full force into the head of the boyfriend. Unable to see to block the missile, the vase cracked him above the bridge of his nose and dropped him like a stone. The assassin heard more shouting and turned to find the investigator in the foyer, raising her luggage as a weapon with both hands, the briefcase dangling off her wrist. He prepared to deflect it and continue the assault when he realized what was about to happen. She's going to kill us all. He had no firm idea of the ARFID's reading range, but clearly, since he was still alive, it didn't extend to the foyer. He was positive, though, that if she threw the luggage at him, it would turn into a much greater weapon than she planned. He saw her wind up to heave the bag and began running. He glanced back and saw the bag turning in the air in slow motion, the tag fluttering like confetti from the handle. He hit the large plate glass window at the back of the room full force, oblivious to the pain as he punched through. He crashed beyond the brick protection of the walls as he heard the initiation of his clever kill box, a small whoomp, followed by a blast of fire out of the window like the late ignition of a gas grill. He rolled around on the ground for a second, ensuring he wasn't on fire, then rose and surveyed the damage. The outside of the house had contained the blast, but the inside, through the window, was an inferno. No way will they be able to find anything through forensics. He circled around to his car, milling in with the multitudes that had come to help or just watch the show. He fled the neighborhood at a leisurely pace, driving randomly for 5 miles before stopping and pulling out an international cell phone. This is Infidel. It's done. Chapter 2. Colonel Kurt Hale finished his briefing, knowing that the detailed information was overkill. The target, who they'd nicknamed Krusty because his hair reminded everyone of the Simpsons cartoon character Krusty the Clown, had been chosen for Omega authority on 2 other occasions. Nothing in Kurt's briefing had changed from those other 2 attempts at taking him off the board. In fact, Krusty had become more involved in terrorist financing, and maybe stepped into an operational role. The only thing that had changed was the Oversight Council's membership roster after the presidential election. Not a complete shuffle, but 5 of the 13 members were new. It shouldn't matter. The information should stand on its own. But Kurt had learned the hard way that individual personalities meant a great deal in Washington, D.C. As the commander of the Taskforce, a counter-terrorist organization made up of the best operators from the Special Mission Units of the Department of Defense and the National Clandestine Services of the CIA, Kurt wasn't a voting member of the Council. Since the task force operated outside the bounds of U.S. law, everything they did was incredibly sensitive, and his position was seen as too much of a conflict of interest. He agreed with the sentiment, but in this case he was afraid the Council would balk simply because they were new. Well, new in the fact that the last task force action had occurred on U.S. soil, directly against their charter, and had almost made front-page news. If it had, the entire Council would have ended up in jail, their lives destroyed. Kurt could tell they were skittish about granting him Omega, the last mission's close call fresh in their minds. Luckily, President Warren had decided to attend this update. Theoretically, his vote carried no more weight than anyone else's, but realistically, everyone knew it did, if for no other reason than he'd appointed everyone else on the Council. He knows how critical this vote is. I'm giving them a softball. If they say no here, we might as well disband, because the next one will be worse. Kurt waited for the first question. It came from President Warren, setting the tone. So this is the same guy we were chasing when we diverted to Bosnia 2 years ago? The financier? Yes, sir. No change to his operational profile, still in Tunisia and still doing bad things. The only difference is that he's moved from Tunis to Sousse, further down the coast. And no change to our operational profile? No, sir. We've been at Sigma for the last 3 years, never changed. Same cover organization, same planning considerations. The task force called each stage of an operation a different Greek letter, starting with Alpha for the initial introduction of forces. Sigma was the last phase before Omega, authority for a takedown, the end for a terrorist. How can you say nothing's changed? Tunisia went through a seizure 2 years ago. The government was overthrown. Another one has taken its place. Surely that matters. Kurt was momentarily taken aback at the attack, expecting the president to support him. Then he realized that's exactly what the president was doing, giving him a platform to short-circuit any reason for the Council to say no. Well, yes, that's a consideration, but truthfully, the change of government has made this easier, not harder. Besides finding a target, the biggest problem in doing an operation in another sovereign country is penetrating that country's own security apparatus. In this case, it's in disarray. The public distrusts anyone in the old intelligence agencies. The new Secretary of State, Jonathan Billings, tentatively snaked his hand in the air like he was in grade school. He'd never been in an Oversight Council meeting, and Kurt could tell he was intimidated, maybe wishing he'd never agreed to sign the non-disclosure statement and seal his fate should something go wrong. After the troubles he'd had with the previous sex state, Kurt dreaded what was going to come out of his mouth. President Warren said, "John, you don't need to raise your hand. What do you have?" I know I'm new to the Oversight Council, but I'm wondering why we're wasting so much time on this. Seems like an easy decision to me, unless I'm missing something. From what I was briefed, this profile is the perfect mission. Am I missing something? Kurt fought to control his facial expression, keeping it neutral, waiting on a council member to confirm or refute the statement. It came from the Secretary of Defense, a man who'd lived through every Omega operation conducted. Not an enemy, but someone who understood the repercussions. "Hang on here," the SecDef said. "Yeah, it's the perfect profile, but so is a takedown of just about 1,000 other people. We can do the mission, I don't question that, but is this guy still worth the effort? After the death of bin Laden and all the other leadership in the old AQ hierarchy? Is he still a player? Or is this a Taskforce vendetta based on the fact you've never managed to get him?" Kurt said, "Yeah, he's worth the effort. Besides continuing to be a conduit of funds for various terrorist groups, we now have indications he's stepped into an operational role. It's not something we can pin for sure, but he's apparently funding an assassination attempt in Lebanon, refusing to provide money unless he gets to pick the target. It's not a direct threat against U.S. interests, but given the unrest over there, pulling him now can only be beneficial." The director of the CIA said, "How sound is that intel? From what I'm seeing, about half is just guessing at what's going on in the Levant." Kurt said, "Honestly, not that good. We've got a case officer in Lebanon with greater penetration than any of your assets, no offense. But it's still iffy. We're putting a team into Syria in the next few days to see if we can regain a handle there. But that's not a determining factor here. Forget I mentioned the Lebanon assassination angle. Krusty still needs to go. He's a threat to U.S. national interests. Always has been." The SecDef and DCI sat back satisfied. President Warren called the vote, and before Kurt knew, it was over. Omega Authority, for a target the Taskforce had hunted since its inception. He didn't want his emotions to show earlier, maybe clouding the vote. But this was personal. Finally. He wanted to flee the room right there and send the message to the team. President Warren interrupted his thoughts. "Okay, on to other business. Who's going to Syria and when?" Kurt smiled. "Pike. Well, Pike's company. I thought his company employees were in Tunisia, taking down Krusty." "They are. It should have taken 5 months to get a visa for Syria, but the Syrian government pushed it through. Pike's going with Jennifer. The team will catch up. We can't waste the opportunity. We don't know when the government will shut down our entry. Nobody else in the U.S. can get in, but Pike's cover business worked out perfectly. The government itself is actually helping us penetrate." "When's he leave?" As soon as possible. We got the visas back today, but he doesn't know he's deploying yet."
Chapter 3. I heard Jennifer enter the front door of the office and rapidly began stroking keys, desperately trying to shut down the first-person shooter I was playing and bring up the boring archaeology research I was supposed to be assimilating. I wasn't quick enough, which was about par for the course in the game itself. Getting my ass kicked by a bunch of 13-year-olds, now about to get my ass kicked by Jennifer. "What are you doing? Are you playing that stupid game?" Show apparent innocence, no proof, give up nothing. "What? What do you mean? I'm studying, just like when you left." Jennifer leaned against the door and shook her head, giving me her disapproving teacher face. I would never tell her this, because it would only encourage her, but the look really worked. I felt a little ashamed before she even opened her mouth. "Pike, come on. This is our one shot at a real archaeological expedition. You need to know this stuff, if for no other reason than to protect the cover. There won't be any Taskforce oversight helping us out here. You need to look and sound like you know what you're doing on this dig. Jennifer and I were partners in a cover company called Grolier Recovery Services, which camouflaged Taskforce activity. Ostensibly, we specialized in facilitating archaeological work around the world. In reality, we used the company to let us penetrate denied areas so we could put some terrorist's head on a spike. The cover had worked well so far, because it gave us a plausible reason to travel anywhere that had something of historical significance, which was basically any place on the planet with solid ground, and a few places underwater. The difference was that we'd really been hired for this job. No Taskforce paycheck on this one, although it was the Taskforce that had linked up our company with the project. Jennifer was really, really looking forward to the trip, because she was a pencil neck at heart, a scientist torn between being a plant eater and a meat eater. I said, "Jennifer, we aren't leaving for at least 3 months. The Syrians aren't going to approve a visa for either of us until they're convinced we aren't some secret James Bond organization. We've got plenty of time to study this boring shit." I saw her eyes cloud, and knew I'd blurted too much from the heart. Wait, that didn't come out right. Boring shit? Is that what you think? Well, how about you do it because I asked for a change? I've done everything you've asked for the Taskforce. Don't mess this up for me. All you have to do is a little studying. I promise you'll like it. Bloodshed and death, right up your alley. We'd been asked by an American university to help reestablish archaeological work at a place called Hamukar in northern Syria, right near the border with Iraq. The site had been discovered in 1999, with digs conducted every year since then. In 2011, with the upheavals in Syria, the digs had been discontinued. Now the university was headed back to reopen the dig and had hired us to provide the coordination and on-site security for the work. The find was apparently one of the oldest cities ever discovered, a treasure trove of artifacts that sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't wait to see the broken pottery shards and old bricks. Okay, that's a little uncharitable, I suppose. There was one cool thing about the place. The city itself had apparently been destroyed in the first recorded occurrence of urban warfare. I spread my hands, attempting to salvage the night. Okay, I'll study it, I promise. I get it's important. We still going out tonight, or am I grounded? She squinted for a second, then said, "Maybe I should have you take a test. If you pass, we'll go out." I smiled. "Fire away. I know more than you think." "Oh, please. You'll just make up something and claim I'm wrong. Let's go. Where'd you decide?" Tonight was the 1-year anniversary of the establishment of our business. We'd tossed a coin to see who'd get to pick, and I'd won, which meant we weren't going to some wine bar. Blind Tiger on Broad Street. "Do they serve anything besides hamburgers?" "Yeah, you'll like it. I promise." Chapter 4. I dropped Jennifer off out front and found a parking spot a block and a half away on Church Street. The Charleston weather was perfect, with a warm breeze and the will-o'-the-wisp smell of pluff mud hanging faintly in the air. I passed a wedding reception and had my short walk marred by a rowdy group breaking free and following me down Broad Street. As luck would have it, they came right into the pub with me, apparently deciding that paying for their liquor was more fun than drinking for free. I scanned the inside of the pub for Jennifer, came up empty, and moved to the backyard patio. I spotted her at a table at the rear of the deck, 2 draughts of Guinness in front of her. I couldn't fault her taste. I pulled out a chair. "Great choice on the beer. Did I sit at the right table?" She grinned. "I keep my word. You won the bet, so it's your beer." She snaked a hand across the table. "How was last night?" I knew why she asked, and was a little embarrassed at the attention. "Fine. He didn't come." Jennifer knew exactly who I meant. She knew everything that had occurred with my family, and I'd poured out my soul about the dream when I'd returned back to Charleston 2 months ago. The stalker had shown up a few times since, but only once with my family. Jennifer prodded me every day about it, and I was sure she was going to recommend some psychobabble therapy if it happened again. She stared at me like she was surveying my conscience for a lie, as if I was a chick who needed to vomit my feelings in a social group, which did nothing but piss me off. Quit that. You're going to ruin the night. Can we talk about something else? She considered me for a moment, squinting her eyes. I waited her out until she finally shook her head. She held up her phone. Our contact with the university called, meaning the Taskforce. Our visas have been approved. We can go as soon as we're ready. Before I could answer, one of the drunk groomsmen rammed into the back of my chair, knocking me forward. I whirled around to see him standing with his hands in the air. "Excuse me, sorry." His 4 other buddies and the 2 women with them were all laughing, like they were watching a stand-up routine, drinking out of plastic cups that had been decorated for the wedding reception. I felt Jennifer grab my wrist, getting my attention. "Let it go. They're just having fun." I told the guy it was no problem and sat back down. What did Kurt say? Apparently, the Syrian government is keen to get this dig going again, prove to the world that they're returning to normal. The Ministry of Culture pushed through the visas. The university isn't prepared to deploy yet, but they want us to go over and do a site survey. If we say it's good, they'll follow. Site survey, right. Chicken shits are afraid. Kurt must be laughing his ass off at the Syrian government, helping the task force penetrate their state. What about Knuckles and the crew? They're supposed to go with us. Before she could answer, another drunk groomsman was standing by our table, swaying slightly. "Hey, I want to apologize for my friend there. Let me buy you guys a beer." I smiled at him. "That's okay, we're fine, thanks." I really want to." He listed forward, spilling some of the beer from this ridiculous pink cup onto our table. I stood up. I said it's all right. Please leave us alone. My tone was nice, but my glare wasn't. Jennifer saw the challenge going out and stepped between us, looking at me. "Let's go somewhere else." "Why the hell should we leave?" I thought about it, about the trouble we'd get in, about our trip coming up and the unwanted attention I'd draw if I mopped up the deck with all 5 of these assholes, and about the fact that Jennifer had asked, which meant more than the other considerations combined. "All right, you get to pick this time, but walking distance from here." She shook my hand and led us through the throng of the drunken wedding party. We were on the far side of the group when one of the men reached out and pinched her ass, then ducked back into the protection of the pack, giggling. I couldn't believe the audacity. Jennifer and I still didn't know where we stood with each other, whether we were business partners, friends, or something more. One thing was for sure, though. Our relationship had gone way beyond me letting anyone treat her like that. I plowed into the group and snatched the culprit by the front of his shirt, ready to rip him apart. Before I could do anything, Jennifer was on us. "Pike, don't. It's not that big of a deal. Let it go. He's drunk." I stared into his eyes. "You're fucking lucky. If you apologize, I won't ruin the fun you're having tonight." His friends closed in around us. Jennifer, having seen in the past where situations like this would end up, pulled me, saying, "I don't need an apology. Come on, let's go." I hesitated, then pushed the man back, putting a cap on the anger and shame I felt at walking away. I knew they thought I was afraid of their numbers, that they'd won. I turned without a word and walked away. Jennifer took my hand again and grinned. "Thanks. You're getting better at asshole control." Her smile took some of the sting out of my humiliation. I started to reply when one of the drunks groped Jennifer's ass again. The ending was not exactly what he expected. Before he could withdraw his arm and get away, Jennifer had locked it up, causing instant compliance. She swept his legs out from underneath him and he hit the ground hard, cracking his head. She fell with him, rotating around and stretching out his arm with her legs over his body. He began to scream like a child at the pain she was giving him. Now who needs some control? I could hear the wedding girls shrieking at what Jennifer had done, probably wondering how they could learn to do it too. One of them began dialing a phone. The problem with Jennifer's choice of submission was she couldn't do anything to defend herself without letting go of the man on the ground. But she knew she didn't need to. She shouted, "Pike!" as one of the men reached for her hair. He got a handful before I landed a perfect uppercut. He was bent slightly at the waist, his chin forward. I felt his jaw slam shut as his head snapped straight back. He collapsed onto the deck unconscious. I spun around and faced the group. Jennifer's tussled to my back. "Anyone else want a piece of us?" The women just stared slack-jawed, but I could tell the men realized they had tangled with more than they had bargained for, even in their drunken state. They were all looking for something interesting on the ground or in the trees, anywhere but at me. I caught flashing lights in my peripheral vision. The bridesmaid must have called the police. Out of time. I slapped Jennifer's hand, shouting, "Time to go!" She released his arm, and I jerked her to her feet, saying, "Can't go out the front door." Jennifer looked at the 10-foot brick wall at the back of the patio and started sprinting. Great. Acting like a monkey to evade the law. No damn dignity whatsoever. I sprinted after her, and we hit the wall at the same time. Me coming off a table, and her running straight up it in a toe kip. We landed in the parking lot behind it and kept going, Jennifer laughing like we had just thrown water balloons at a car. Driving back over the Ravenel Bridge to Mount Pleasant, I said, "Talk about me losing control. What the hell was that back there?" She looked a little embarrassed, then indignant. "Enough was enough. I didn't try to hurt him. I was just subduing him. If it had been you, he'd be in the hospital." She tried to show how serious she was, but a grin leaked out. "Well, what were you going to do after you subdued him?" I said, "with all those other guys around?" She didn't respond, because we both knew the answer. I was going to step in. "Look, I'm good with it. Those assholes deserved it. But if there's a learning point here, it's that you can't go around doing that sort of stuff." "What? That's what I'm always telling you." No, I don't mean because I think it's wrong. I mean because you're a woman. I can run around kicking ass all day and it won't raise an eyebrow." She started to wind up and I rushed out. "It may be chauvinistic, but that's just the truth. Word's going to get out about that little scuffle, and people are going to wonder how a pencil-neck anthropologist managed to kick someone's ass that was twice her size. You have the skills now, and you need to protect them. Protect what we really do. Sorry, but that's just the way it is." I expected her to blow up, but instead I saw her reflecting on what I'd said, and I decided to drop it. Hey, in the end, I'm just glad you'll only take so much shit before you blow your top. I was beginning to wonder if you had to have a gun to your head before you'd defend yourself. She grinned again, and I knew we were beyond it. Lesson learned. "You never finished about Knuckles. Is he coming with us or not?" "Not. Apparently he has his hands full doing something else."
Chapter 5. Knuckles felt the heat radiating off the black pavement like an open oven, the sweat rolling down his face in a perpetual drivel, forcing him to wipe his nose every few seconds to keep the salty liquid from hitting the screen in his lap. For the first time, he began to wonder if the sensitive equipment could withstand the punishment. After all, almost all of it was specially constructed, without the military specifications that made the equipment look, well, military. Taskforce spends bazillions on kit, and I'm in a van with no AC. Blending in is one thing, but this is ridiculous. Johnny's going to pay. Johnny was the team leader of the Taskforce element that Knuckles was replacing, and as such, he was the one who had coordinated all of the in-country assets. Not that Knuckles couldn't have done so in his sleep. He'd been to Tunisia chasing Krusty on and off for damn near 8 years, always waiting on Omega. In truth, the rotations had grown boring, with only one bit of adventure when Krusty had moved from Tunis, the capital, to Sousse, farther down the coast, after the uprisings that brought down the government in the initial salvos of the Arab Spring. Krusty didn't know it, but the move actually fit in better for the Taskforce cover. His desire to remain anonymous to whatever new government took over had inadvertently helped them out. A couple of years ago, Knuckles had actually gotten Omega authority while he was on rotation, on the X and ready to go, when he'd been diverted to another mission, sparing the terrorist yet again. He had begun to think that Krusty would never go, that he had some lucky charm allowing him to evade the U.S. net, even though he stomped around in plain sight. Knuckles had deployed to Sousse with his team 3 days ago, and while transitioning with Johnny's team, prepping for yet another collection mission, the mythical Omega call came from Colonel Hale. The Bluetooth in his ear chirped, the voice coming through sounding sterile because of the encryption. "Knuckles, this is Decoy. We're in." "Good to go." Break, Johnny. You got eyes on Krusty?" "Still at the office. No issues." Lieutenant Colonel Blaine Alexander, the element leader for Omega operations, had decided to continue with the collection mission first, before taking Krusty down. Knuckles had fought it, wanting to do the mission and get the hell out of Tunisia, but there'd been some chatter about an assassination attempt, and while an interrogation would collect invaluable data, there was the option to simply monitor Krusty for a few days, see what he said and who he talked to. So they were planting clandestine cameras inside his residence, imaging his hard drive and wiring the place for sound. If it didn't provide any benefit, they'd take him down. Knuckles couldn't fault Blaine's logic, especially since Krusty had evaded capture for damn near 10 years. Interrogations were fine, and Krusty would get plenty of them. But you never really knew if the subject wasn't just stringing you along, telling you a bald-faced lie to protect himself. As Blaine had said about the cameras, one eye don't lie. "A few more days won't hurt, if I don't melt." He looked at his watch and called Johnny again, wondering why Krusty was breaking his pattern today of all days. "Johnny, this is Knuckles. What's his status? He should have broken the box 10 minutes ago." "Easy. I've got the place locked down and a beacon on his moped. He's still inside. If it changes, I'll call you." Knuckles paused, wanting to remind Johnny who was in charge out here on the ground. He took the high road. "Roger. Standing by." The call aggravated him. The light admonishment of easy was a direct slap in his face, made more glaring because everyone on the net knew that he'd just spent the last 8 months in physical therapy from a catastrophic wound sustained on a mission similar to this one. It was an unspoken question of whether he was still capable. Like I'm about to panic or something. In truth, Johnny's team should have been headed home right now, but with the additional mission tasked by Blaine, they'd stayed behind, their whole purpose to keep eyes on Krusty while Knuckles' team did the breaking and entering. It made sense because Johnny's men had the most recent pattern of life on the target, but the call still grated. His earpiece crackled, bringing him back to the mission. "Cameras and mics in place. Going to image the hard drive now." "Roger. No movement on the target. Plenty of time." Johnny cut in. "Krusty's on the move. Got a trigger on the moped." "What? Say again? The moped's moving? Who was the trigger on the office? Did you get positive ID that he left the building?" No. No PID. But the moped's leaving now. I've got the beacon track. I'm getting someone on it. I'll have a visual ASAP." How'd he get out without you triggering?" He got no response and knew there'd been a screw-up. He saw no reason to drive the blade home a second time, and simply waited. He was in a position to react, should he have to. Still plenty of time. Let it play out. Knuckles called Blaine in the op center, giving an update and letting him know they were in motion. Retro, the other operator with him, analyzed the beacon track and said, "He's doing the usual pattern, no issues there, but how the hell did he get out of the building without Johnny seeing him? Something's not kosher. I don't know. I don't trust this tech surveillance bullshit. All we know is that his moped is moving. No idea if he's on it or not." Knuckles thought about it for a second, then said, "We're still good. He's either in the building or on the moped. We got that track, and he's still a good 20 minutes away from his house." Knuckles was about to check in with Decoy when he was beaten to the punch. "We got an intruder. I say again, we got an intruder." What the hell? And all the time they'd tracked Krusty, he'd gone to this apartment alone. "Say again?" Decoy's breath came in pants as he sprinted somewhere Knuckles couldn't see. "His mistress just entered the building. We're moving to the roof. We've got the cameras operational on Wi-Fi. She's on the ground floor and searching. I don't know what she's searching for, but it had better not be us. Get out of sight. Get gone." Seconds later, Decoy came back, no longer out of breath. "She's packing up. She's got some luggage, and she's shoving things in." "What do you mean? She's packing his clothes? How's she acting? Is she taking a trip with a friend or running from the law?" "She's definitely running from the law. She's packing like someone's going to kick the door in, and it's all of his shit. There isn't any woman stuff in there. She's on the second floor now and ripping his laptop apart from the docking station." Knuckles remembered the mission. "Did you image it?" "No time. She came in before we could." It took a moment for the full ramifications to hit home. He knows he's being hunted. He's gonna run. He called Blaine and gave a sit-rep, getting authority for an in extremis takedown of a fleeting target. It was risky, because they weren't set for a perfect hit, but they did know his habitual route. Knuckles was positioned to intercept if necessary. The only problem was that Krusty was now going to pick the kill zone. Not optimal. Retro gave him a location of the beacon track, and he saw it was only a few blocks away, on a street headed to the P12 highway. Still inside the residential area where the roads were no more than alleys, ribbons that wandered aimlessly, hemmed in by wall-to-wall buildings on either side. Got to get to him before he hits the thoroughfare. He gunned their van, swinging it around the narrow street, ignoring the bleating horn from the vehicle behind him as he hopped the curb to complete the U-turn. "Retro, give me a lock-on." 2 blocks back. He's on a 1-lane road right now. Take a left and we'll intersect his line of march behind him. What's the play?" Knuckles thought for a moment, driving like a madman, then said, "Push his ass over with the van. If anyone's on the road, let him go. Vehicles aren't the only threat. You can't predict who'll see this from the buildings. You sure?" "No, but he's running, which means we've been blown somehow. We need to get his ass for that as much as anything else." They made the left and entered a narrow one-way road with barely enough room for the van, the uneven cobblestone surface rattling Knuckles' teeth. In front of them was a moped, the man on it having a bald top with a ring of ragged hair blowing in the wind, a Bluetooth headset in his ear. Krusty. Knuckles looked down the street and saw nothing but the occasional garbage bin. No vehicles or pedestrians. He inched the van forward, saying, "Check our 6. Anything?" Retro said, "Nothing I can see, but that don't mean shit." "Good enough for government work." Knuckles floored the van, closing in behind the moped. He brought the nose adjacent to its rear tire, then gently swung the bumper over, just enough to kiss the rubber. The contact caused Krusty to panic, jerking the handlebars in an overreaction. The moped skipped onto a pile of trash. He hammered the front brake, and the front wheel locked up. The moped swung sideways, launching the terrorist out of the saddle. They both skittered to a halt 20 feet in front of the van. Retro was already out of the door before the bike stopped its slide, taser at the ready. He hit the juice as Knuckles pulled abreast, the door of the vehicle open and waiting. Retro threw him in the van, slamming the door shut and giving Knuckles a look of utter amazement. Knuckles floored the gas, getting out of the area, feeling physically sick. He called Blaine in the op center. "We took down a moped, but it isn't Krusty." Chapter 6. His true name was Abdul Rahman, but he had not heard it uttered aloud in years. Sometimes, lying on his crude pallet, adjacent to the remains of the Nahr al-Bared refugee camp, surrounded in darkness, feebly attacked by a lone candle, he would say the name over and over, as if to prove it still existed. He was known by many, many different names, so many that even he had trouble remembering which one to use for a given mission. He took pleasure in knowing that the Lebanese authorities, along with the Zionist dogs in Israel, believed they were tracking 4 or 5 different men. Another time, another place, and he would have been an educated man, a scholar perhaps, or an engineer. He certainly looked the part. He was only 5 feet 4 inches tall and slight of build. His vision was so weak that he was forced to wear glasses with lenses thick enough to distort his eyes when seen from the front. Although bordering on physical frailty, he'd been blessed with one thing that had allowed him to survive in the refugee camps as a child and to thrive as a soldier of God. His intelligence outmatched just about anyone he came across. He'd never been formally evaluated, but even as a child he knew that he was smarter than everyone else. Not in a smug or superior way. It was just a fact. Like the boys who were stronger. Truth be told, he used to play stupid as a child so as to better fit in with the other boys in the camp, and had found this talent to be helpful when he wanted to be underestimated as a grown man. His intelligence had facilitated many successes in the long struggle, but it was his strength of will that set him apart from the average fighter, no matter their skills. He simply would not quit. In 2007, the Lebanese armed forces captured him in a massive sweep when they invaded the Nahr al-Bared refugee camp to root out the Palestinian terrorist group Fatah al-Islam. He was not a member of that group, and considered it to be just one of many with more brawn and rage than brains. He went to prison anyway, with a dozen others, and was beaten for weeks. But he never gave up any of the aliases he had used in the past, names that would have sealed his death. Eventually convinced they held a nobody, he was released, and he returned to the camp only to find it had been utterly destroyed in the fighting, a wasteland of shattered concrete and bent metal. Infuriated at what had become of his home, he had finished the job of the LAF. Using his Palestinian connections, he hunted down the remaining Fatah al-Islam members who had evaded the Lebanese net. In his mind, they didn't understand the struggle, and had brought untold suffering on the Palestinian people in the camp for nothing more than a bank robbery, a simple crime that garnered nothing. His actions spawned a plethora of myths. Hezbollah assassins had infiltrated the camps to blunt the growth of Sunni extremism. Israeli Mossad agents were using a secret weapon that killed from a distance. Or a Jack the Ripper-type boogeyman was on the loose. The last was closest to the truth, with Palestinian mothers using his acts to keep rowdy children in line. He didn't bother to correct them. He became known as Ashaba, or the Ghost. He didn't associate himself with any specific group, but he'd worked for them all at one time or another. The Palestinian Liberation Organization, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and many more. At the least, even with the politics and infighting, they'd all been driven by the same desires he had, pushing Israel into the sea and reclaiming Palestinian land. Recent history around the Middle East had changed that equation, frightening him to his core. Libya was gone as a supporter, and Syria, once a staunch ally in the struggle, providing funding, equipment, and protection, was now struggling with its own survival. Osama bin Laden was dead, and the once vaunted Palestinian Liberation Organization, which had evolved into the Palestinian Authority, was on the slippery slope of capitulation, eschewing terrorism and even discussing whether to overtly affirm Israel's right to exist. It made him physically ill and forced him into bed with organizations whose goals he did not embrace and to whom he never would have given the time of day, which was why he was searching for a coffee shop in South Beirut in the heart of Hezbollah territory, far from the protection of his Palestinian brethren. It was only a 2-hour journey by time, but seemed much further as he left the area controlled by his people and entered Beirut, a free-for-all of sectarian feelings. The Civil War had ended over 10 years ago, but the scars from it still existed. It was a risk just entering Hezbollah's domain, regardless of the fact that they had asked him to come. He traveled through the city proper, following the old Green Line from the war. Reaching the south of the city, he began traveling west, toward the suburb officially known as Haret Hrik, but called the Dahia by everyone else, the home of Hezbollah. The Beirut he knew was left behind. More and more propaganda began littering the streets with images of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, plastered everywhere, along with pictures of suicide bomber martyrs. Green and yellow flags with a fist holding an AK-47 emblazoned on them fluttered in the breeze. Sullen men were on every street corner, armed with assault rifles, glaring at him, begging him to do something that would allow them to stop him. He had believed that Hezbollah was but one militia among many, and that the Sunni groups were just as powerful. He now saw he was wrong. There would be no Lebanese incursion here, like his home had suffered in 2007, because of one crucial fact that made all the difference. Hezbollah was armed better than anyone else in the country, including the military, and men on the street corners were proud to show that off. It aggravated him to see it, because no other group or sect was allowed to bear arms in Lebanon. Actually, by United Nations resolution, neither was Hezbollah. But nobody seemed to question this fact. Nobody but the Zionists, that is. He parked his car on a side street and got out to walk. He knew he was close, and circling the block was getting him nowhere. No sooner had he stepped away from his vehicle than an enforcer carrying a radio approached him. The usual young jihadi with something to prove, a strong beard and a stronger attitude. The Ghost knew the type, and although it disgusted him, he also knew he was at the man's mercy. This was the last place on earth he, a Palestinian Sunni, should raise a ruckus if he wanted to live. "What do you want?" The Ghost went into supplication mode, knowing his frail-looking physique would help. "I'm supposed to meet someone at a coffee shop, but I'm having trouble finding it." He gave the name of the shop along with the names of the men he was to meet. Immediately the man's posture changed. He turned and barked into a radio. When he returned, he was polite. "This way." "They are waiting." The guard led him through an alley, glancing back to make sure the ghost followed, possibly trying to figure out why this frail Palestinian was meeting the top tier of Hezbollah's military wing. He didn't care. He'd long since given up on posturing, letting his actions speak for him. There was no doubt in his mind that should things get dangerous, he had an even chance of living to see tomorrow. And a 50-50 chance was better than most of the odds he had faced. It would mean he would have to kill this man-boy, but he'd be able to do it. Unlike the schoolyard fights he'd lost as a kid, where the ultimate victory was the bully shoving his face into some offal, this would mean death. And every human, no matter how tough in a simple fistfight, was at heart a frail beast when the object was killing. No armor, no fangs, no poison. A pathetic sack of flesh with a multitude of vulnerable points, if one knew where to strike. As in the past, his physique gave his Hezbollah guide enough confidence to let down his guard, which would be his undoing, should it be necessary. Unlike the toughs on the street, he'd been in the cauldron, killed with all manner of weapons, including none at all. Chapter 7. Knuckles gunned the engine to get out of the kill zone, ignoring the questions coming through his earpiece. When there was a break in the radio traffic from Blaine, he simply said, "Stand by," and switched from the command to the operational net, giving everyone else the situation as he knew it and further instructions. "Johnny, collapse on the house. The girl's the new target. Decoy, set up a trigger for Johnny's team. Follow the girl. She's going to meet up with Krusty." Retro had his knee in the back of the guy they'd ripped off the moped, going through his pockets. He pulled out a cell phone and rapidly found the last called number, reading it out to Knuckles. Back on command net, Knuckles gave an abbreviated sit-rep. Before Blaine could ask a question, Knuckles said, "Got a number I need to lock on, and I mean now." Knuckles waited, knowing that Blaine was pulling his hair out, wanting to cut the whole mission, but also knowing he wouldn't do it with a chance of success, although that success was now looking pretty damn slim. After a pause, Blaine said, "Give it to me." "Yes." Knuckles read it off and gave his location. While it was being run, Blaine said, "What's your heat state?" "Probably pretty bad, but nothing overt as far as I can see. Why?" "I'm thinking we don't push this. We pull back and wait for him to surface." "Sir, he knew he was being hunted. It was a pretty elaborate ruse. We need to get him now, and not just because he's a terrorist. We can't let him talk to anyone else. We still have a thread in the girl and maybe the phone." "You know he tossed that phone the minute the moped guy said he was going down." "Maybe, maybe not. And we have the girl. Get bird's eye in the air." The entire force was in Tunisia, ostensibly conducting geographic surveys in the El Bourma oil fields, near the border with Algeria. As such, they had a Piper Navajo aircraft with them, equipped for aerial photography to facilitate follow-on seismic surveys. In reality, the bird was specially equipped for manhunting and included unique optics that might be needed now. "Save that bullet. If I launch the bird, he's going to do one lap around the city, then fly to the fields. I can't have him overhead for any length of time without questions." Knuckles silently cursed the restrictions of working under the elaborate covers created by the Taskforce. It made them as inefficient as the terrorists they chased. Blaine said, "Just sent you the grid for the phone. It's off now, but last location looks to be right outside the Medina." "Well, almost as inefficient." "Roger, we're on the move. Watch yourself, you hear me? I don't want you pulling any Pike shit." Retro climbed into the front seat, a grin on his face at the reference to his old team leader. He brought up the computer map as Knuckles intersected the P-12 highway. "What are we doing?" We're going to get that guy one way or the other. So we're winging shit now? No, amateurs wing shit. We're working under pressure. Johnny came on the net. The woman has just entered the Medina. Going to be tough staying on her in here. Match. The Medina was an ancient shopping area that had been built and rebuilt countless times for more than 1,000 years. Surrounded by stone walls that gave it the image of a fortress, it housed a ton of cheap souvenir shops, museums, and mosques, and was literally a maze of cobblestone streets that ran seemingly at random. It was the perfect place to avoid detection, or pick up on surveillance, since the gate to the Medina was a choke point everyone would have to use. Stick with her. His last location was just outside. They're going to meet inside. Does she still have his luggage and computer? Yep, and she's moving fast. Which gate? The big one, the Martyr Gate. Watch for counter-surveillance through the choke point. I don't think he'll have any, but so far everything I've thought has been wrong. I've already got men inside ahead of her. Figured it was prudent. Smart man, making up for the moped mistake. Knuckles pulled into a restaurant parking lot off of the road that paralleled the port and killed the engine. Good to go. We'll be about 5 minutes behind. Coming in through the jetted gate south of you. Retro said, What about Krusty, too? Knuckles glanced back at the man, now flex-cuffed and gagged. Put him to sleep. He waited while Retro cinched the man's collar into his carotid arteries, causing him to pass out. Knuckles knew he would only remain unconscious for a few minutes, and he hated the thought of leaving the terrorist to his own devices while they were gone. He'd done that once before, and the guy they had captured had escaped. He didn't see a choice. Chapter 8. They were through the jetted gate and into the maze, a small knapsack filled with equipment bouncing against Retro's back when the next call came in. She stopped in a courtyard, sitting on a bench next to a mosque. It looks like a women-only mosque. We're sticking out big time. Shit. Krusty was proving to be pretty damn smart after all. Clear out. Can you send a guy through the courtyard every few minutes? Does it naturally lead somewhere else? Yeah, it does. But I'm going to run out of people in 3 minutes. We can't park our ass here. I've got 2 more. Start the rotation and we'll follow up. We can start back the other way one by one if we have to. Where are you? Instead of directions, Knuckles heard, I have no idea. Sending a picture. Knuckles pulled out his phone, got the SMS text with the picture, and saw the mosque, a small one hemmed in by the usual stone and stucco buildings left and right, separated by less than 4 feet. Knowing the photograph was geotagged with its location, he initiated the GPS feature of the phone and loaded the picture. Within seconds, he had an arrow directing him to Johnny's location, along with a distance scale showing 300 meters. Got it. On the way. By the time Knuckles reached the courtyard, Johnny had used up all of his men, one after the other, slowly walking through the open space and continuing on. Knuckles knew the individual walks of 30-something males would look out of place to anyone on the hunt, regardless of whether they did anything suspicious. He began calculating how to camouflage what they were doing, and saw it was impossible. They'd get 1 pass each on the mosque, maybe 2 at the most, but no more than that. We need Jennifer for this bullshit. The thought came unbidden and surprised him. There'd been a lot of discussion about females in the task force after Jennifer and Pike had stopped a terrorist strike the year before. Knuckles, along with everyone else in the task force, had argued against the idea. There had never been a female on the sharp end of the spear, and he, along with plenty of other operators, was determined to see that didn't change. There was no way a female could do what they did. Sure, Jennifer had risen to the occasion, but she was different. It wasn't like they all would. During the debate inside Task Force headquarters, Pike had said nothing. He'd simply looked at Knuckles with disappointment. Now Knuckles realized why. Pike had never argued the point at the time because he knew words alone would do no good. The men would have to realize what Jennifer brought to the table on their own. Like now, a man and woman together could spend all day in that courtyard and not draw attention. He stopped short of the entrance to the courtyard, inside a cobblestone alley with brick and stucco residences built hundreds of years ago, hemming him in. He sent Retro in first and backtracked out of the alley. While wandering through a meat market, waiting on Retro's call of being off target, he got their first indication of movement. All elements. She's off the bench and standing on the steps to the mosque. There's a woman in a burqa walking toward her. Burqa? The full-length dress that covered a woman from head to toe was not unheard of in Tunisia, but it certainly wasn't competing as a lead in Tunisian women's fashion. Knuckles had seen very few in his multiple tours here. He said, "Keep eyes on. Keep eyes on. She's eyeballing me. I can't. I'm off target." Knuckles broke protocol and sprinted to the entrance of the courtyard, slowing down to a walking pace when he came within view of the mosque. He saw the burqa take a bag from the mistress as they both walked up the steps and entered the mosque. The gait of the covered woman triggered a memory in Knuckles' mind, gleaned from countless hours of surveillance. Krusty. If it was Krusty, his plan was pretty ingenious, since there was no way a Western male would be able to penetrate a female-only mosque. Krusty didn't have to run any counter-surveillance on his mistress, as they'd be able to lose whoever was on them just by entering. Except we have some tricks as well. He called Blaine, sending him the geotagged picture of their location. "Get Bird's Eye up. Krusty's got some plan of escape out of that mosque, and I'm betting it's the roof." Blaine said, "He's already airborne, doing a pipeline survey north to south. He'll be on Team Net ETA 30 seconds. Knuckles smiled at Blaine bending his own rules and poked him in the eye. "What happened to one shot with the bird?" "He's circling north of the city. You'll still only get one pass. Don't push it." "Roger that." Knuckles switched back to the Team Net. "Johnny, do some research on the buildings adjacent to the mosque. If he were going to jump, which one would he go to?" Bird's Eye came on. "Knuckles, on station. You get about 5 minutes on target before I deviate from my flight plan. After that, it's a 30-minute turnaround from the oil fields." "Roger." "You got eyes on the roof?" "Clean shot. Can see it clearly through optics." "Retro, you getting a feed?" He knew that Retro had stopped what he was doing as soon as he heard the Bird's Eye call, locating a concealed position that would allow him to set up his downlink and handheld video screen. "Roger. Nothing moving right now." Johnny said, "Looks like the buildings left and right are apartments. One to the rear is a small hotel. It also has an alley that leads to the Medina Wall." "That's it." He gave instructions to Johnny, setting his team up in a box around the hotel. He left Retro in place and called Decoy to meet him in the alley as the assault element. Before Decoy arrived, Retro said, "Got movement on the roof. Burqa woman and the mistress just exited." "Decoy, what's your status?" Knuckles said. "If that's Krusty, we'll know shortly. He can't jump from roof to roof wearing that sack." 2 minutes. Brett and I'll be there in 2 minutes." Retro said, "Mistress went to the left east wall and looked across to the adjacent building." "East? That's not the hotel." "Say again? Which wall?" "She's running. She's across. East building. I say again, east building." "Shit." "Burka's off. It's Krusty. He's throwing the luggage across." "Roger all. Johnny, box the east building now. We're on the way." Knuckles took off, running into Decoy and his other teammate when he rounded the corner. They said nothing, just falling into step behind him. Johnny came on. "We're set. Only way in and out is the north and south." "Which one will he use? Where should we stage?" North, stage north in the alley. South front's some shops. He'll probably want to stay out of sight this close to the mosque. Yeah. Why would he come out so close? Risky. Retro came on. They're still going. They didn't enter the building. They're going the next building to the east. I say again, the mistress just jumped to the next building to the east. Krusty's throwing luggage. Jesus Christ. Johnny came on before he issued a command. Moving. This building makes more sense. Exits north, south, and east. East exit is just a walkway, but it leads to the Medina Wall. It's hemmed in on both sides by buildings. Roger. Knuckles knew they were falling behind Krusty because they had to run about twice as far around the buildings as he did straight across them. If Krusty sprinted down the stairs and out the door, they might miss him. It was going to be close. Knuckles, this is Birdseye. We're out of space. I've got to continue on. Knuckles couldn't believe what he'd just heard. At a dead sprint, panting into his Bluetooth earpiece, he said, "Negative. Do not leave. I say again, do not leave." "Not my call. Can't risk the cover, and I've already deviated wide from my flight plan. I'll give you optics as long as I can, but it's going to be a rear view from a distance." Knuckles swore, but knew he was right. If they managed to get Krusty, and someone mentioned strange aircraft orbits that tied it to his disappearance, the ensuing investigation would be catastrophic. They had already raised their signature by running all over the place like a Laurel and Hardy movie. He reached the corner of the third building and held up, pulling out his smartphone. He initiated the moving map and saw Johnny's team setting up, each man a glowing green icon. "Johnny, I'm coming in now. I'll be passing your south team shortly." "Roger, I got you." "Knuckles, this is Retro. The camera angle's off. They're across the building, but they disappeared behind the roof access. I don't know if they went in or not." "Can't you see if they break out onto another roof?" "Stand by. Feed's breaking up. Birdseye's out of range." "Damn it." "Wonderful. Since you're free, start working exfil procedures. Figure out how we're going to get out of here with up to 2 extra. Johnny, your guys see anything?" "We can't see past the parapet, but nobody's looked down, I'll tell you that." "We'll take the east side of the building and the alley. Move the guys there to the next building. Are they prepared to assault?" "Negative. They're equipped for surveillance only." "Spread too thin." "Okay. Tell them just to trigger. If Krusty keeps going, we'll fall back into surveillance mode. Try to track him to a bed-down site." Knuckles and his men rounded the corner to the small alley, a cobblestone path with barely enough room to walk 2 abreast. He slowed his pace, looking left and right for exits or peeping toms from adjacent buildings. He saw none. Just litter here and there. He located the doorway from the building 30 feet ahead, noticing that it was actually an alcove that sank inward a few feet. He motioned decoy to the other side, mimicking working a pistol. He was drawing his own taser when the recessed door swung open, taking him by surprise. A man, exiting in a hurry and looking backward, smashed into him. The man whirled around, and Knuckles smiled. "Hello, Krusty." Chapter 9. The Ghost followed the Hezbollah tough through a maze of alleys, moving deeper into the neighborhood and farther from his car. Eventually, the man pointed to a shop that was no more than a hallway, hacked off at one end with plywood. 4 tables lined the length of the place, one with 2 men sitting, drinking out of small espresso cups no bigger than shot glasses. They had to be aware of his arrival, but paid no attention. Another power play. One more than the Ghost was willing to endure. He strode right to the table and sat down, letting them say the first words. Nothing happened for a pregnant second, the 2 taken aback. Then the older one, with a gray-flecked beard, looked from him to the tough and said, "You wish to disappear? I wish to dispense with the posturing and get to the business of why I'm here. It's been a long drive from Tripoli and a longer time to find this shop. If you have nothing for me, I'll leave. If you try to stop me, I'll still leave, only a little more winded." The bearded man sized him up, saying nothing. Then he smiled. "You don't look it, but you are who they said you'd be." He held out his hand. "I am Abdul Majid. This is Jafar Hussein. Thank you for coming." The ghost shook both their hands without giving a name, then waited. Majid said, "We believe that the Palestinian cause, your cause, is being hijacked. The Palestinian authorities agreed to a peace overture from the United States and Israel. A meeting is being set up in Qatar, where money will exchange hands. Money that will kill the Palestinians' right of return. We have contacts in Hamas who would like this meeting to be stopped." The ghost bristled. "Hamas? Why on earth would I care about them? At one time they would never have agreed to anything short of Zionist annihilation. Now they've joined in a unity government with the Palestinian Authority. They're like everyone else, giving in when it suits them. Not all in Hamas agree with the unity government. But you're right about one thing. They have political concerns and won't do this themselves. Neither will we, which is why we've contacted you. We can put you in touch with some men here who are not Hamas or the resistance. They have contacts with the financier in Al-Qaeda who uses a bank here in Lebanon. A bank that we control. This group will give you further instructions, if you are willing." "Willing to do what? You haven't said." "Kill the American envoy. The Palestinian Authority is almost bankrupt. They cannot continue because of the sanctions the West has placed on them, due to their political reconciliation with Hamas and their bid for statehood with the United Nations. They have asked for covert funding, saying the moderate Palestinian elements are in danger of being swept away. The West has agreed, and the envoy is bringing it. Kill him, and the peace falls apart. Hamas gains political control of the Palestinian Authority, and your goal of the return is still within reach." Of course, he thought. Hezbollah or Hamas needn't worry about funding, as long as the Shia dogs in Iran keep them in bakshish. He knew these men cared not a whit about the return of Palestinian refugees to their historic homeland. They only wanted the discord with Israel to continue to give them a reason to maintain their arms, as a self-defense force. Jafar spoke for the first time. "One thing. You cannot kill the man here in Lebanon, no matter what this other group says. The Al-Qaeda financier has said he preferred it here, but we have told him no. They may push you that way. Do you understand?" The ghost said, "No, I don't. If that's the easiest, that's what I will do." "You don't need to understand why, but you will not kill the American here. It will produce repercussions that will ultimately affect our goals." "Our goals or your goals?" the ghost thought. "I understand. If I can get the funding and infrastructure to travel somewhere else, I agree. It will require much more in the way of intelligence, though, because I won't be able to do my own work. They will provide the funding. We can provide whatever infrastructure you need. We have assets all over the world. We're also able to penetrate the Palestinian Authority. You will know what they know." "Where do I meet this other group?" "The meeting is in 4 days, in the Ain el-Hilwa camp." Jafar smiled. "You won't have to come back here. He read out an address, then said, "What shall we call you, should we need to communicate?" The ghost thought for a moment, then said, "Ashaba." He saw the change in the men's demeanor and twisted the knife a little more. "It's what everyone calls me back home."
Chapter 10. For the 30th time, Jennifer said, "I can't believe this. Are you sure there's a message?" "Yeah, I am. Can you quit asking that?" "We'll know soon enough. If you can get me to an open area." I had my GPS out, but it wasn't picking up a satellite signal, due to the enclosure of the buildings left and right. We were in the old town of Damascus, doing a little sightseeing after the fiasco of getting through immigration the previous night. The trip itself was falling apart, and Jennifer wasn't pleased. We'd run into trouble as soon as we'd landed. The official from the Ministry of Culture who'd expedited our visas was now persona non grata inside the government of Syria. No telling why, but with Syria in such a mess, I was sure he was now getting the rubber hose treatment. And he'd painted a bullseye on Jennifer and me, since the government thought we were connected with him. Our contact at the State Department had been no help. He wasn't expecting us to travel for another 3 to 5 months, and with the U.S. Embassy shuttered in Syria due to the troubles, we had no one local to help. Jennifer had fumed, really pissed that her scientific expedition was slipping away. I tried to calm her down, then simply left her alone to grump in her room. When I got to mine, I'd found our mission had changed. This morning we'd gone for breakfast, where I'd finally gotten the courage to tell Jennifer we had to collect a message from the Taskforce. I couldn't talk about it in the hotel, because after our experience at immigration and customs, I was sure that place was wired for sound. So I'd just gone to sleep after logging out of my Yahoo account. The email, ostensibly from the university, complete with a university address, simply inquired about our flight. That would have been fine, except it also asked for a status of camera equipment we didn't have with us. The word camera was a prearranged code, letting me know we had a message from the task force. I didn't want to know how they'd hacked a legitimate university email address. Probably 20 laws broken just by opening the message. At breakfast, Jennifer's face had fallen the minute I had mentioned it, which actually hurt a little. But she knew the priority, and knew the physical requirements for collecting the message. I left it up to her to find the area. The task force had multiple ways to transmit covert messages, depending on the security of the host country. The easiest method was a simple VPN back to our company, but some countries, such as Syria, controlled their internet and prevented VPNs from working. The next easiest way was an encrypted email, but once again, foreign intelligence services usually owned their internet, and while they couldn't read the email, they knew it had been sent. Best case, they knew you were doing something secret, and would amp up the scrutiny to find out what it was. For a real businessman, that was no issue, since they were doing what they said they'd be doing. For the task force, it could mean mission failure. We tried carrying our own satellite equipment for a cutout. Strictly commercial off-the-shelf stuff like M3 or Thrain to blend in, which would allow us to have an internet connection that bypassed the host country. That had worked until a team traveling as cellular technicians had had the equipment confiscated at customs. They'd been told that the country in question had robust internet, and thus the communications gear wasn't needed. Between the lines, they heard, "We don't want you talking where we can't listen." The task force realized they needed a no-fail way to get messages out while operating within denied areas, such as Syria. Some 50-pound head in the communications section had come up with the solution. The first global positioning satellite was launched by the U.S. military in 1978. Since then, a broadening constellation of satellites has been continually launching signals to Earth in an ever-increasing refinement of geolocation capability. Now the little GPS receiver you bought at Walmart could triangulate your position to the meter, all over the globe. The genius idea was embedding the message traffic into the GPS signal. A customs official would confiscate just about any other piece of communications gear before a GPS, especially if it worked as advertised when checked. Ordinary GPS wouldn't even realize the signal was there, but our special GPS would receive it, decode it, and display it. Since the U.S. government owned the entire technology, it was nothing to get the necessary tech stuff done to make it happen. The only downside was the weakness of every GPS signal, which had a hard time working in dense areas. Embed some data within it, and you really needed to have a wide open area and some time for the GPS to lock onto the satellite and receive the more complicated signal. We were currently in the Al-Hamadiyah Souk, which was about as good for getting a GPS signal as being in a coal mine. Crowded on all sides by vendors selling goods ranging from kids' toys to perfume, it had an old tin roof that blocked everything, including sunlight. I was beginning to think Jennifer was purposefully making this hard. "Are you sure you know where you're going? Isn't there a park or soccer field around that doesn't require us to go this deep into the city?"
"Keep your pants on. The Umayyad Mosque is right at the end of the souk."
"Mosque? Seriously?" She stopped and turned around.
"You really didn't do any studying, did you? This has all been some joke. You knew we weren't going to get up north."
Her expression wasn't angry. It was resigned, like she just realized that all her exertions and studying had been nothing but a pale jest at her expense. It hurt again. "Jennifer, I had no idea. I really wanted to do this trip. I know I've made fun of the research, but that's because I thought we would do the trip. If I'd known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have been acting like a jackass." After a moment of silence, she said,
"Whatever this message is, it's not going to be good. I can feel it. You're going to make me do something bad."
Jennifer had already been forced to do things in the name of the United States that the average citizen would consider horrific, and she'd understood the why, but she wanted me to say it wasn't so this time. Wanted me to make good on my promise of letting her do something purely for the joy of scientific discovery, instead of the bloody self-defense of the United States. I didn't know what the incoming message would say, but I knew I couldn't promise Jennifer anything. Like a coward, I changed the subject. "How's a mosque going to help us? We can't even get in." She started walking again.
"The Umayyad Mosque is one of the holiest shrines in Islam. It's a huge tourist attraction. Yeah, we can't get into the inner workings, but we can get to the courtyard, which is enormous, big enough to get the signal we need with a plausible reason for being there."
She looked back at me.
"Unlike a simple soccer field."
The comment was meant to convey she understood the mission, and was thinking about how to do it given our operational cover. We reached the end of the souk, and circled around to the tourist gate entrance of the mosque. After buying our tickets, we went through a doorway labeled "Putting on Special Clothes Room." We were given hooded cloaks to wear, me because short-sleeve shirts were frowned upon, and Jennifer because, well, she was a woman. "What's up with this place?"
"It's the first great mosque."
"Great is right. Looks like a crib from MTV with all the marble and gold." She was scowling at my verbal history slight when I saw a mausoleum off to the right, a small white building with a red roof. She said,
"Saladin's last resting place."
"Saladin? The Saladin? For real?" I saw a little grin seep out because I was enjoying the same thing she did. Old dead people and pottery shards.
"Come on," she said. "Let's get to the courtyard and get this God Almighty important message."
"Hey, let's look around a little bit. Work the cover some. We're tourists." She smiled for real.
"If it's got something to do with bloodshed, you get interested." "Okay. You want me to tell you about Saladin?"
Jennifer was famous in the Taskforce for her history lessons. Not in a bad way, as if she was always spouting off, but in a good way, because she knew more about the history of the world than any knuckle-dragger in the command. In this case, I didn't need the lesson. Saladin was a Kurd who'd smoked the European Crusaders, giving them fits with his military skills. A leader of the First Order. I knew all about him, but had no idea he'd been entombed in Syria. "I'm good on this one. I'll just go take a peek. Why don't you take the GPS into the courtyard? I'll catch up." She disappeared through a door, and I entered the mausoleum. There wasn't much to see inside, and I realized that I was itching to know what the Taskforce wanted. I wished I hadn't given the GPS to Jennifer, allowing her to see the message first. I glanced around for a few seconds, then took off at a fast walk to find her. I entered into the courtyard, which was as large as Jennifer said it would be. I saw her sitting down, looking at the screen. "Did you get it?"
"Yeah," she said. "I did."
Her demeanor gave me no clue if it was going to be good or bad. "Well?" She stood up and dusted off her pants.
"It's instructions for a PM."
Whew. PM stood for personal meet, and was spy talk for a clandestine meeting between a controller and his asset, which in this case would be us. Nothing more than an hour out of our life. See? All that crying over nothing. We'll do the meet and continue on once this visa mess gets sorted out. Kurt probably just wants to pass us instructions to check something out here in Damascus before we head north. More than likely it was just too much data to send using the GPS.
"I don't think so."
"Why?" She handed me the GPS, the smile from earlier long gone.
"The PM's in Beirut."
Chapter 11. 2 days later, Jennifer walked into a cafe in the Hamra section of western Beirut, just down the street from the American University. She saw a hodgepodge of tourists and students, with the right wall lined by 20-somethings smoking water pipes and discussing political opinions. One of the few areas where such discussion wouldn't end in gunfire. She crossed the threshold at precisely 12 minutes past 1 o'clock, as the GPS message had stipulated. She was wearing a shirt that buttoned in the front and was carrying a map in her right hand, per the instructions. She knew she was being watched, but made no attempt to look around. Instead, she went to the hostess and asked for a menu, getting redirected to the menu on the wall. While pretending to look at it, she sensed someone gazing over her shoulder. A man said, "This place is supposed to have the best breakfast in town, but I don't know about lunch." She turned and saw a 50-something executive in a business suit, swarthy, maybe Mediterranean, maybe Latino, with a large gut protruding over his belt. She said, "Lunch is probably just as good." The man smiled at the correct response. "Join me, if you want." She followed him to the back of the cafe beyond the prying ears of the students and tourists, sitting at the last small table in the restaurant. He immediately began giving her instructions, a mad minute of information on why they were meeting and what they were discussing, should she be asked later. A facade to cover the conversation and protect both of them. She said nothing, memorizing everything that came out of his mouth. When he stopped, his serious demeanor left, replaced by a cocky smile. "My name is Louis Britt, and I guess I'm supposed to help you out." "Louis Britt? You're kidding. Not Abdullah Muhammad?" "Unfortunately, no. Trust me, this damn name has caused nothing but trouble over here. I'm sure the idiot who gave me my documents is laughing." He picked up the menu and said, "I thought they would be sending me an operator. No offense." She smiled back, taking a liking to him for some reason. "They did. No, I don't mean another case officer. I mean a Taskforce operator. Someone who can act on my information. Kurt contacted me and gave me a dump on a hit in Tunisia, then directed this meeting. I've been deep so long I was shocked when it happened. I thought the world was ending. And now I'm meeting you. You CIA? DIA? Look, I'm just an over-eager anthropologist with a liking for Middle Eastern historical sites. I'm supposed to be in Syria on a dig. Unfortunately for me, I also have some other unique skills. So does the man who watched you enter the restaurant. I don't know what a true operator is, since I've never been in the military, and it seems like everyone who's ever held a gun says that's what they are nowadays. But I do know I'm the one they sent for this meeting. What do you have? He leaned back. Well, I have been gone too long. The world is just not right. He said it with a smile, breaking off when the waitress approached to take their order. Watching her walk back to the kitchen, he said, Man, to be young again. These Lebanese women are friggin' hot. He winked. Not that my age has stopped me any. Jennifer gave a tentative smile, wondering where this was going. Is he coming on to me? Really? She'd never done an operational link-up with a deep asset and was unsure what to make of the guy. On the one hand, when they had met, he was as professional as anyone in the Taskforce, executing the operating procedures like a robot. Now he was acting like a drunk businessman who'd come to Beirut for a convention. He saw her draw back and took her hand. The act sent her instincts into the red zone, until she felt something in her palm. Don't worry. I'm not trying to get in your pants. Unless you'd like it, that is. He grinned again and pulled his hand away. That's an SD card with a complete rundown on a hit that happened in Tunisia 3 days ago. Taskforce took down a guy that was financing an assassination here in Lebanon. Originally, we didn't care because all the indicators pointed to a simple sectarian hit against some other faction in this fucked-up country. Taskforce now thinks it may be directed against Western interests, meaning the U.S. So what are we supposed to do? Get this card to someone else? Why were we pulled from Syria? He snickered, then saw she was serious. They didn't tell you why you were sent? No. All we got were the PM instructions. Well, operator, he said, you're here to save the day. Get the assassin. Protect American interests and all that bullshit. Same thing we always do. Jennifer said nothing for a moment, doing the wasted mental calculations of how the mission would affect her trip to Syria. Like a child who had let go of a balloon, seeing it float inexorably skyward, she tried to find a way to get back what she wanted. She realized Syria was lost for good. All right. What can you offer me besides this SD card? Well, for one, there's a very big discrepancy between the information found in Tunisia and what I know. I've been hearing about a hit for a few months, but it was always against internal Lebanese interests. Now the intel weenies think the guy from Tunisia was financing a hit specifically against a U.S. government official. I think they're wrong. Why? If it's single-source intel from the mission, it seems prudent, not something to ignore. It came from the hit, but there wasn't any smoking gun. You'll see when you boot up that SD card. The target hasn't talked yet. The Taskforce intel folks went through his hard drive and pieced it together. They're keying on the words infidel and American, and made a leap of logic. It's prudent if taken by itself, but I've been working here for over 7 years, feeding the beast quality intel. Those analysts go through one hit, and all of a sudden everything I've said is discounted. I've been hearing those same words used in reference to plenty of assassination attempts, but not as the target. You mean they're going to kill a foreign national in the presence of an American? At an American-sponsored conference or something? No. In this case, infidel has a very specific meaning to these guys. I'm telling you, the assassin is an American.
Chapter 12. Back in our hotel room, Jennifer gave me a rundown on what she'd learned while I went through the SD card the agent had passed. I hated hearing the briefing secondhand, but I'd had to make a hard call on who went into the cafe, and had decided I'd do more good outside, ready to react should something go wrong. Jennifer possessed a steel-trap mind, and would draw much less attention to the meeting than I would. Hot little Hammer, meeting a businessman, was better than a roughed-up expat. The case officer's story certainly matched up. The SD card had a clinical report, with all primary references being the thoughts of some analyst with a 50-pound head. No concrete information on the target or the timing, with every statement preceded by appears to be or suggests. Not a lot of help in our decidedly fluid mission statement. I decided to do my own investigation. Come on, let's go see a guy I know. Who? A soldier I met a long time ago on a training package here, before the Taskforce, before 9/11. He's a Special Forces guy I trust. We left our fancy hotel, a 5-star treat that tried hard to make you forget the deadly terrain it was parked within, but failed because of the metal detectors and physical searches at the door. Heading to the coast road, we passed the destroyed Holiday Inn, a mocking, bullet-ridden reminder of the animosity simmering just below the surface of Beirut. A testament to both the potential and the reality of the country. Going generally south along the coast, we left the city behind us. About 40 minutes later, we turned east and entered the foothills of the Shuf Mountains, home of the Druze sect. One of the 18 recognized sects in Lebanon, it was a monotheistic religion that was neither Christian nor Muslim. Primarily found in the Levant, the Druze were known for their fighting prowess and staunch loyalty. Driving along the winding mountain roads, full of switchbacks, we reached the small town of Deir al-Qamar. I cut north, finally stopping at a modest stone house, carved straight into the side of the mountain, with a view that would command millions in the United States. I killed the engine and said, "Hope he still lives here." "Really?" Jennifer said. "That's the best you can do? How long has it been, 10, 15 years? "Yeah, but all these homes are family-owned. This isn't like America. The sects tend to stick together for survival, and none more so than the Druze. If he's not here, whoever is will know where he lives now, and it'll be somewhere close." The door of the house swung open before we were out of the car. An attractive girl of about 13 on the stoop. She said something in Arabic back into the house, then in heavily accented English said, "Can I help you?" I stopped at the base of the steps. "We're looking for an old friend of mine. I met him when I was in the army a long time ago. His name's Samir al-Atrash." Before she could answer, Samir himself came onto the stoop. He looked exactly the same, a tall, rangy guy with jet black hair and a bushy mustache. He stared at me without recognition for a second or two, and as I waited to see if he would remember me, I realized I was wrong. He wasn't exactly the same. My memory of him had been frozen decades before, and like holding an old photo to your reflection in a mirror, I saw the changes. He had some gray coming through and a few more wrinkles, crow's feet around his eyes where there'd been none before. He said, "Pike?" I grinned. "I was beginning to think I hadn't left an impression on you. What with all the money we wasted on your training." His face split into a smile. "Impression? No, you didn't. At least not in any good way." I introduced Jennifer, and he led the way into his house. We settled into a small, comfortable den. The girl from earlier now teamed with a younger boy, both clinging to the armchair Samir was sitting in. You've been busy, I said. You were single the last time we talked. Times change. Sooner or later you realize what's truly important. You don't have a wife? Children? No. Not anymore. He laughed and said, You're going to die a greasy, dirty old man. You should try it, Pike. I think you'd like the lifestyle. I barked a fake laugh and awkwardly changed the subject, not wanting to make him feel bad. His brow furrowed at the abrupt shift, but I pressed on, talking about our business interests instead, how we loved the travel and adventure. Jennifer helped out by asking questions about the Drews. As usual, she knew more than I did and had never even been to the country. At a natural pause in the conversation, he whispered to his kids, then watched them scamper away and disappear into the back of the house. "What can I help you with?" he asked. "Surely you didn't drive into the mountains just to banter about your lack of commitment or your love of travel." About time. "Well, I was hoping to run something by you. Your unit, actually. See if that intelligence fusion cell you always bragged about can corroborate anything. Surely that thing is wired throughout the country by now. Pride of the Lebanese armed forces? Isn't that what you said it would be?" He glanced at the floor, then said, "I'm not in Special Forces anymore." "Oh. Well, can you still get access? As a regular grunt?" "Pike, I'm not in the Army. I quit after the 2006 war." "Really? You would be the last guy I thought would leave the Army. What happened?" His demeanor shifted, and not in a good way. "Israel invaded us, and the Lebanese armed forces did nothing, letting Hezbollah do all the fighting that should have been done by the LAF. We didn't even react when the Israelis blew up one of our convoys, killing a general. It was disgusting. Even my Special Forces unit sat on the sidelines and watched the civilians get slaughtered. If it hadn't been for Hezbollah, many, many more would have been killed." The answer surprised me, not the least because of his vociferousness about the subject. This wasn't the soldier I had left. A man all about unity and Lebanese solidarity, about a true armed force that had no sectarian leanings. Now he was siding with Hezbollah, the militia that started the fight in the first place by kidnapping 2 Israeli soldiers. And it was Hezbollah that Israel went after, not the LAF. I wasn't looking to get into a political argument, realizing more things had changed than the crow's feet. "Sorry to hear about that. It's good seeing you again. We'll get out of your hair." He sat up. "Don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity, and I'm not confused. I'm the one who lives here. I saw it happen. Thousands of Lebanese civilians killed, compared against maybe 150 Israelis, all soldiers." He was gripping the armchair hard and breathing heavy, daring me to say something against him. I recognized the signs. We were skating over a sore that I had opened, and he was about to do something we'd both regret. I said, "I'm not looking for a fight. We'll just leave." He stood up, mocking me. "Not looking for a fight? That's not what you used to say. All that training to protect something, and all you were doing was helping out the Israelis. You and the West are all alike. Train the stupid locals, then leave when the hostilities get to a level you don't like. You don't know what suffering is." That was enough. Very few had suffered as I had, and the fact that he had 2 children walking the earth told me he wasn't one of them. I balled up my fist, ready to go as far as he wanted to take it. I saw Jennifer jump up, probably wondering what she should do. I was wrong. She stepped between us, looked Samir in the eye, and said, "Pike's family was murdered, both his wife and child, for nothing. That's why he changed the subject when you were talking about marriage. Don't push his buttons about suffering. I promise you won't like the results." I whipped my head to her. Samir's mouth fell open. She continued, "He has the same rage you do. He looks just like you when he gets worked up. He didn't invade Lebanon, so don't take it out on us." Samir looked from her to me. I said nothing, but my expression told him it was true. He sagged back into his chair. When he spoke, He was back to being the Samir I knew. I am sorry. Sorry for both of us. I exhaled and sat down as well. That's okay, I said. The rage is mostly gone now. I smiled. Jennifer was just trying to scare you. He scraped something off of his knee and said, Maybe I can help anyway. I have sources. I can ask around. No. This is like what we used to investigate. I'm not going to ask you about the price of bread in Tripoli. Don't worry about it. It was good just seeing you. Let's leave it at that. Wait. I'm telling you I have sources. Just like I used to have. Let me help. I paused and looked at Jennifer. She shrugged, saying, What's the harm? Okay. My government has heard about an assassination attempt here in Lebanon. The sticky point is that we can't figure out the target. Some analysts say it's Lebanese, and some say it's American. With the new United States envoy to the Middle East doing his first tour, coupled with the peace process in Qatar, people are getting antsy. I just figured I'd see if you could help neck it down. See what you've heard. Surprised by the question, he said nothing for a moment, sizing me up as if for the first time, seeing things that should remain in the shadows. Because it would help in your archaeological business, he said. Help you find sites, you and Jennifer. I held his eye for a moment, then said, Because I was asked to check while I was here, nothing more. A favor for friends in the government. Can you get that to the fusion cell? No. My sources aren't military ones. Druze? He said nothing, simply looking at me, and it clicked. He'd gone completely over. Tell me you're not with Hezbollah. You can't possibly be with those murdering thugs. He grew indignant. I am Druze, and will always be. But Hezbollah is a power. We have connected with them. They aren't the murderers you say they are. They are the majority in our government now. I'm not with them, but I don't fight them. How on earth can you, a Druze, say that? They want an Islamic State, for God's sake. They started the damn 2006 war. They've got a fucking theme park celebrating the destruction of your country, and you blame Israel? I stomped at the door, Jennifer right behind me. I opened it, turned around, and said, They are your road to ruin, and you don't even see it. Pike, wait. No matter what you think of them, they can help. After the Hariri assassination, they become very sensitive to killings in Lebanon. They get blamed for them all. If what you say is true, they'll want to stop it just as much as you do, and me. They have connections like nobody else in this country. They'll be able to find out if it's true or not. I promise they won't want an American getting killed here. They want to consolidate political power, and that would only hurt them. I can't believe I just heard that come out of your mouth. They kill Hariri, the man putting your country back together, and now I should use their help because they got caught and don't want to get blamed again. Do you hear yourself? They didn't kill Hariri. You can believe that. No way. That's just what the Zionists want the world to believe. Either way, you have the same interests here. I didn't like the stench of it, but he was right. Feed this to Hezbollah, and they'd get to the bottom of it. Unlike us, they'd just cut off some heads. The end state was fine by me. The only question was whether they weren't behind it in the first place. Odds were what he said was true. Hezbollah didn't do a lot of kidnappings and killings of foreigners anymore, since they'd gotten hammered for the suspicions of killing Hariri, and since they'd assumed a majority in the government. I decided I was willing to risk it, with some caveats. If you go to them, you'd better make damn sure you don't mention me or Jennifer. Nothing about us, understand? You might trust those torturing Islamic fascists, but I sure as shit don't. I gave him our cell number and walked out to the car, Jennifer in tow. To my back, Samir said, I'll call tomorrow. When I didn't respond, he said, Pike, I'm still Samir. I wouldn't join a group of terrorists. Hezbollah doesn't run around killing anymore. The Civil War is long over. They don't hire assassins.
Chapter 13. Infidel felt comfortable following the Druze. He had stuck to main thoroughfares and was now walking on foot down the Corniche, the long stretch of western coastline along Avenue de Paris. Full of fishermen and tourists, it was easy for the assassin to blend in. The only reason anyone came to the Corniche was to walk, so no destination was expected. He could follow all day long without arousing suspicion. Not that it mattered. The Druze seemed relaxed in the environment and showed no signs of attempting to sort out any surveillance efforts. Yesterday, the assassin had met his contacts in Hezbollah at the same coffee shop they always used, in the heart of the Dahia, surrounded by thugs. He was not a timid man, but he greatly feared being killed by mistake inside the stronghold. After all, he looked exactly like someone a paranoid foot soldier for Hezbollah would think was a U.S. spy, someone to torture purely for the pleasure of it. He was thankful for the iron hold Hezbollah's hierarchy had over their men. It was cult-like in its efficiency. The meeting was strained, with a vibe that was different from previous encounters. He'd been paid and congratulated for his successful killing of the investigator, then told about a rumor of an attack in Lebanon, possibly against U.S. interests. A walk-in, a Druze no less, had brought information from an unknown source. Jafar and Majid had both professed innocence, but had heard of a meeting between Palestinian freedom fighters that they wanted to check out. The meeting was supposed to be a simple strategy session, but Hezbollah now wondered if it was something more. They wanted him to provide the Druze with equipment to record the meeting, which was definitely strange. Why waste effort on a recording? Why not just hammer them? Hezbollah certainly had the ability, and the will, if this meeting had a snowball's chance in hell of stopping their political agenda. Killing Palestinians wouldn't affect Hezbollah at all, unlike killing an investigator of the tribunal, and they'd paid him for that easily. He was sure there was something more going on, and he thought he knew what it was. They've set something in motion and are afraid of losing control. The meeting was in the port city of Sidon, a little less than an hour south of Beirut, but outside of Hezbollah land. If he was right, it meant they were using Sunnis for the job, whatever it was. But the Sunni groups had nowhere near the discipline of Hezbollah. All rage and jihadist fervor. And that's why I'm being asked to help. They wanted him to provide the means to ensure that the Palestinian radicals weren't just taking the money and about to screw up Hezbollah's plans. The one thing that confused him was the Druze connection. Why make up the story about an unknown source and a possible assassination attempt? Why not just say they'd heard about something strange going on and have him provide the equipment, like every other transaction they had done? The story held a ring of truth, and an unknown source providing information to Hezbollah scared him. Doing some digging, he'd learned that the Druze had been an operator in a very elite section of the Lebanese armed forces, a counter-terrorist expert who'd cut his teeth on the operational side, then proven just as valuable on the analytic side, creating an intelligence fusion cell that had grown to be a thorn in Hezbollah's side. Actually, a thorn in everyone's side, from the Sunnis to the Israelis. Very, very effective and nonpartisan. Why the soldier was now working with Hezbollah was a mystery. It raised the hair on his neck. His paymasters may not care, but he wanted to know what he was getting into. The Druze finally left Avenue de Paris, cutting down to the Riviera Hotel, then hanging a left, going into the tunnel underneath the highway to the hotel's beach club, a popular tourist attraction on the coast, with multiple bars, pools, and beachfront property. He wandered around for a moment as if looking for something, then settled onto a stool at a bar, with a view of the entrance to the resort. He ordered a drink and seemed to be just killing time. Infidel took a seat behind him, on a chair underneath an umbrella, his back to the ocean. He settled down to wait, but it didn't take long before he saw activity. A Caucasian came through the entrance and scanned the area. The assassin recognized him immediately, not believing what he was seeing. His stomach clenched in unfamiliar fear. What the fuck is he doing here?
I entered the Riviera Beach Club 35 minutes before the meeting I'd set with Samir. I wanted some time to check out the area, find any vantage points or entrances I'd missed to locate any surveillance that might be following him. I'd given Samir a specific route, then dropped Jennifer off at the tunnel on the Corniche, a choke point that was ideal to see if someone was on his tail. Her location would give a good 5 minutes before he came within view. If she called me, I'd simply disappear. I glanced around the area, then did a double-take. Samir was sitting at the bar. I stalked over to him, fuming. "What the fuck are you doing here? I come in first, you follow. Did you forget that?" He held his hands up. "Whoa, calm down. I was in the area early and didn't feel like sitting on a park bench downtown. You're paranoid. Nobody's following me. This isn't the Civil War." I sat down on the bar stool next to him. "You'd better hope not, or we're both getting our heads cut off." I then looked into his eyes. "Unless you're protected and you're serving me up." "Pike, trust me. I'm the one on the inside. This is my country, and I would never put you in jeopardy. I did what you asked, and I got some information. You were right. You want to hear it or walk away?" I grimaced, wanting to punch him, but said, "Give it to me." "There's a meeting planned in Sidon. It's between a couple of Sunni Palestinian groups, and supposedly about the financing of Palestinian efforts with no specific targets. The same stuff that goes on all the time. My contacts have heard that they're going to talk about a general planning of attacks inside Israel. They're now worried that they're discussing an attack against the envoy from America, here in Beirut. They want to stop it if that's the case." "Okay, great, go stop it. Come on, Pike. How many gunfights have you heard since you've been here? You think we can just run in and shoot everyone like it's the Old West? They can't simply stop it like you say. It's just a meeting between men, and we still have some semblance of law here. Okay, fine. What can you help me with? Where's the meeting?" "I don't have the address yet, but it's coming. I do know it's not in the camps. The meeting is being held in neutral territory in the city proper. Apparently the two groups don't trust each other, and as you know, any territory in the camps is owned by some militia. Even given that, more than likely none of my contacts will be able to get close. It's a Sunni area, and you'd be surprised how quickly they can sniff out another sect. Including Druze, I suppose? Well, yeah. That's where I'm going." "Why can I get in and you cannot?" "I don't know you can, but you have a greater chance than me or my contacts do. We smell, look, and act Lebanese, but we don't belong in Sidon. The city is not like Beirut. It's much, much more conservative. But if they want to meet in neutral territory, it probably means in an area full of people, like you, to prevent an overt attack. You don't belong in Sidon either, but you have a reason for it as a tourist. You have a good shot at getting what we want." I considered what he said, knowing it would be very, very dangerous. He saw me thinking and thought my resolve was faltering. "We can't get into the site, but we'll be there on the outside, providing security. That didn't give me any confidence. Who? A bunch of lunatics who would just as soon cut off my head? He smiled. No, my men, Druze. They have no other allegiance than to me. They will do what I say. Are they any good? Just as good as me. I trained them and you trained me. I threw down the toothpick I was playing with. Well, that doesn't give me any assurance. Today, you fucking ignored all of that training. He held his arms out and smiled. Today, there was no threat. Chapter 14. 24 hours later, I was walking north along a tight little street in the port town of Sidon, about 40 minutes south of Beirut. I carried an ancient laptop in a shoulder bag, like an itinerant poet looking for the perfect setting to get in touch with my feelings. The meeting was scheduled in 30 minutes at 8 p.m., and I was scoping the area before setting up in the chosen meet site, a large khan set next to the ocean. I reached the coast road and could see an ancient stone castle out in the water at the end of a causeway, an old relic from the Crusades. Pretending to take in the view, I analyzed the daily rhythms of life. Nothing stood out. I knew that Jennifer, along with Samir's little posse, was establishing surveillance positions around the cafe and would warn me if something looked dirty. I didn't trust Samir's crew, but I sure as shit trusted Jennifer. I walked across the coast road, seeing my destination, a large cafe with both inside and outside seating. From Samir's sources, the meeting would take place at the northeast corner, at the farthest table inside. I would set up early at the next table, happily typing away on my laptop, the hippie backpacker engrossed in the simple life of Sidon, sucking down espresso. The laptop was actually nothing more than a camera housed in the shell of a computer. It had video capability both on the front and back of the screen, which meant I could set up facing the table or with my back to the meeting. Samir had gotten the camera from his contacts and shown me how to use it, proud of his ability to get such equipment and eager to prove his contacts wanted to help. I stressed to him that after this was all said and done, I was the one walking away with the intel. He could take the computer camera back to Hezbollah, but not before I had a complete copy of what was on it. Giving Hezbollah the chance to do the dirty work was fine, but if they failed to take action, I wanted the Taskforce to be able to protect American lives. He'd said Hezbollah would have no issue with that, like they were a bunch of schoolmarms simply out to help the illiteracy rate instead of a pack of bloodthirsty backstabbing murderers. All in all, the camera itself was pretty simple. A couple of keystrokes to boot up the software, then a couple more to start the recording. The hardest part was aiming the lens, since I wouldn't have the luxury of seeing what I was taping at crunch time. After about an hour of practice, I was pretty good at it. The worst thing about the system wasn't the skill required, it was the weight. The damn laptop felt like I was hiking around with an anchor on my shoulder. Hezbollah might be a powerhouse here, but they were still third world when it came to covert equipment. I set up in the cafe, taking note of the patrons around me. Some of them, without a doubt, were security for the meeting. It didn't require any special skill to pick them out. 20-something tough guys at every corner, holding drinks they didn't touch and glaring around. No training whatsoever. I, on the other hand, looked like a sissy boy. Fake glasses in place, Birkenstocks, and a hippie shirt with long sleeves. They sized me up and ignored me in the same glance. The cafe itself contrasted starkly with the cinder block houses and businesses jammed together just across the coast road. It was elegant and clearly old, with vaulted ceilings, wood moldings, and pillars scattered throughout the room. It reminded me of a Disney set for Aladdin. It wasn't particularly crowded, but had enough people to keep the waiter busy. One man at the opposite corner caught my eye. Seated by himself, he was doing nothing overtly suspicious, and I wondered why I'd keyed on him. Frail and skinny, he looked more like a pussy than I did.
But I had learned to trust my instincts, and for some reason, he had pinged. I surreptitiously watched him for 30 seconds, then went back to the room. He had done nothing but sip his coffee, showing no interest to anything going on. Certainly not at my end of the cafe. Getting paranoid. I had decided to put the meeting table to my back and use the camera on the screen side of the computer. Samir's intel said the meeting would last no more than 5 minutes, and it would make me look less conspicuous. The position also afforded me the ability to watch the entrance without turning around every few minutes. I'd let them get seated, then hit record, leaving the computer running while I went to the men's room. 5 minutes before hit time, I got movement around me. More men came inside, taking the tables to the left and right. Hard-looking guys who spent all their time peering out from the table instead of focusing in and talking to one another. The hit time came, and a couple of older men entered and took a seat at the target table. They ordered something to drink and waited. My pulse started to pick up. Here we go. So far, I appeared to be good, with nobody paying me a second glance. 2 minutes after hit time, a large Arabic man came through the entrance, oozing outward machismo. The only thing stopping the effect was the set of Coke bottle glasses he wore. They made him look ridiculous, like a demented Mr. Magoo. He swaggered in and settled his eyes on the target table. That's him, all bluster and bad attitude. My heart rate began to hum, but I showed no outward sign. I stroked the keys, waiting on the last one, and focused on my screen, running through the mission in my head. I began to second-guess my camera angle, my distance, and everything else. We would only get one shot, and if I screwed this up, there'd be nobody to blame but myself. The man settled himself directly to my back, facing away from me, which sort of sucked because I wouldn't get a facial recognition shot of him. But I knew the embedded microphones would pick up the conversation. They did the usual Arabic greeting, and I hit the final key, standing up quickly to avoid spoiling the view. I slowly walked toward the restrooms, pretending I didn't know where they were. I flagged a waiter and asked. Given directions, I made my way at a leisurely pace. I entered the bathroom and looked around, dismayed to see there wasn't a stall I could hide behind for a time. I was pondering how I could kill 5 minutes when an explosion rocked the place, sending plaster from the ceiling. What the hell? I raced back to the main room and saw my little corner table was on fire, with torn bodies from the meeting lying all over the place. The explosion had been small, but forcefully directed against the target table. Coming from my table, where the computer had been vaporized. Coming from a screen I should have been facing. The rage came instantly. Those fuckers. That's why the damn computer weighed so much. It hadn't been old-school technology. It had been ball bearings and explosives. And Samir, my friend, had given it to me. I had time later to sort it out. What I needed to do first was get out of the area before anyone remembered I was the one at that table. I fled outside and saw I was too late. 7 of the toughs providing security earlier closed on me before I could react. 2 grabbed me, and 1 swung a club at my head.
Sitting on a park bench down the street, Jennifer heard the explosion and stood up, trying to vector the specific location. When she saw smoke rush from the Target Cafe, she took off at a sprint. On the opposite side of the street, she reached the front in time to see Pike exit. She shouted his name but was drowned out. She watched helplessly as he was viciously clubbed around his head and body, a group of men kicking and punching him on the ground until a van pulled alongside. He was unceremoniously thrown in the back, and the van raced away. She was at a momentary loss, trying to piece together the chain of events. She pushed through the crowd and caught a glimpse of the carnage at the target table, realizing what had happened. Realizing they had been used. She knew that Pike had very little time before he was killed, and the clock was ticking. Now. She exited the cafe, getting free of the crowds, and saw Samir across the street. She sprinted right at him. Samir saw her coming and shouted, "Jennifer, what happened? Where's Pike?" Before he could react, she wrapped one arm around his waist and grabbed his elbow with the other. She rotated around, levered her hip against his groin, and whipped his body up and over hers through the air. He thumped the ground hard, and she straddled his waist. "Where did you take him?" When he shouted nonsense, she began striking, just like a training day, blocking his ineffectual attempts to stop her and hammering his face over and over again, each blow bouncing his head off the concrete. One of his men arrived and grabbed her forearm, halting the assault. She rotated her arm in a quick circle, breaking it free. At the same time, she trapped his wrist. She violently twisted against the joint, hearing a rewarding crack as the wrist shattered and the man went to his knees. She returned to Samir, who had now put his arms across his face, shouting, "Stop! Stop! I didn't do anything!" "Where is he?" When he said nothing, she began striking him again, this time with less effect as his arms prevented her from direct contact. 2 other Druze arrived and began to battle her. It took 3 before she was pulled off of Samir. Chapter 15. The ghost's ears were ringing from the blast. Having lived his entire life in Beirut, his body had reacted instantly, hitting the floor even before his conscious mind knew why. The initial shock over, he peeked from underneath his table, seeing the carnage across the cafe. So far, nobody in the restaurant had reacted. Still shocked, they simply cowered and whimpered. He saw the briefcase the men had brought lying underneath a body, apparently intact. When initially given the meeting location, inside the Ain el-Hilwa Palestinian refugee camp, he'd been happy with the choice. Reflecting on the location after he'd left the Dahiya, the ghost had balked, telling the Hezbollah leadership he'd meet, but on neutral terrain. They'd come up with this cafe, but he still wasn't completely satisfied. He'd decided to send someone else to the meeting, someone with the physical characteristics the men would be expecting, a tough guy with a swagger. He knew the main identification method would be the glasses his bad genetics forced on him. It had been very little effort to find someone in the camp who met the specifications and needed money. He'd given him instructions and paid him up front, sending him into the meeting wearing glasses with thick lenses. He didn't worry about missing out on any discussions because he'd specified that all information was to be passed to him in hard form. Initially, before he'd come up with his doppelganger plan, it was simply because he didn't want to spend a single second more than he had to with these men. He trusted them about as much as he would the Mossad. It looked like that mistrust had just saved his life. He'd think about the whys of the attack later, but knew one thing. There was a leak somewhere. He was willing to bet it was with the Sunnis and not Hezbollah. In Lebanon, the fragmented Palestinian groups had always tended to fire before aiming. He could well imagine how many people knew about this meeting because of their bragging. Seeing the waitstaff starting to recover, he duck-walked over to the table, screaming for someone to help him, and beginning to conduct triage on the shattered bodies in the blast. He rolled one man over, ostensibly checking for signs of life, but in reality exposing the briefcase. He waited for the crowd to gather, as he knew it would. Seconds later, he was surrounded by a plethora of people, all shouting instructions, one splashing water from an ice bucket on the small fire, another throwing chairs and tables out of the way to clear the area. He leaned over and closed his hands on the briefcase, the handle slick with the blood from the man who'd been lying on it. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. asking if the meat he was leaning over was alive. He said no and stood up. He pushed through the crowd and reached the street, gripping the briefcase tightly in his hands.
Chapter 16. The men continued to pummel me inside the van, shouting in Arabic. I protested in English, demanding to know what I had done, setting my innocence as soon as possible. I knew it would matter little, and I was in serious, serious trouble. The van careened down the narrow roads, eventually driving without swerving left and right, which meant we were out of town. There weren't any windows to see out of, even if they'd given me a chance to look, but I knew we were headed to the Ain al-Hilwa Palestinian refugee camp. Once past that barrier, I knew my chances of survival would be close to zero. One of the men began shouting into a cell phone in Arabic. Seeing me watch, another shoved a coarse burlap sack on my head, blocking out the light. Here we go. If they bring out a video camera and a knife, it's last chance time. The men weren't professional, because they'd left me both with my watch and cell phone. That was good on the surface, but could prove deadly. No training equaled no discipline, which meant I could be killed out of rage without thinking about the consequences. I hoped these guys would want to question me at length, extending out my life, as it were, and prayed that's what the shouting on the phone had been about. Someone with a cool head giving orders, instead of leaving me to my fate with these Neanderthals. Eventually we stopped. I was cuffed on the head and dragged out of the van, the hood still on. Without any concern for my well-being, we speed-walked up a flight of concrete steps. I kept slipping, banging my shins, and trying to break my fall with my arms. Every time it happened, I was slapped and punched for a couple of seconds before being jerked to my feet. I was thrown through a doorway, slamming into a wall. Two men jerked me through another door and forced me into a chair. I was rapidly tied around all of my limbs, then left alone for a minute or two. I heard footsteps, and the hood was ripped off of my head. I faced one of the men who'd lumped me up to begin with. They still hadn't taken my cell phone, which was good. The longer I had it, the better. "Who do you work for?" Here it comes. In the movies, this is when I would spit in the guy's face and tell him to fuck off, because I'm so tough. In real life, I knew aggravating this man was the last thing I should do. My survival rested on my ability to convince them they'd made a mistake. "I work for myself. I own a business. If it's a ransom you want, my partner will pay, but we don't have a lot of money." He slapped my head. "Who do you work for in the U.S. government? The CIA? Or maybe Mossad?" "CIA? Is that what you think? You've made a terrible mistake. I'm just a businessman here on vacation. I don't work for any government, I swear. I'm not even religious, and certainly not Jewish." Before I could answer, another man entered, older and much more self-assured, with an 8-inch salt and pepper beard just like Osama bin Laden used to have. The boss. He said something in Arabic, and the tough said something back. The boss screamed at the man, and immediately he was ripping through my pockets. He found the cell phone and passed it over. They both left the room, and I prayed the phone stayed in the building. It was my last bit of hope. I went through strategies for prolonging the inevitable, but my mind was having trouble staying focused. I felt a deep sense of fear, a pathological phobia of what was about to happen, and it was blotting out logical thought. I knew that sooner or later they were going to get rough, and I had seen what that entailed. In 1984, the CIA chief of station in Beirut, William Buckley, was kidnapped by Hezbollah. Months later, an unmarked videotape arrived at the U.S. Embassy in Athens. In it, a nude William Buckley was being gruesomely tortured. Another tape arrived every few months. until one came simply showing him dead. The skin puckered throughout his naked body from repeated abuse. The tapes were classified, but I had seen them. They had left a mark on my soul, grainy images branded in my brain, and guttural screams haunting my dreams, made all the more visceral because they were real. The pain, shrieks, and agony weren't from a screenplay, but a living man. The tapes had left a disquieting mark on my subconscious that had never gone away. I had never told anyone, but Buckley's fate was my singular fear, and now I was going to live it. Buckley had managed to survive for more than a year of inhumane captivity. If it came to it, I hoped my demise would be much, much quicker. Rescue wasn't going to happen. An enormous effort had been made to locate Buckley, using the entire powers of the Central Intelligence Agency, along with help from a multitude of Western intelligence agencies and Mossad. He was, after all, the Beirut chief of station. None of it had mattered. I had no such luxury. Nobody even knew I was missing. There would be no grand struggle to locate and recover me. All I had was Jennifer.
Jennifer fought with all of her might to prevent being thrown into the van, but it was a wasted effort. With 4 men holding her writhing form, she made them work, but that was all. They heaved her through the sliding door hard enough to slam against the other side. She sprang to her knees and turned to fight, striking the first man who tried to enter with 2 quick jabs. The back doors opened and 2 men piled in. She lashed out with her feet, connecting with one and trying to slip past the other out the back to freedom. He slammed her above the ear with a straight right punch, causing stars. She continued to spin toward the rear, getting her hands outside the van. She pulled and felt her legs grabbed. She was ripped inside and set upon by both men. They began to punch her all over, forcing her to curl to protect herself. She felt the van move and heard someone shouting in Arabic. The punching stopped, followed by the men simply holding her down. She heard her name called over and over. She looked to the voice and saw Samir staring at her in concern, his lips split, nose bleeding, and the left side of his face swollen. "Have you gone mad? What in the world happened?" he said. She began to buck, trying to get out of the men's grasp, spittle flying from her mouth. "Jennifer, stop it! Look at me!" She relaxed, her eyes on the ceiling of the van. "Looks like you've got us both, you son of a bitch. I had nothing to do with that bomb. I still don't know what happened. Where's Pike?" She looked at him, trying to sense deception. "The computer you gave Pike didn't only have a camera. It had a bomb." He said nothing, his mouth dropping open. "I get that you have a vendetta. I heard you talk in your house, but why use us? Why Pike? He said you were his friend, and that means a lot to him. He doesn't have many, and you use that against him." "I did no such thing. I would never do that. I'm not a terrorist." "You're wrong about the computer." "Then let me go, right now. I need to use my phone. Pike's in real trouble." He turned to the men and said a sentence or 2 in Arabic. They released her. She pulled out her phone and called the Taskforce, knowing she was breaking every rule there was by using an open line. A receptionist answered. "Blaisdell Consulting. How may I help you?" "I'd like to speak to Kurt Hale, please." "I'm sorry, there's no one here by that name." She mentally crossed her fingers and said, "Prairie fire. I say again, prairie fire." The receptionist hesitated, then said, "Please hold." After a wait, a voice she recognized came on. "Whom am I speaking with?" "Kurt, it's Jennifer. I don't have time to explain, but I need a lock on Pike's phone right now." There was a pause, then, "Who is this? I'm not sure you have the right number. We're a consulting firm." They're going to blow me off, she thought, even after the code word. They're going to sacrifice Pike to protect the Taskforce. Kurt, listen to me. Pike's in serious trouble. Send me the grid, please. Goodbye. Please don't call back. The line went dead. She was stunned. She couldn't believe they would sacrifice one of their own to protect themselves. She noticed the men staring at her, waiting for her to talk. She said nothing, sagging against the metal of the van, her mind trying to find a solution that didn't exist. Her phone vibrated with a text message. When she looked at it, she saw latitude and longitude displayed, along with the note, "Call secure immediately." Jesus Christ. Damn Taskforce subterfuge. Kurt's going to pay for that. Back in business, she barked, "Take me to the U.S. Embassy. Drop me off as fast as you can." "Why? The embassy can't help. We can. Tell me what you know." "Like I would trust you as far as I can throw you? Take me to the damn embassy. Where's my bag?" One of the men tossed her knapsack to her. She pulled out a tablet PC and began working it. Samir said, "I had nothing to do with that bomb. Maybe someone else sent it. This is Lebanon, you know." She didn't look up, still working the tablet, saying, "And that's why the security detail we saw before the explosion immediately singled out Pike, huh? They knew it was his computer because they saw him inside with it. They knew who put the bomb in there, and so do I. Even if that's true, it wasn't me. I was used just like you were. Let me help. Where is Pike?" She turned the tablet to him. "Here. Take me to the consulate right now. We're running out of time." He looked at the map and said, "That's the Palestinian refugee camp. Your consulate will be no help there. It'll take 48 hours to even get permission to enter, and that permission will reach the men holding Pike long before you do. Let us help. The gates of the camp are guarded by Lebanese armed forces. I can get you in." "For what?" "So you can kill both Pike and me and prevent embarrassment to Hezbollah with our story. We wouldn't want it to get out that they were behind the killing, would we?" He said nothing for a moment, then turned and spoke in Arabic to the men in the van. The conversation lasted a couple of minutes. In English he said, "If you are correct, they used me just as they used you. I'm not convinced they did, but I know that Pike has been captured, and I will give my life to free him, my men as well. Is that enough?" She knew what he said about the consulate was correct. The damn State Department weenies would pee their pants when she came running in with her story. Pike's location was growing colder by the second, and it would take forever to get them to react. By then, his cell phone could be in the hands of a 14-year-old who'd purchased it on the black market. "How good are you and your men?" "Very, very good. Pike trained me, and I trained them. We don't look like much, but we can get the job done." "Weapons?" Samir turned to a man in the back. He unzipped a duffel showing the worn bluing of a beat-up folding-stock AK-47. "They aren't fancy, but they'll shoot. We do this, and I'm in charge, understand? You follow my orders. You don't, and I'm going to start shooting in both directions, assuming you're a threat." He looked like he'd swallowed curdled milk. "You? You think you're going on the assault? Have you lost your mind? You're an anthropologist. Leave this to us. We know how to fight. I understand your lack of trust, but this is something for professionals. You need certain skills to win." She pulled out the AK and began a functions check. Satisfied it would work as advertised, she seated a magazine and racked around. Seeing the surprise on Samir's pummeled face, she bared her teeth in a predator's smile. "You looked in a mirror lately? I've got the skills, and I'm in charge." Chapter 17. Kurt Hale slammed his handset into the cradle. "Mike, get your ass in here." The duty officer, hearing the tone, stuck his head in the door in seconds. "Yes, sir?" "Geolocate Pike's cell phone, ASAP. Text the grid to this number." He looked at the last call display on his desk phone and scribbled a number on a sticky note. "Got it. Commo section has Pike's handset selectors already?" "Yeah, they've got something. IMEI, IMSI, or some other tech shit. I don't care what they're executing right now. They drop it. This is a prairie fire. Send the grid as soon as you get it, and include in the text for them to call secure immediately." George Wolfe, the Taskforce deputy commander, was entering the office just as Mike raced away. "Oh, must be free beer somewhere." Mike said nothing, disappearing down the hall with a purpose. George said, "What's that all about? What's up?" "I don't know. Pike's in trouble. Jennifer called on an open line asking for the location of Pike's cell phone. She triggered a prairie fire." George said, "You're shitting me." Prairie fire was the code word for a catastrophic event. It meant the overt compromise of a task force team or the impending death of a task force operator. When used, everything in the task force came to a stop, with all assets that could react dedicated to that team. In all the years of task force existence, the words had never been uttered. "Not shedding at all. I don't know what it's about, but it looks like you finally get to see your plan in motion." Before accepting the position of DCO of the task force, George had spent decades inside the CIA's National Clandestine Services, most of that time in the Special Activities Division, conducting covert operations on every continent but the Antarctic. Some of the missions had been just short of suicidal, with no way to call for help should the worst occur. Unlike the military, when SAD hung it out there, it was absolutely for keeps. No reserves, no cavalry, no rescue. George understood when that attitude was truly necessary, but on several occasions when he'd come close to dying on a mission that was a little ill-conceived, he was convinced it was simply because of a lack of forethought. The CIA leadership was so used to the mission profile that they just took it on faith that nothing could or should be done if things went bad. After working with select Department of Defense Special Mission Units and seeing the care they put into contingency planning for operations, his mindset changed. When he helped form the mission profile for the task force, he had implemented a panic button should a task force operator find himself in dire straits. Kurt had picked the code words, the same code words used by his father on top-secret cross-border missions in Vietnam. Kurt said, "What can we leverage for Lebanon?" "Mostly tech stuff, which you're doing now. Nothing in the AO, team-wise." "What about Knuckles in Tunisia?" George paused, thinking. "Yeah, Krusty's done. And they're just doing cover development now, but you pulled them officially, and it's a risk." George was reminding him that one of the key ways to blow an operation was to flee too soon after it was over. The police would naturally look at who immediately left following a mission, searching for leads. Because of this, task force teams would stay in the area of operations for as long as necessary, ostensibly doing whatever their cover said they should be doing. Knuckles' team was now servicing the oil fields in Tunisia, finishing out their contract. "The black hole's still off the coast of Tunisia, right?" "Yeah. Knuckles is a SEAL, so's Decoy. Anyone else dive qualified on that team?" "Yeah. Brett, a new guy I brought over from Special Activities Division. He was a Force Recon Marine in an earlier life. Probably hasn't done any scuba action in years, but he could figure it out. What are you thinking?" "Swim 'em into Beirut, unofficial. Get 'em on Pike, then get 'em back to Tunisia before anyone knows they're gone." "I don't know. Who'll pick 'em up? Who's doing the advanced force work? They can't just walk out of the ocean." "One step at a time. Find out who's dive qualified on that team and give 'em a warning order. It may go nowhere, but I want 'em ready. I'll be out of the net for a few hours. I have to alert the Oversight Council. They'll need to approve any movement of Knuckles' team." An hour later, walking down the hall to the Taskforce conference room of the old executive office building, Kurt caught a glimpse of the west wing of the White House out a window. As he neared the room, he could hear muted chatter spilling into the hallway. The members who were available for this quick meeting guessing as to what it was about. He stepped through the door and the buzz of conversation dropped away. As one by one they realized he had entered. A quick survey showed that only 8 of the 13 members were present, something that could be expected given the duties of the people appointed to the council. He was surprised to see President Warren in the room, figuring if anyone had been unable to attend, it would have been the president. He went to the small podium at the front of the room and cleared his throat, unsure how to proceed. "You're probably wondering why I've called you here," flashed through his mind. Instead, when he had everyone's full attention, he just laid it out. "Today at 13:48 D.C. time, we had a prairie fire alert from Lebanon. One of our task force operators is in jeopardy, quite possibly lethal. I'm looking to move a team into the country as soon as I can, and I need your approval to do so because it's not without risk." All eyes were riveted on him. He continued with the specifics of what he knew and his best guess as to the nature of the trouble. When he finished, President Warren spoke first. "So you don't know he's captured, you're just worst-casing it?" "That's correct, sir, although I can't see what else it could be. Jennifer wouldn't call over an open line for a lock-on, invoking prairie fire if she'd simply lost him at a souk somewhere. She said he was in trouble. That, coupled with the phone grid, tells me he's in bad guy hands and she needed his location. What are the odds it's the Lebanese authorities and not terrorists?" "I'd hate to guess. LAF would be best case. But if that happened, I don't think she'd call prairie fire. And his phone grid wouldn't be in a Palestinian refugee camp notorious for hiding terrorists." The National Security Advisor, Alexander Palmer, spoke up. "What's this mean? Worst case? I get Pike getting killed, but that's not worst case." He saw Kurt bristle and said, "Calm down. I'm not being callous, and we don't have time for emotions. I want him back as much as you, but what's it mean the longer he's in custody? Catastrophic. He's been in the task force since its inception. He knows just about every cover and front company we use, along with every tactic, technique, and procedure. We can't do anything operational until we get him back and determine what he was forced to divulge. If we don't get him back, we have to assume everything's compromised. The task force is finished." He saw a few eyes widen and realized they were thinking he meant the task force would become public knowledge, along with their involvement. I'm not talking about an expose in the Post. If he's been captured by Hezbollah or one of the Palestinian groups, they're not going to brag about the intel bonanza. They're going to use it to penetrate our counter-terrorist capability so they can thwart it. That's why I'm saying the task force is finished. We'll have to assume they know every method we utilize. It'll be like us operating thinking we're wearing camouflage when the enemy sees blaze orange." Palmer said, "Didn't we already have an indication that there'd been a penetration from the operation in Tunisia? Didn't he know he was being hunted? Isn't that why you guys took him down as a fleeting target?" Kurt said, "Yes, sir, we thought that, but we were wrong. Turns out Krusty was convinced he was being followed by the new Tunisian government for some heinous things he'd done in support of the old regime. It had nothing to do with terrorism, just a coincidence. This, on the other hand, is the real deal." "How long to get a team in there?" "I've got a warning order to Knuckles in Tunisia. He's the closest one. But because he's covered under the oil company, he can't just pick up his team and fly to Lebanon without risking the exposure of the Krusty operation. Best case, I can get him in country in 48 hours. How long do you think Pike can last? What do you mean by last? You mean live or keep his mouth shut? Palmer grimaced, then said, I mean keep his mouth shut. I honestly don't know. Pike's as tough a man as I've ever seen. But if they're using extreme pressure, 48 hours is a long, long time.
Chapter 18. The old man shouted at the toughs to stop the ineffectual slapping and punching, seeing it was getting them nowhere. In fact, they were moving backwards, because I was now having trouble talking through my swollen face. They sat back and studied me, waiting. Another man entered the room, middle-aged and carrying an old-fashioned leather doctor's bag. With a chill, I realized that the punching had simply been for pleasure. They had no serious interest in my protests of innocence. They had been waiting on this man. He talked to the old man for a moment, then opened the satchel, pulling out a scalpel. He sliced my shirt off of my body, exposing my chest. Here we go. Need to focus. Need something to focus on. In surprisingly good English, he said, You know, we can keep you alive forever, in a state of perpetual pain. I have worked on many men, and have gotten very, very good at walking the balance. Do you know of William Buckley? Of course you won't admit it. Not yet, anyway. But he was one of my first patients. The statement made me physically nauseous, searing my core in fear. He put down the scalpel and pulled out a handheld set of pruning shears. I like it when you know that death is coming. I'm humane that way. I don't want you wondering each day if that day will be the last. I can't imagine the mental pressure that would cause. So I've come up with a system. I cut off your fingers and toes as time goes on. Not in any systematic way, of course. You won't wake up knowing today will be the day you'll lose your pinky toe, for instance. You'll just know that when you run out of fingers and toes, we have no more use for you. Today is your first one. He approached with the shears, and I began to struggle mightily, trying to break my bonds. The two toughs clamped down on me, preventing what little wiggle room I had in my restraints. One shoved a piece of my shredded shirt in my mouth, while the other held my hand steady. The doctor took my left pinky finger and placed it in the shears. I began to thrash like a shark on a line, to no avail. He looked me in the eye and clamped the shears closed. I screamed until my vocal cords felt shredded, the sweat pouring off of my face and the blood jetting out of my hand. He held me by my hair, shaking my head. Look at me. See where this is going? You will talk, there's no doubt about that. But you can die with 19 fingers and toes, quickly and cleanly. His words penetrated my pain, and I realized he was right. I needed to die right fucking now before I started spilling my guts. In my thrashing, I had felt my right leg was not as tight as my left. I thought I could slip it down far enough to stand up and throw myself backwards. If I could break the chair, I could make a run for the door and get killed quickly. Before I break. I couldn't do it right now, with the two toughs on me. I would need to last until I didn't pose a threat. That meant I needed to focus for what was to come. I ignored the words coming out of his mouth, knowing it was just more fear talk, and tried to find something to anchor against. I thought about Jennifer, about living to see her again, and felt nothing but despair. They got her too because of Samir, that son of a bitch. The fact that I wouldn't get to punish him for his treachery made me see red, made me want to scream at the injustice. And I found my anchor. Jennifer had told Samir that I held a rage like he did, but that had been a little bit of an exaggeration to make him feel good. When my family had been murdered, my rage had been much, much worse. A blackness that wanted to destroy everything it touched. And Samir's betrayal caused it to stir. A feeling I had spent years fighting, I now stoked until it was white hot. Live long enough to fucking kill Samir. Live to see him die. The man with the doctor's bag had put down the shears and picked the scalpel back up. He saw the emotion flit across my face. Oh, a tough one. I guess you don't want to die with 19 fingers and toes. We'll see about that.
Deep inside the Ein el-Hilweh camp, Jennifer stayed underneath a moldy wool blanket hidden from view. It was now past 8 o'clock at night, but there was still enough light out to make her worry should someone look inside the van while they were stopped. True to his word, Samir had managed to talk to the Lebanese army guards outside the camp and had gained access. She didn't know what he'd said and didn't really care. All she cared about was Pike, and her imagination was running wild with the thoughts of what was happening to him. Every second was precious. She heard Samir say something and stuck her head out. He held her tablet in the passenger seat, directing the driver. He turned around. "That's it. At least that's where his phone was today when you called." She saw a 3-story building that looked like an apartment complex, with 2 men standing at the entrance holding AKs. "Jesus, we can't go door to door in that place. We'll last 30 seconds. What is it, a housing area? Where do you think they'd have Pike?" He got the driver moving again and said, "It's not housing, it's one of their headquarters. There are no friendlies inside. Pike will be up high, on the 2nd or 3rd floor. It gives them time to hide him if anyone comes inside that shouldn't." By the time they had circled through the maze of alleys and buildings, a germ of an idea had begun to form. The darkening gloom gave her courage. "Can you guys climb buildings? Did Pike show you that?" "No, not specifically, but we learned to climb mountains and rock walls with ropes." "Damn it. If you had a rope coming down, could you climb the back of that building?" Now parked to the rear in a lot for an abandoned restaurant, Samir scanned the building, seeing the crude cinder-block walls and pipes jutting out. Watching him think about it, she said, "It's only 3 floors. Surely you can do that." "Yes, we can." She touched a cheap yellow nylon tow rope inside the van. It was a 1/2 inch in diameter and appeared to be long enough. "Tie in some knots every 3 feet. We're running out of time." "Who's going to get it up there?" "I am. We can't get in from the front. We'll get in a gunfight right off the bat, and they'll kill Pike before we reach him. We climb the back to the top balcony. I'll lay in the rope. You guys follow. When we're ready, we assault from top to bottom until we find Pike." Samir said nothing for a moment, looking at the building. When he returned to her, he said, "Are you really an anthropologist?" "Yes, as a matter of fact I am, but not tonight." One of the men finished with the rope, and Jennifer took the last AK-47 out of the duffel, locking in a full magazine and slinging it over her shoulder. "What's that for?" "Pike. I imagine he'll be wanting to kill someone by the time we reach him." They exited the van and moved silently to the rear of the building, the adjacent walls blocking out the last stabs of the sun, covering them in shadow. Nobody challenged them in the alley, the Palestinians' confidence in their superiority this far into the camp overweighing their security. Reaching the base, Jennifer's concern became the myriad of electrical cables coming out of the building. There must have been 100, all haphazardly strewn out of the building and across the alley. It would make the climb hard, as anyone following her would have to thread them without the freedom she would have to move left and right, because they'd be using a rope. She said, "Is this building up to code?" Samir gave her a questioning look, and she said, "Nothing," bending down to remove her shoes. She slung her AK across her back, above the extra one, and draped her shoes around her neck. "Okay, here we go. I go up first, place the rope, and 2 follow behind one by one. When we get 3 at the top, we assault. Have your remaining 2 men take out the goons at the front door, assaulting that way, but they wait for us to initiate. We go as far as we can until contact is made, then you hit them." She looked at Samir. "Don't translate that unless you're absolutely sure what I mean. Repeat it back to me." When she was satisfied, he turned and rattled off about 5 minutes of Arabic, then pointed at one other man. The remaining 2 faded from view down the alley, getting a bead on the front door. She looked at the wall, a ragged affair slapped together with torn brick, broken windows, and stray cables. She knew she could climb it with ease, but wondered if she should. If it was smart attacking a terrorist stronghold with men she didn't even trust. All to try and find a man who may not even be here, based on a phone grid from hours ago. "Pike, you'd better be inside." She picked up the rope and draped it over her shoulders, her hands shaking. Samir said, "You all right?" "No," she said, "but I'll be better when you break the sill of that balcony. Don't let me down." He simply nodded, kneeling down to pull security for her climb. She took 1 deep breath, then lightly jumped up and grabbed a protruding pipe. From there, she scampered up the side of the building like a lizard, finding finger and toe holds out of instinct. She threaded her way through the cables, avoided the second-floor balcony, and reached the 3rd. She hung on it for a second, then did a chin-up until her eyes were level with the edge. She was happy to see a crude pipe railing to anchor the rope. Beyond it, she saw a sliding glass door partially cracked open, and a man sitting in an old and torn, overstuffed chair watching a flickering 13-inch television, an AK leaning against the TV stand. Chapter 19. Jennifer lowered herself until she was simply hanging, thinking about her options. She'd seen no other men in the small room, although there was an open doorway leading out. She could probably take him quietly. The TV should mask the noise she made getting over the railing. But she knew she'd better be prepared to assault on her own. If he reacted before she could close on him, it would be a gunfight, and it would mean game on. She wouldn't be able to wait for Samir and his men. She'd have to assault by herself to keep the element of speed and find Pike before they killed him. She went back and forth in her mind, thinking maybe she should climb back down and talk to Samir about other options. To hell with it. Pike's probably getting beat up while you sit here wasting time. She went hand over hand to her left, getting to the farthest point away from the open door. She pulled herself up slowly, making sure the 2 AK-47s were away from the metal of the railing. She hooked a leg over and used it to torque her body, spinning over the railing and landing softly on her feet. She flipped 1 AK off her shoulder and waited, aiming at the door entrance. When nothing happened, she duck-walked to the open door, the TV now bright and flickering in the gathering darkness. The man was still there, still watching, although his body had shifted. So he's awake. She saw that she could squeeze through the door, but not with the rope and weapons on her back. She could lead with 1 weapon in a hand, then squeeze through, but she'd be in trouble if he turned around when she was halfway across. No other option. She set down Pike's weapon and the bundle of rope, her shoes still draped around her neck. Like playing the old game Operation, she threaded the AK through the door, then followed it, going as slowly as possible so nothing clanked against the doorframe. After an eternity of inches, she reached the far side. She silently reslung the AK across her back and moved up behind the chair in a crouch. She studied the position of the man's head for a moment, then struck, wrapping a forearm around his neck. He became animated instantly, trying to leap to his feet and swinging his arms wildly, but instantly was still too late. She clamped her hands together and used her shoulder to press his head down. Within seconds he had slumped back into the chair, unconscious from the lack of blood to his brain. She kept the guillotine hold in place for a second longer just to make sure, then released him, springing back and rotating the AK into the ready position. He didn't move. She rolled him out of the chair and hog-tied his feet to his hands, bending his body backward in an arc. She finished by stuffing a dirty rag in his mouth. Satisfied he was secure, she slid open the door and rapidly tied the nylon rope to the railing, then lowered it to Samir. She felt it tug twice, letting her know he was on the way. She went back into the room, aiming her AK at the open door behind the television. She heard him reach the balcony, but didn't turn around. He entered the room and saw the guard. "Who's that?" "No threat." Samir said nothing for a moment, sizing her up yet again. When he saw the rise and fall of the man's chest, he said, "You didn't kill him?" "No need." Samir shook his head. "You have real skill, but you're naive. Kill him now, save a life later." He took a pillow and pushed it into the man's face, holding it in place until the chest failed to move. Jennifer said nothing. They heard a clank from outside, as if someone was kicking the wall. She motioned for Samir to investigate. He moved to the balcony and jerked the rope for several minutes before coming back inside. "The next man is hung up in the mess of electrical wiring. It will be a little longer." Jesus, what else can happen? How long? We can't sit in this room forever. This guy was someone's guard relief, and they're going to come looking for him. Before he could answer, gunfire shattered the night. First a few rounds, then a major firefight, with AK-47s rocking on full automatic. Samir said, "That's from the men at the front. They've made contact." "Just you and me now," Jennifer said. "We can't wait for your partner on the rope. You ready?" He checked to make sure a round was loaded, smiled, and said, "You going to lead the way, anthropologist?"
Chapter 20. My torturer moved the scalpel to my bare chest, and I began screaming into the gag, shaking my head to let them know I wanted to talk. Anything to draw out the time. He pulled out the rag of my shirt and waited. "You guys have made a mistake. If you look at my past travel and what I've been doing, you'll see I'm who I say I am, I swear. I just came from Syria, where I'm working with the Ministry of Culture on an archaeological site. Please, check it out before you do this." He shook his head. "You and I both know that's not true. If you want the pain to stop, you need to give me something more. Don't waste my time with your contrived story. Nobody in this room believes it, including you. I will ask you a question, though. How many archaeological firms carry laptops full of explosives?" The question caved in my courage, because there was no way on earth to counter it. No way for me to convince them they held the wrong man. Nothing I could say that would alter the cold, hard facts of the cafe bombing. They were going to break me. The fear swept through me, my mind racing for a way out, a way to get them to kill me. But there was nothing I could do with the two toughs to my left and right. They'd just capture me before I made it out of the room. He leaned in again, and I prepared for the pain, channeling my rage to hang on. A single gunshot rang out, giving him pause. After a moment of silence, another one boomed, then another, until at least 4 weapons were firing on full automatic. He pulled back and looked at the old man for instructions. The boss barked something in Arabic, and the two toughs to my left and right ran out of the room. It was just me against the 2 remaining men, with no weapons in sight. Big mistake. I sprang up on my loose right foot, throwing myself backward. I got about 2 feet in the air and landed hard on my back, shattering the chair. I stood up with pieces of chair still tied to me, both wrists strapped to lengths of wood that used to be the arms. I grabbed the old man by his pristine Bin Laden wannabe beard and whirled around like an Olympian conducting a hammer throw. I did a full circle, generating as much velocity as I could, and released his head straight into the rock wall of the room, seeing it cave in with a satisfying meaty thud. I turned on the torturer, who had backed up and started waving the scalpel. I stared into his eyes and smiled. I worked the pieces of chair loose from my wrists, giving me a stout ironwood club for each hand. I noticed nails sticking out of each end and turned them to the rear, mimicking his voice. "Don't worry. I won't use the nails. I don't want you to die too soon." I moved in on him, bringing the first club down on the forearm that held the scalpel, shattering it. He screamed a guttural sound from deep inside. The clubs became a blur, beating him all over his body, striking any available spot. Whenever he tried to protect himself, I moved somewhere else. I broke his jaw, both cheeks, his nose, ribs, clavicles, and anything else I could harm. The clubs working like a Japanese taiko drummer. He fell to the ground with pink bubbly froth coming out of his mouth. I continued on like some demented gorilla, trying mightily to burst his internal organs, the rage flowing through me and into him. Eventually, I slowed out of sheer exhaustion and saw I was now drumming a lifeless bag of meat. The rage evaporated, and I realized I'd wasted precious seconds. The gunfight was still going on, and I felt a glimmer of hope that I might not need to simply die. Maybe I could escape alive. I ran to the back of the room, to a door that hadn't been used, hoping it led to a back hallway out of the building, away from the gunfire. I ratcheted the knob and found it locked. I heard shouting behind me and whirled around, raising my clubs in a ridiculous attempt at defense. The 2 toughs came back through the door, flabbergasted at the carnage. One ran to the old man, while another took aim at my head. I threw a club as hard as I could, causing him to raise his weapon to block the missile. The wood ricocheted off the AK and hit him in the head. It exploded open in a mist of blood. What the hell? He fell over as my brain registered a gunshot. 2 other individuals had entered behind him, both armed and shooting. The second tough whirled at the gunfire and brought his weapon up, but never got off a round before his head exploded as well. The 2 swept the room for additional threats. Seeing none, one went to the Bin Laden wannabe I'd cratered into the wall, and the other focused on me. It was Jennifer, walking toward me barefoot and holding an AK, her shoes draped incongruously around her neck. I was at a loss for words. My little protege. She was staring at me with a crooked grin. I said, "I'm never going to live this down." The smile reached her eyes, and she said, "Yeah, it must be tough getting to actually live." She pulled an AK from her back and tossed it to me. When I caught it, she saw the damage to my left hand. I quickly wrapped the wound with a remnant from my torn shirt. Through the shock on her face, I knew she understood what happened. I changed the subject before she could even ask. "I'm not being nitpicky," I said, "but usually an operator puts his shoes on before the gunfight." She looked down and saw I was right. She blushed and took the shoes from around her neck, bending down to put them on, saying, "I never got the chance." Over her kneeling form, I saw the other man who had come in with her, checking on the vital signs of the Bin Laden wannabe. I recognized who it was, the rage flooding back. Samir's back was turned to me as he searched the man on the ground. I racked around into the AK and strode right at him. I came abreast of Jennifer, and she leapt up trying to push me back. "Pike, stop! It's not what you think! Samir didn't do anything!" I swept to her side and knocked Samir to the ground, putting a foot on his head. You miserable fuck! If I had the time, I'd carve you up like your buddies did to me. His eyes were wide and rolling left and right. He tried to talk, but he couldn't because of the pressure I was putting on his head. I jammed the barrel of the AK right behind his ear and put my finger on the trigger. Jennifer, who'd been jerking on me in an attempt to get me off of Samir, saw the move and stopped her attempts, lest they cause me to fire. She pleaded with me, "Pike, don't do this. He saved your life. He and his men assaulted this place. Move your finger off the trigger." I didn't hear a word. All I felt was the ultimate betrayal of the man at my feet and the terror of the last few hours. I itched to squeeze. 7 foot-pounds of pressure and it would all be over. Jennifer leaned in, no longer pleading. She whispered into my ear, her voice steel. "Pike, stop right now. Back off. We still have to get out of here, and you're screwing up the mission. You're going to get us all killed. We need him to get out of here. We need his weapon and his men." The words penetrated my rage, snapping me back to the present. "Kill him later after we get out." She was absolutely right. Get the mission done. I removed my foot and pulled back the AK, but I kept the barrel pointed at his head. "What's the plan?" "Get out through the top, away from the fight downstairs." "What about site exploitation?" Samir sat up and spoke for the first time. "Pike, I had nothing to do with that bomb. I was used just like—" I snarled, "Shut the fuck up. Don't open your mouth. You can keep the weapon, but if that barrel goes anywhere close to Jennifer or me, I'm gutting you." I returned to Jennifer. "What about SSE?" "Have you lost your mind? We came here to get you. Mission accomplished. Now we're getting the hell out. We don't have the time to search this place. Even if we did, we don't have the manpower to clear it first. You think I came in here with a Taskforce element? I've got a bunch of guys I just met who claim you trained them. Let's get out of here while we still can." I went to the door, listening to the rhythms of the firefight a floor below. "You guys cleared the upper floors?" Jennifer snorted and stomped to the back of the room, ratcheting on the same door I had tried, looking for another way out. Samir said, "Yeah, upstairs is clear." Jennifer came back over. "Jesus, Pike, stop what you're thinking. We're lucky to be standing here talking. Get your ass moving up those stairs." "Jennifer, I'm not leaving without some intel. I'm cleaning this place out of computers, passports, and anything else I find." She tried to appeal to my sense of mission again. "Pike, think about it. We'll have to clear and secure the entire building for site exploitation. We'll have to kill everyone here first." I wiped the blood seeping out beneath the makeshift bandage on my left hand. "Yeah, that's a definite fringe benefit."
Chapter 21. Infidel chose to park the car on the outskirts of the Dahia and walk in. He had some equipment within the vehicle that he'd more than likely be leaving behind, and he'd prefer that nobody in Hezbollah saw how he'd arrived. His summons had been uniquely brusque, and he was fairly certain his Hezbollah paymasters were a little upset at the computer bomb. He hadn't bothered to ask their permission, but since they were so paranoid anyway, he was sure they'd applaud his initiative. Well, almost sure. He turned the corner to the cafe and saw 3 men standing at the entrance, where there was usually one. Not a good sign. He continued on, the only indication of his concern being a subtle caress of a carbon fiber push dagger, hidden parallel to the leather on the inside of his belt. A subconscious reassurance that he wasn't without some means of self-defense. He reached the men and smiled, holding out his backpack to be searched. Instead, the men motioned for him to raise his arms. He did so and was subjected to a thorough pat-down, while his backpack was ripped apart. That had never happened before either. He assumed that he was being punished for his little handiwork, and not yet actively suspected of anything. Although with Hezbollah you never knew. They were as paranoid as the Nazi faithful at the end of World War II, seeing assassins in the shadows everywhere. Being paid as an assassin probably didn't help his image, especially with the call sign, Infidel. The search finished, he entered the coffee shop, finding it empty. A man followed him in and nudged him forward with the barrel of a rifle. He thought about resisting, but didn't. It crossed his mind that he might remain compliant right up until they put a bullet in his head. How far was too far? Where was the line when he would need to fight back? Impossible to know. Seeing a stairwell at the back of the cafe, he wondered if he'd already crossed it. He paused for a second, knowing if he entered the stairwell there was really no turning back. He'd be trapped by a man with a gun inside a shooting funnel. The man nudged him again, and he started to climb. Reaching the top, he saw Majid and Jafar at a table, both looking at him sternly, almost comically. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. "You two upset about something? What's with all the new security?" Majid motioned to a chair. "Please, sit down. We have something to discuss with you about your latest assignment, and the one before." He sat, the tension coming back at the last statement. The one before? Something go bad with the investigator? He knew the rules of the game. He'd seen what happened to people who were no longer useful. In 2005, the head of Syrian intelligence in Lebanon had committed suicide, right after speaking with the UN about the Hariri assassination. A valuable asset had become a potential liability overnight, and Syria had liquidated him. The assassin knew he was only as good as his last job. The minute he was a threat, he would be gone. He decided on the confused approach. "Okay, you will have to start, since I have no idea what this is about." Majid smiled. "Really? Infidel, we use you because of your skills, not your judgment. We tell you what to do, and you do it. That's why you're paid, to do things that we cannot accomplish on our own. Don't tell me you have no idea. Tell me why." He held his hands up in a gesture of surrender. "Hey, you can't be mad about the bombing in Sidon. Is that it? You guys pay me to take care of problems, and that's exactly what I did. You told me to provide a covert camera to the Druze contact, but you didn't do any investigation on the asset he was using, did you?" When Majid and Jafar said nothing, he felt on more solid ground. He continued, "The asset wasn't some garbage man. He was a United States intelligence operative. He was setting you up. I recognized him and took him out, like you pay me to do." Majid said, "We didn't tell you to kill anyone. We wanted to see the outcome of that meeting. Make sure they weren't doing anything that could harm us. Now, you very likely set us into a fight with the Palestinians in the camps, something we've tried to avoid. You blunder around like every other American, without any understanding of the consequences." "Hand me my bag," he said. Majid nodded to the guard who held it, and the assassin pulled out a digital camera. He flipped to a series of photos and held the camera out. Jafar took it. "That man you see with the Druze is Nephilim Logan. He was a U.S. counter-terrorist commando, one of the best they had. I know this because he almost killed me a couple of years ago. Now I'm sure he's working with the United States against you. That's why I sent in the bomb. Trust me, he is not your friend, and he deserves to be dead. I'm sorry if the other deaths might cause you issues, but it wasn't your meeting. You never said protected." What I did was protect you, like you pay me to do." Majid and Jafar flipped through the digital stills of the camera, absently looking at the pictures. When they were done, Jafar spoke. "You have your uses, infidel, but only so many. You have done us a service until today. Now the killing of the investigator is gathering interest, and you have compounded that by killing an American intelligence operative. What are we to do with you?" The assassin blinked. "Gathering interest. What the hell does that mean? The tribunal hit was magic. No way can anyone connect anything with you guys." "No, not magic. Close, but there were 2 bodies in the wreckage. The investigator and her boyfriend." "Yeah? So fucking what?" "The boyfriend's face was fractured, like he'd been beaten." He snorted. "Who gives a shit? They died in a gas explosion. Maybe he was hit by some flying debris. What's the difference?" "The difference is that people are digging now, because of who the investigator was. We hired you for no fingerprints, and now there are questions." "You don't have any directed at you. There's no connection to you. You're clean." "You're wrong. There is a connection. We worry about the future. What will the Sidon attack cause? Who will question that? The Americans?" The assassin stood, edging toward the door. He knew what that meant. He was the connection. "That group was Palestinian from the camps. At least that's what you told me they were. I operated on your intelligence and cut off a threat to your operations. The Americans will look no further than the camps and chalk this up to rival groups. In the end, if there was an assassination plot, it's dead now. Right? Isn't that what you were afraid of anyway?" Jafar stiffened. "We don't tell you the details, only what we want done. And in this case, we wanted a recording, not death." "You may have—" Majid cut him off with a look, and Infidel knew something more was going on. He now worried about getting out of the room alive. He backed toward the door. "I'm sorry if I did anything to harm your interests. You know that's not what I do. I've shown you my skill. I understand you're upset, so let's call the last payment you owe me null and void. We're even. Okay?" Majid laughed. "You Americans. It's always about the money. We don't care about that. If we wanted to kill you, we would do so right now, regardless of the money." Infidel waited, ready to pull the carbon fiber blade. Now was the go or no-go moment. "Don't look so worried. You can go. We just want you to be aware of our concerns. If we are to continue, you need to be more attuned to our needs." Jafar smiled. "Or more attuned to your final wishes." Infidel smiled back, a weak grin that made him feel foolish. The guard at the door with the AK-47 saw his trepidation and grinned as well, enjoying the feeling of superiority. The bully in the room liking his torment. He left down the stairwell in controlled haste. When he reached the bottom, he was followed by the 2 men who had remained in the cafe. He paid them no outward mind, but caressed his carbon fiber lucky charm again. They followed him all the way out of the dahiya. When he hailed a cab, they showed no sign that it was anything other than what they expected. When the cab pulled away, guaranteeing his freedom, he initiated the electronic collection device he'd installed in the wheel well of the vehicle he was leaving behind. Chapter 22. The ghost checked the security of his hotel room door, deciding it was good enough. If someone wanted to come through the hard way, it would take more than one blow, and that would leave plenty of time to get him out on the balcony and away. He'd managed to slip out of Sidon in the chaos of the bombing, and had elected not to drive all the way home to Tripoli. He wanted to open the briefcase as soon as possible, but he needed a secure area to analyze the information. He'd stopped in Beirut and rented a room in the Hamra area next to the university. He placed the briefcase on the chipped table in front of the television and stared at it for a second. He went into the bathroom, blotted a washcloth in the sink, and returned. He righted the briefcase and cleansed the dried blood from the handle. He wasn't sure why he did it, but it felt like the right thing. He placed it back down flat and opened it. Inside was a sheaf of papers, a wallet, a thumb drive, and a passport. He picked up the passport and wallet first. Credit cards and Saudi Arabian identification for a man named Ahmed al-Rashid. One more name for his record books. He was pleased to see it was a Gulf Cooperation Council country. Being in the GCC would make it much easier to pass across borders of any member state. The passport itself looked official, but was in pieces, with the picture missing. He assumed he would have received instructions on final assembly, but that was obviously not going to happen now. The credit cards were in the same name as was the international driver's license. In the sheaf of papers he found a bank statement with a balance of $50,000. He assumed one of the cards was a debit card from the bank. The money was fine to get started, but he wouldn't be using the identity of Ahmed for very long, if he decided to continue. He continued flipping through the papers and found the biography of the United States Middle Eastern envoy, a man named Jeffrey McMasters. 57 years old, with the face of a distinguished patrician, gray around the temples and a hint of a smile around the eyes. A professional diplomat with over 35 years of service. He noted he was a former ambassador to the United Arab Emirates and had worked in the Jordanian embassy, but had done nothing with the State of Israel. That stood to reason because the United States would be looking for someone who understood the area, but who could never be accused of having a bias. He flipped to the next page and saw the itinerary of McMaster's Middle East trip. The envoy was hitting quite a few countries over the next 7 days. Most stops simply stated the city and duration, but some actually listed the events of the day and the lodging arrangements. The ghost guessed that the Hamas offshoot group had greater penetration of some countries than others. He saw the envoy was due to land in Lebanon tomorrow, but would be spending only about 8 hours on the ground before leaving again and flying to Turkey. He would visit at least 4 other countries before his final stop in Doha, Qatar, for the peace talks. The stop before that was Dubai, UAE. Dubai was one of the few places with a complete itinerary, and the chosen hotel caught his eye. The Al Bustan Rotana, a premier 5-star establishment in a city known for 5-star establishments. But this hotel had a little extra notoriety beyond the luxury. It was the same one where the Mossad had assassinated Mahmoud al-Mabhouh, chief of Hamas's military wing, in 2010. A spectacular killing by the Zionists that made the Palestinians look weak. Using fake passports from at least 4 different European countries, the hit team had conducted surveillance on Mahmoud for days, penetrated his room in the hotel, waited on him to return, then suffocated him to death. The irony of the envoy choosing this hotel bit deep. Maybe he would take on the assignment. To kill McMasters in the same hotel as the Hamas operative would send a clear signal, especially if done in the same manner. No giant car bomb, no random slaughter of civilians. A targeted killing in a special place. He shuffled through the rest of the paperwork, seeing more credit receipts and other useful information, but nothing substantial. In truth, he only half-focused on it, his brain turning over the nuances of the attack. He knew that neither Hamas nor Hezbollah would acknowledge any role in the killing, which left him alone. Breaking up the peace process might be good enough for those factions, but he wanted the world to know why. He'd have to create a group out of whole cloth and begin seeding jihadist websites with some statements. Get them ready for the claim of credit after the attack. Luckily, in this day and age, all it took was an internet connection to be an instant jihadi. He knew he would have the name of his group on the world stage should he succeed. More important, he'd have the Palestinian plight on the world stage as well, just like Black September had at the Munich Olympics in 1972. He kicked around the idea. He knew if he chose to do it, he'd have to get rid of the Saudi identity within 48 hours after using it. Someone had leaked the information of the meeting in Sidon, and he had to assume that whoever that was had all the information he had, including the target. Thus, he couldn't use it to attack. He would need to get another, without Hezbollah help. He reflected on the explosion in Sidon yet again, at a loss as to who had perpetrated the attack. It couldn't be Hezbollah, because the setup was way more complicated than necessary. Why go through the trouble of bringing him down to Beirut, convincing him to attend the meeting, then agree to the change in venue if they only wanted to kill him? And if the targets were the other men, why bring him in at all? Simply do it. In the end, he decided it didn't matter. Someone had attacked the meeting, and he'd probably never find out the who or why, since everyone had an agenda. The only decision that mattered was whether he wanted to continue on or disappear. If he wanted to continue, he needed to make sure that Hezbollah knew he was alive, give them confidence that he was working for them, and prevent them from shutting off the credit cards and bank accounts for the Saudi identity. In fact, have them complete the passport and other identity papers. He was sure they could point him to a forger. He made his decision and picked up the phone. He would continue on, initially as their man, on their puppet strings. Lull them a little bit before cutting the strings and becoming Ashaba, the ghost. Chapter 23. The man called Infidel saw his Hezbollah contact take a seat along the corniche, eating a cup of gelato just like he'd been instructed. He dialed the contact's number, watching him pick up the phone. "I'm across the street from you, inside the park. See me?" He saw the kid look left, then right, finally fixating on his park bench. "Come on, you can finish the ice cream over here. I have another assignment." The boy raced across a break in traffic and slid into the park bench next to him. He gave the assassin his goofy smile and said, "A lot of work lately. That's good, huh?" The assassin handed him an MP3 player, saying, "I need you to listen to this and translate what's said." The boy eagerly took the device, wanting to be a part of an operation, loving the feeling of being a Hezbollah foot soldier. He was no more than 16 or 17 and could have been a merchant or an aspiring businessman, something Lebanon used to be known for. Instead, he was an aspiring terrorist in an organization that was cult-like in its brainwashing. He'd never had a chance to live, and now, because of his affiliation, the assassin would see to it that he never did. The boy was his conduit into Hezbollah for mundane matters, when he didn't need to see the hierarchy. He was the person who had provided the computer camera bomb to the Druze. Whenever simple instructions, money, or equipment needed to be passed, it came through the boy. He was smart and loyal to a fault, convinced that the assassin was some super-secret Hezbollah weapon who had the ear of Nasrallah himself. The name infidel meant a great deal in the boy's circle of friends, and the fact that he was the conduit gave him special status and envy. I had a meeting today with some people on behalf of the party. It went a little strange, and I implanted a technical device to record what was said after I left. That's what I want you to translate. It's a couple of hours of tape, but not all of it is dialogue. It was no accident that he'd left the Hezbollah meeting without asking for his backpack or other equipment. The digital camera he had shown the Hezbollah members cloaked a remote recording device with a wireless transmitting capability. It would pick up all conversation for 2 hours of continuous use and transmit that recording in bursts to a special collection device. The range was limited, so the assassin had been forced to embed the collection capability in the frame of his car, which he could access via the cell network. He'd waited 3 hours after his meeting before conducting the download. He hadn't wasted the time, going straight back to his apartment, packing up and moving to a small, nondescript hotel. He'd taken precautions to never let Hezbollah know where he lived, but was under no illusions about their reach. Luckily, everything he owned fit into a large duffel bag and 2 Pelican cases. The boy pulled out a notebook. Before hitting play, he said, "Does this have something to do with the computer I'm picking up from the Druze contact?" Taken aback, the assassin showed no emotion. "Yeah, it does. How'd you get roped into getting the computer back? I thought that was a one-way deal." "It's not your computer. I think that one is destroyed. The meeting the Druze attended was attacked, and he left with someone else's computer. He called the party, and I'm supposed to pick it up in a few hours near the university." The assassin simply nodded, his brain working in overdrive. "Well, we don't have a lot of time, then. Listen to this, and you'll be on your way." The boy put in the earphones and hit play, listening and scribbling on his pad. The assassin left him to it, trying to puzzle out this latest bit of intel. What was this about a computer? And why would the Druze contact Hezbollah? Surely Nephilim Logan was now dead, and the Druze would suspect Hezbollah had killed him. Something was not right. He watched the boy for any signs of what was being said, but nothing registered in his body language until about an hour into the tape. Then the boy stopped writing and looked at him, his eyes wide. When the assassin did nothing but give him a hard look in return, he went back to the page, scribbling furiously. Soon enough, the tape was done. "Well, what do you have?" "Abu Infidel, it's not good. You need to stay away from these people. Tell the resistance what they're doing." "Spit it out. What's on the tape?" "Well, there's apparently an assassination being planned, but not here in Lebanon, somewhere else. The assassin was at the meeting with your computer. Someone attacked the meeting, and there's something about an American intelligence agent who's now dead. There's a lot of the talk that I couldn't understand because it was garbled, but the assassin lived. He called the person on this tape, and he's going forward with his plan. He asked for help." "Who is it? What's his name? What's his target?" The infidel quietly seethed. He was the chosen one for this work, the professional used when it was something delicate with strategic implications, and they'd hired someone else. The fuckers had actually gone to another player when he had a perfect record. "They didn't say. They seemed pleased that he was continuing, but didn't say anything specific except the target was bringing money, and they wanted that money to go away." "Money? For what? Who's bringing money?" "I don't know." The boy put his hand on the assassin's forearm. "Your name came up. They said they were going to kill you to keep you from affecting the operation because of something else you'd done." The news didn't really upset him, deep inside he knew his time here was coming to a close. Hezbollah was just too damn paranoid to let him run around forever. He knew they'd try to kill him sooner or later. The issue now was stopping that order before it got out to the Hezbollah chain of command. He'd last 5 seconds in Beirut if that happened, looking over his shoulder at everyone who walked behind him. The second issue was this new assassin. Kill me, huh? How about I kill your whole fucking plan? It was a matter of pride now. He didn't know the man's name, but he knew where to find it, and he'd need the computer the boy was supposed to pick up. He looked at his watch and saw he had about 40 minutes before the meeting with the Druze. Come on, I need you to read something else. What? I don't have time for that. I have to meet the Druze, then pass the computer to someone else. Who? Abu Aziz. That computer is important, thought the infidel. Abu Aziz was one of the guys on the inner circle protective detail of Majid and Jafar. It would work out well that he wasn't in the Dahiya, because he was a giant of a man and the most competent. Of all the inner circle that the assassin had met, Aziz was the only one with combat experience, having earned his position through skill in the 2006 war with Israel. I'll pay for you to get to that meeting. I have as much interest in this as you do. He stood up and flagged a cab. The boy mistook his irritation at what he had translated as an urgent need to inform the resistance. He entered the cab as well. He said nothing until they entered the outskirts of the Dahiya, then said, "You have something for me to read here?" The assassin saw his face twist in confusion and said, "Just a quick stop, nothing for you here. You take the cab to the meeting. When you get the computer, come back here. Don't worry about taking the computer to Aziz. Bring it right back here. I'll be upstairs with the leadership. Give me a call, and I'll let you know if it's okay to come up." Infidel smiled. "I'll introduce you to the power brokers, the real people of the resistance. Forget about Aziz. He's an errand boy." The boy's eyes glowed at the thought. He nodded vigorously. "I'll come right back here. You'll tell them to call Aziz?" "Yes." Infidel paid the cab driver up front and walked to the cafe, glancing to make sure his car was still parked where he'd left it. He was fairly sure he'd need a rapid mode of exfiltration, and waiting on a cab wouldn't cut it. 2 men were at the entrance. Walking up to them was incredibly dangerous, but he had one card to play. He supposedly had no idea Hezbollah wanted him dead. If these guys didn't either, then he'd be allowed into the cafe just as he had been before. If they did know about the order, they'd be smirking behind his back, thinking they were now saved the trouble of hunting him down. Either way, they'd let him into the inner sanctum, with no idea that he knew what they'd planned for his fate. A little thing, this bit of information, but something potentially decisive for a man of his skills. He allowed himself to be frisked, telling them he'd simply come back for his camera and backpack. The 2 guards radioed into the inner sanctum. He hoped that Majid and Jafar would be upstairs and not inside the cafe. Killing everyone there would be difficult. He needn't have worried. The radio call came back, and a conversation ensued with both guards surreptitiously stealing glances at him. They finally told him he could enter and led him through the cafe to the stairs, one in front and one behind. So it's option number 2. Good. Rather have them know why I'm killing them. The guard in front opened the door to the office and stepped inside. The assassin caught a glimpse of Majid and Jafar inside, both with insincere smiles. The door swung outward toward him. In one fluid move, he swung the door closed on the lead man and pulled the carbon fiber push dagger from his belt. the blade sticking out between the second and third finger of his clenched fist. 4 inches of plastic in the shape of an arrowhead with a handle perpendicular to the blade. It looked like the T-bone of a porterhouse steak, with 4 ridges that ran from the handle down to the tip. None of the ridges held much of an edge, but that didn't matter. It wasn't made to cut, but to stab. The assassin turned to the guard behind him, tied up the hand holding the trigger grip of his AK, and punched the man 3 times in the neck with the push dagger. He grunted twice, and a fountain of blood jetted out of his neck, spraying the walls like a garden hose dropped by a child. The assassin let him fall to the ground and swung open the door. As expected, the first guard was coming through it to find out what had happened. His eyes went wide at the slaughter, but his brain wasn't quick enough to react. The assassin punched him 3 times in the fold where his neck met his shoulders, and another fountain of blood erupted, spraying the hallway in an obscene amount of crimson liquid. The assassin let him drop, picked up his AK-47, and entered the room. Chapter 24. Like some bloody apparition from a horror movie, the Hezbollah leadership watched Infidel close the door. "I understand you guys have some issues with my work." To their credit, they showed no fear, because they still think they're in control. Majid spoke first. "Abu Infidel, I have no idea why you chose to seal your fate, but you are done now. Your choice is how you die. Put down the gun, and it will be quick. Shut the fuck up. I have no time for bullshit Arabic bravado. You hired another assassin, and I want to know who. There's also the matter of money going out, a great deal of money. I want to know where." Jafar said, "The other killer is none of your concern. It isn't Hezbollah business. Leave us now, and we may reconsider your fate." The assassin walked over to Jafar, grabbed a fistful of hair, pulled his head back, and punched him deep with the push blade. Jafar's arms swung wildly. He leapt to his feet, clamped his hands over the wound to his carotid artery, and ran in a circle like a decapitated chicken, finally slamming into a wall and sliding to the floor, the blood still pumping out of his destroyed neck. The assassin looked at Majid. "I understand you plan on killing the Druze like you were planning on killing me. You guys just don't give a shit who you fuck over, huh?" Majid's eyes were wide, but he said nothing. "You'd better start talking, you raghead piece of shit. You wanted me dead, and now you reap what you sow." Majid said, "Abu Aziz will be here any time. You can kill me, but he will kill you. Make no mistake, you are dead." "Abu Aziz? The guy bringing the computer from the Druze? Is that who you mean? Actually, I don't think he's going to show up. At least not any time soon. Maybe a little later, with a fucking mop to clean this place up." Majid showed his first sign of fear. "What do you want?" "I want to know who the killer is. That's it." "I don't know his name. He calls himself the Ghost. That's all I know." "Really? What alias did you give him? How's he traveling?" "I don't know. He got his identity from a Palestinian group. We had nothing to do with it." "Bullshit. You gave him something." He saw a computer at the back of the room and went to it. "Is it in here, the information?" "That computer is nothing. Just a desktop work machine for the coffee shop." "Really? Okay, then type in the password. Now." Majid did as he asked, and the screen filled with Arabic. "Can you read that, Infidel?" The assassin felt his phone vibrate. He smiled. "No, but I think I know someone who can." He spoke briefly into the phone, then turned to Majid. "That's the Druze computer coming up. Last chance. You help me now, and you live. You don't, and you die." Majid closed his eyes and began rocking slightly, chanting in Arabic. The assassin shook his head. "Fatalistic sons of bitches, that's for sure." He walked around the chair until he was behind the chanting man. He circled Majid's neck with his forearm, cinched it tight, and twisted harshly. He let go and watched the body hit the floor, the right foot twitching. He went quickly to the door and dragged inside the bloody body he'd killed on the threshold. He placed both of the dead guards' bodies against the near wall, hiding them from first view. He was moving to the dead Hezbollah leadership, intent on hiding them as well, when he heard a knock at the door. He cursed, took one look around, then walked over and pushed it open. The boy stood on the threshold, looking wide-eyed. "Abu Infidel, what is all of this blood? What's going on?" The assassin smiled. "Nothing now. We had some issues, but it's taken care of. I told you I'd get you in to meet the party faithful. Come on in and say hello." The boy nodded hesitantly and crossed the threshold. When he saw the massacre inside, he balked, attempting to back up and escape through the door. The assassin stopped him, trapping his elbow joint in a come-along and forcing him to drop the computer he'd brought. "I didn't say they'd talk back. Be happy you get to see them at all." When the boy calmed down enough to assimilate his surroundings, the assassin continued. "What I need you to do is go through these computers and tell me the identity of the target and the identity of the forger helping out the assassin. Do that, and I'll let you live."
Chapter 25. I pulled up the geolocation software suite one more time, and was rewarded yet again with a null ping. I began to think we'd made a mistake giving the computer back to the enemy. Probably not any free Wi-Fi in this whole damn country. We'd made it out of the Ain al-Hilway camp surprisingly easily. It had turned out that the building wasn't heavily occupied, and since Jennifer and Samir had killed everyone above us, we only had a small contingent below, which had been effortlessly sandwiched between us and Samir's men out front. No issues whatsoever, except I would have liked to make them suffer a little more. We had split up and searched, with me giving guidance to focus on computer equipment. I knew we had plenty of time, since the police wouldn't respond to a firefight here in the camps until they were sure it was over. But I didn't want to push my luck by digging through terrorist sock drawers. We'd come away with a single laptop and some thumb drives. We'd fled to Samir's house in the Shuf Mountains. I had wanted to gut every single one of the Druze militiamen in the back of the van, but Jennifer held me back. Eventually, Samir had managed to convince me that he wasn't Dr. Evil and hadn't set me up, which meant that someone else had an agenda. It remained to be seen who. Going through the computer, we'd found the itinerary for Jeffrey McMasters, the new Middle Eastern envoy from the United States, along with a bunch of tangential information about the meeting that occurred today, including the bona fides from the two sides. What caught my eye was the description of the assassin. It was nothing like the guy I had seen, with the exception of the Coke bottle eyeglasses. The person who was supposed to be at that table was a small, frail man. Instead, the man gutted by my computer bomb was a 6'3" bruiser, which left a huge gap in our knowledge of what the hell was going on. McMasters was targeted for assassination. That much I was sure of, but we had no idea by whom. Forget the specific individual. We didn't even know which ideological group, which was a necessary precursor to stopping the attack. The first order of business had been to contact the Taskforce and feed them everything we had. Unlike Syria, Lebanon was still a free-for-all of internet access, so we managed to get our company VPN up and running fairly easily, using the internet from Samir's house. I made Samir wait in another room and got Kurt on the line. Samir didn't fight it, knowing full well by now that we did a little bit more than archaeological work. I gave Kurt a very succinct account of what had occurred. I let him know that Jennifer's call of prairie fire was a good one, but downplayed my time in captivity, sticking to the mission. I didn't mention what had happened to me, or the fear that still lingered, a rotting sore I pretended not to notice. Jennifer had watched me closely on the ride back and on the VPN. I could feel her eyes on me, sensing my trauma like some rabbit detecting a coming earthquake. We had never spoken about it, but we had a connection that was a little strange. Some sort of innate bond that defied explanation. And the very first time we had met, I had been able to intuit her pain, plugged into her being in some visceral, subliminal way. In the past, it had been helpful, because it had always been me bringing her through some traumatic event. Serious combat actions she had been exposed to for the first time, death and destruction the average person could only imagine, that almost crushed her ability to continue. I had sensed when she was on the edge, and had pulled her through every event, then patted myself on the back when it was done. After all, I was the commando. Now, I was subconsciously hurting. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I was undergoing an unhealthy dose of post-traumatic stress, and she could smell it as well as I could. The connection apparently worked both ways, which did nothing but piss me off. I could handle the issue, and didn't need her starting in on some self-help bullshit. I'd ignored her stare and gotten Kurt on the line through the VPN. I told him what we had and demanded a team. He said, "I've got one moving now. Well, not a full team, but I can get you Knuckles Decoy and a new guy named Brett." I was surprised to hear he'd alerted anyone at all, but when I heard it was Knuckles and Decoy, I didn't give a damn about anything else. Those two were worth an entire Taskforce team as far as I was concerned. I said, "Perfect. What's the story on the new guy?" "Just came over from Special Activities Division. I'm going to swim them in after launching them from Tunis by rotary wing. He was the only other guy who had subsurface infiltration experience. Don't worry, he's solid. He's a former Force Recon guy." Great, a jarhead. No issues here as long as he knows who's in charge, which is something I need to know as well. I was a civilian and Knuckles was still active duty. Technically, he should be in command, but I was the man on the ground who understood the situation. Kurt smiled and said, "You're ground force commander. Like you would have it any other way. I'll let Knuckles know." I knew Knuckles wouldn't care, but would have to make sure this new guy from SAD, which always had a tendency to push things, understood the chain of command. Kurt had finished by giving me PM instructions for another meeting with the case officer, telling me to be prepared to pass off link-up instructions with the team. After feeding the task force everything we could intel-wise, including an image of the hard drive from the laptop, I decided to download and install a free software program called Prey and give the laptop back to Hezbollah. Made to track stolen laptops and cell phones, the program would allow us to track the computer's location, let us voice record anybody within range, get screenshots of the websites they were on, and allow us to get a webcam picture of whoever was using it. In short, get us more intel than we had now. Of course, we'd scrub the laptop first, deleting anything that could be potentially useful to the terrorists. The software package wasn't nearly as good as some of the custom applications the task force could implant, but hey, you worked with what you had. The problem with my grand idea was that in order to initiate any of its features, the computer had to be within range of a Wi-Fi hotspot, and so far we'd been out of luck. We had no idea where the computer had been taken after Samir met with his Hezbollah contact and passed it off. I pinged it again and was surprised to get a response. "Hey, we're in business. The computer's stopped and it's sending a signal." Jennifer and Samir gathered around me as I initiated the geolocation feature. When a map came up, with an icon representing our computer, Samir said, "That's the heart of Dahia, headquarters for Hezbollah." No surprise there. I initiated the webcam, and we got a shaky image of a young Arabic man. The pictures came in once every second, so it was like watching a herky-jerky old-fashioned movie. He was banging away on the keyboard, talking to someone out of range of the camera. Samir said, "That's my contact." I turned on the microphone, getting a tinny response with the voices sounding like they were coming from a tunnel. "Abu Infidel, I can't find anything more on this computer. I'm not sure why the Druze gave it to me. It's like everything but the original programs have been deleted." Jennifer became agitated. "He's speaking English, and he said infidel. He called that guy infidel, just like the case officer said." I waved my hands to get her to be quiet so we could hear. I saw a set of arms above the boy's shoulders, the head still hidden. "Yes, I agree. The other computer had all the information I needed anyway. You've done fine." One snapshot the boy was facing the camera. The next he was turned facing the man. He said, "So, can I go?" "Unfortunately, no." And then, in stilted slow motion, an arm encircled the boy's neck. He began to thrash in the chair, drool coating his chin, then blood. The individual webcam shots were as repulsive as a pornographic snuff film, and I felt a crippling déjà vu. The boy was dying in front of my eyes, while I was impotent to do anything. Just like the dream of my family. I tried to turn away but was riveted at the death. My adrenaline began to race, and I had to physically stop myself from grabbing the monitor and screaming, setting the dream free from the imagined world. The sliver of darkness in me stirred, straining for the face of the killer, as if it would provide the answer to my own demons. 1 second we were looking at the eyes of the boy bugging out of his head, his mouth open in a silent scream. Then the screenshot simply showed an empty chair. Nobody said anything. A shadow passed over the screen as the killer sat down, taking the boy's place. It took a moment, but I recognized the figure. "Oh my God," Jennifer said. "That's Lucas Kane."
Chapter 26. Kurt Hale watched the cloud of cigar smoke drift to the ceiling and was secretly sure President Warren had turned off the smoke detectors. The accumulated haze made it hard to see the ceiling of the Oval Office. The president didn't seem concerned, puffing away and staring out the window behind his desk. "So Pike's okay? Out of enemy hands, so to speak?" Kurt said, "Yes, sir. He got dinged up a little, but he's safe." The president spun his chair around. "Dinged up? That's what you guys call it? I'd say he was tortured, and for nothing. This little Taskforce adventure was off the charts in stupidity. What on earth was Pike thinking? Who were the Lebanese he used? Without authority, I might add." Kurt grimaced. "They were some Druze that used to be in the LAF Special Forces. Pike trained them before the Taskforce existed. If he trusts them, so do I. Some trust. They had him smuggle in a damn IED without his knowledge, then he gets captured because of it. It's loose as shit even for Pike. Sir, he's just trying to get the mission done, and speaking of that, we have some indicators of..." President Warren flipped open a folder on his desk and cut him off. "Get him home. Now, I've given orders for McMasters to skip Lebanon on his trip. I don't care how much Pike trusts those men. That place is an absolute snake pit, and there's no sense tempting fate, even if Pike says he blew up the assassin. Sir, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. We're not so sure the threat's gone." President Warren closed the folder. "What do you mean?" "Remember the reports I showed you about an American assassin codenamed Infidel?" "Yeah. As I recall, that theory was discounted by the intelligence from the Tunisian hit. What about it? Pike took a computer from the site where he was held. We let it drive information, then he inserted it back into the extremist network using some software that allowed him to access it remotely. And we got a clear screenshot of an American from inside a Hezbollah headquarters building, along with McMaster's entire itinerary on the computer. Infidel is real, and skipping Lebanon doesn't mean McMaster's is safe. So you found a Westerner working for Hezbollah in the official itinerary of a U.S. envoy. Why is that a big deal? Every government he's visiting will have the itinerary, and a white guy inside Hezbollah doesn't equate to some badass assassin. It was more than the official itinerary. It had specific hotels, events, and dates of stay. Much more than we ordinarily include in official message traffic. And it was in Hezbollah's hands, not some friendly government. Kurt pulled out a laser-printed photo from his briefcase. As for the white guy, we know who he is, and it's not good. Who? Remember the hired gun Harold Standish used a couple of years ago? Tried to wipe out a Taskforce team in Bosnia? Yeah. Lucas Kane, right? Got his own team wiped out instead and then killed Standish as payback. I thought you guys were hunting him. We were, but after he disappeared in Bosnia, his trail went absolutely cold. We heard rumors and ran them to the ground, but always came up empty. I quit focusing on it because it was a drain on resources. He wasn't a threat to U.S. interests, and I figured he'd turn up on his own sooner or later. Kurt stood and tossed the screenshot photo on the president's desk. Looks like he has. The president stared at the grainy image for a moment. So you think Lucas Kane is on the hunt here? That McMaster's trip is in jeopardy anyway, even if we avoid Lebanon? Yes. And what would you have me do? Call it off completely? I can't do that. It's the first time in years we've been able to get the peace process rolling again. No, sir, of course not. Even if it were just a sightseeing trip, I wouldn't advocate turning it off. We can't be held hostage to threats. It gives the bastards exactly what they want. I'm just saying mix it up a little bit. Alter the itinerary so it's different from what we found. Increase the security posture around him. He paused. President Warren said, And let me launch the Taskforce guys from Tunisia. The president leaned back, a half-smile on his face. Kurt continued. The Oversight Council has already approved it. The only difference is our purpose for going. It's the same country, same threats, same method of infiltration. Kurt, please. The only thing different is the primary reason for the approval. Now that Pike's safe, there's no justification to launch. We should go back to the council. Sir, they're going to say no, and we're going to lose the one lead we have. Lucas Kane is a proven killer, and we have no idea what identity he's traveling under. If we don't get on this quickly, he'll disappear again. Best case, we simply lose an opportunity to bring him to justice. Worst case, we're standing over the body of a dead Mideast envoy. And your peace process is in the gutter. My, how attitudes change. I remember when you used to be the one demanding Oversight Council approval on everything. Now you want to duck them. Kurt shook his head. No, sir, not duck. They've already given approval for the 3 members to deploy, so I'm just stretching it a little bit. They don't have to know Pike's safe until after the launch. Then they're already on the ground. I want oversight, but by a competent body. Let the task force get something done in Lebanon, and it will give the council a little confidence in our abilities. Right now, they're a bunch of hand-wringers. President Warren considered for a second, then nodded. Okay. Get him into Lebanon and see if you can get a handle on Lucas. But they don't do anything else without council approval. Understood? Kurt said, "Yes, sir," and waited to be dismissed. Instead, the president rotated around in his chair and gazed out the Oval Office window again. "You think this cash giveaway is doing anything for the peace process? You think it's a good idea?" A couple of years ago, Kurt would have been completely taken aback by the question. But he had grown accustomed to the president asking him things that had nothing to do with the Taskforce. While they both understood their respective positions, the truth was the president liked bouncing ideas off of Kurt, trusted him as a man outside the political machine, and thus a person who could give an opinion that wasn't tainted by whatever poll was in vogue at the time. Kurt didn't want to admit it, but he enjoyed the role of trusted confidant, even when the questions were outside his expertise. He had learned to caveat his answers if he felt he was leading the administration down a road about which he had no knowledge. Something else he knew the president respected. In this case, achieving peace within the Levant, he had more knowledge on the topic than 90% of the experts out there. "I think any attempt at a reconciliation between the Palestinians and the Israelis is a good thing. Solve that problem, and you put a damper on every other issue in the region. Long term, that is. In the short term, it will cause more violence. There are just too many groups who have specific agendas that cannot be met with compromise. And I mean both on the Israeli and the Palestinian side." The president returned his attention to Kurt. "That's not my question. Do you think it's a good idea to give the Palestinian Authority $20 million? Am I funding terrorism? We have no idea who's going to get that money." Kurt said nothing for a moment, realizing his answer would not be the usual pontification, but instead possibly alter the course of national security. He'd seen it before. A small comment in a room full of people, then on the news the next day. It had always amazed him how national strategy was often formed more on the words of trusted advisers than the opinions of experts. "Sir, I don't think I can judge that. If your folks say it's a good idea, then I'd go with it." "Really? That's your answer? I could get that from my secretary. I'm not going to change course based on what you say alone. I just want your opinion. Am I about to give $20 million to a terrorist group?" "Sir, honestly, I don't think so. Hamas is a terrorist group, and they've been funded by Iran for years. A limitless pocketbook. They're in competition with the Palestinian Authority for the support of the people. If Hamas wins that fight, there will be no peace. No way will Israel deal with a group that has a stated goal of the eradication of their country. But if word gets out, I'll be castrated. How can I overtly state we won't support any organization that does business with Hamas, then covertly give that same group money?" Kurt smiled. "That's why you're the president, and I'm just a talking head." President Warren dropped his pen and shook his head. "Great. Okay. Thanks for that vote of confidence. Getting back to Lebanon, what's the next course of action?" Kurt said. "Well, I figured you'd be agreeable to the team deploying, so I infiltrated some documents and equipment to Beirut. Pike's linking up with it as we speak." President Warren gave him an incredulous look. "And if I'd said no?" "Then Pike would have had some passports he would never use. I had to prep early to make this work." He saw the president's face darken and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Hey, all I'm trying to do is protect your peace process. What good is the money if the man holding it is slaughtered?" Chapter 27. Jennifer saw a newspaper in Louis Britt's right hand. the signal that the meeting was safe. She moved straight past the hostess and took a seat at the case officer's table. Now that they could recognize each other, there was no need for the verbal dance to prove who they were. He went through the mad minute again, ensuring they both understood what to say should they be asked about the meeting at a later date, then passed her a key across the table. "That's to a locker at the Charles Hello bus station. Inside are the documents and other equipment you asked for." "How much equipment? Will I need to bring luggage to conceal it?" "No, it's in a backpack already." He took a drink of water and surprised her with his next statement. "You people have been busy. Taking the fight to the military wing of Hezbollah isn't the smartest thing I've seen, but it is gutsy." "Hezbollah? I didn't think they worked in the refugee camps." His turn to be surprised, he said, "Palestinian camp? I'm talking about the killing of the Martyrs Battalion leadership, Hezbollah's little covert assassination cell." "That wasn't us, but it is something we hope you can help with." She pulled out the screenshot of Lucas Kane. "We think it was this guy, your infidel assassin. Ever seen him before?" He studied the grainy screenshot, then said, "Nope. Where was it taken?" She pulled a tablet PC out of her bag and showed him a Google map with the location marked. He said, "Heart of the Dahia. Headquarters for Hezbollah. If he's on the Martyrs Battalion payroll, he's in very, very deep. Nobody will know his name but the top leadership. And like I said, they're dead now." "Yeah, like I said, we think he killed them." He scoffed. "Well, then forget about finding him. He's already smoked." "I'd like to think so. But this guy has a survival instinct that's on steroids. If anyone could get out of there alive, it would be him. Before things went bad between him and this Martyrs Battalion, they had to be helping him out. Whatever passports or IDs he's using, they had to have gotten it for him. He's not traveling on his true passport, we know that." "How?" "His name's Lucas Kane. The Taskforce has had a run-in with him in the past, and he's been on a watch list for at least 2 years. Never once has that name spiked. We've also scrubbed the database here in Lebanon. That name never entered or left the country." He said nothing for a moment, thinking. "Let me see that map again." He studied it, saying, "Hezbollah has built their own communications infrastructure inside Lebanon, a parallel system with the help of Iran. They claim it's to help them defend the country against Israel, but it's really just one more step to them becoming a shadow government. I've passed the nodes of that network to the task force should we need to target them in the future." He pointed at a building a few blocks away from the geotag of the Lucas screenshot. "That's the central junction for the fiber optic grid and a server farm for the network." "Okay. How does that help? You think we should hack the network? You think his information will be in there?" "No, the network itself is pretty secure. So much so that the Lebanese government went to war with Hezbollah over it in 2008. The LAF pretty much lost, and the communications grid is bigger than ever. Even so, the Martyrs Battalion information won't be on it. Hezbollah is fairly open now that they hold a majority in the government. Even its military runs around flaunting weapons. But they have to hide the assassination cell, especially after Hariri. There is a database, but it will be air-gapped. It won't be on any network." "So? It's in this building. I was trying to get access to it to prove my infidel theory, but had no luck. You get a pipe into that, and you'll know everything about infidel." He leaned back in his chair. "But good luck with that." "You don't think we can get access?" "No way. Like I said, it'll be air-gapped, with no contact to the World Wide Web. No Wi-Fi, no internet, nothing that can be exploited. So you'll have to physically get hands on a computer that's in the network. And that computer is in this building, in the heart of Hezbollah land. Can you get us greater fidelity on where this computer would be located in the building? So we don't have to run around trying every system we see? Can your source network figure that out? Yeah, I already have that information. I just couldn't get anyone willing to risk gaining access because they were convinced it was suicide. Add to that the fact that Hezbollah's entire infrastructure is now on red alert because of the Martyrs Battalion leadership killings, and it's certainly suicide now. And I mean suicide for a source of mine who's Arabic with access to the building. Well, we'll see. Get me the information on the computers and let us worry about access. I'll get it to you, along with whatever security information I have. But a piece of advice. What? You white boys go in that building. Make sure you save one bullet for yourself. No way do you want to get taken alive. Chapter 28. Knuckles watched the deck of the ship grow smaller as the Bell 427 picked up forward speed. He keyed the mic on his headset. Say goodbye to the QE-2. I don't think we're going to see the black hole again. In the dim light of the helo, he saw Decoy's teeth flash above the dive mask around his neck. Fine by me. That damn boat is the smelliest thing I've ever had the misfortune to sleep on. The QE-2 was the sarcastic nickname of a salvage boat that plied its cover all over the Mediterranean, picking up scrap metal at various ports and transporting it elsewhere. The company that owned it was located in Tangier, Morocco, and was ostensibly a Moroccan entity. It paid Moroccan taxes, flew the Moroccan flag, and employed ethnically diverse individuals without a Caucasian among them. It was completely outside all suspicion to the Arab states it operated within. It was another thread in the web of the Taskforce, a profitable multi-million-dollar corporation that existed for one purpose. In between its journeys, the boat acted as a floating transfer point, allowing terrorists who were snatched to be flown out of country and dropped off. The men would return back to the original country, continuing with their cover activities without anyone realizing what had happened. In a perfect mission, the terrorists simply disappeared into a black hole, hence the code name for the vessel. In this case, Knuckles had transferred Krusty, then returned to Tunisia only to be recalled 2 days later on an alert from Taskforce headquarters. The ship had begun steaming east, getting in range of the Levant coastline, when the mission had been scrubbed. 8 hours later, it was back on. Having spent the majority of his military time inside SEAL Team 6, he was used to the on-again, off-again nature of the work. But this time, the mission caused him some concern. Ordinarily, task force planning worked from the ground up, with Knuckles being told the objective, but left to his own devices to determine how it would be executed. In this case, all planning had been conducted by someone else, and he was about to exit a moving aircraft into the Mediterranean Sea, then swim for 2 hours for a link-up with another boat. All the parameters had been provided to him: the grid for the boat, the signals for the beacons, the helicopter's flight path, and the release point had been handed to him complete. He knew it was because of time sensitivity and the lack of ability to directly communicate with his link-up, but it did nothing to ease his fears. Once in the water, they were on their own. If they moved to the link-up and nobody was home, they'd still be 2 hours off the coast of a hostile country. Pike, you'd better be waiting. His other concern was Brett, the third man on the team. There was no doubt the guy was handy in a gunfight and plenty smart, but he'd spent the past 12 years in the Special Activities Division of the CIA's National Clandestine Service. He hadn't done any subsurface work since he was in the Marines, a long, long time ago, and they were swimming the Draeger LAR-5 rebreather. A closed-circuit underwater breathing apparatus, the dragger recirculated the exhaled gas from the swimmer, and thus no telltale bubbles escaped like an ordinary scuba system. It was perfect for clandestine infiltration, but the gas mixture was also very deadly. Make a mistake in using it, and it would kill quickly. He patted Brett on the knee. "You sure you're good on this system? I don't want to be towing a dead body after 30 minutes. Brett smiled, his teeth stark white against his ebony skin. "Yeah, quit worrying about me. A few different buckles and switches, but it's basically the same thing I trained with. Besides, I'm just along for the ride." The crew chief tapped his shoulder, holding up 5 fingers. Knuckles echoed the command, shouting, "5 minutes." All 3 began preparing for the cast-off of the helicopter, Brett working the waterproofed equipment bundle to the door, while Knuckles and Decoy prepped their diver propulsion vehicles. Knuckles checked his GPS and was relieved to see the release point he'd programmed approaching. At least that will go correctly. He shut off the GPS and zipped it into a waterproof bag. Hopefully it would be the last time he looked at it, since it wouldn't pick up a signal underwater. If he needed a GPS again, it meant the link-up had failed, and they'd had to surface to get a reading on where they were in relation to the shore. The helicopter slowed and dropped down to the deck of the ocean, so close that Knuckles could see the white foam of the rotor wash in the moonlight. The crew chief gave the 2-minute call and tossed his headset onto the floor of the helo. He positioned his mask on his face and placed the dragger mouthpiece in, opening the dive surface valve to allow the flow of oxygen. He purged the system, then turned to help Brett. At the 1-minute call, he edged to the open door, holding his diver propulsion vehicle in his lap, then assisted Brett with the bundle of equipment. He would be first out, followed by Brett and the bundle, then Decoy with the second DPV. He was so intent on making sure Brett was stable and ready with the bundle that he missed the 30-second call. He felt the crew chief slap him on the shoulder and heard, "Go!" He turned in confusion, only to find the crew chief wildly pointing out the door and shouting, "Go! Go! Go!" Without hesitation, he chucked the DPV out the door and followed suit, before the tow line attached to it yanked him out anyway. He hit the water with a hand on his dive mask and went under, cursing himself for jumping before he was ready. Dumbass crew chief thinks an extra second or 2 matters. He broke the surface, followed his tow line to the floating DPV, and popped a chem light, holding it in the air. Only then did he do a 360 survey of the water, the roar of the helicopter fading, leaving a ringing in his ears and a deep quiet all around. He saw 2 other chem lights and stroked to them. Decoy was already prepping his underwater scooter for the ride, while Brett was slowly treading water, holding on to the neutrally buoyant bundle. He got an A-OK hand signal from both. He attached his tow rope to the plate on the DPV to his front, then attached a separate tow rope to Brett's harness behind him. Decoy did the same, hooking his secondary tow rope to the bundle. He secured his attack board onto the DPV, checked to make sure the compass and depth gauge functioned, then got a final A-OK hand signal, the constraints of using the dragger preventing them from removing the mouthpiece to talk. Once in place, the body itself became part of the system, a symbiotic relationship that couldn't be broken until the dive was complete. The restrictions of the LAR-5 rebreather were a trade-off, but worth it. While it allowed them to swim underwater without telltale bubbles, its true value was in the length of time it could stay under. At 30 feet of depth, they could swim for 4 hours without surfacing, which, if his calculations were correct, would be enough to make it to the coast should the link-up fail. What was waiting for them there would be the new problem. Knuckles triggered the DPV and dove, reaching 25 feet. He lined up his compass, set the pitch of the propeller on 2/3, and began moving through the water at a rapid clip. The light attached underneath his DPV gave him enough illumination to see about 5 feet ahead of him, reminding him of the movies from submersibles at the ocean floor. A thin reed of illumination swallowed by infinite blackness. It was disconcerting and claustrophobic, but something he was used to after hundreds of night dives. He simply watched the compass needle, checking off to his left occasionally to make sure Decoy's chemlight was still with him. Finding a boat in the middle of the ocean was literally worse than finding a pinhole in a field of snow. Using just a compass with the variable currents underwater and the probability of error of the release point would guarantee failure. But they had a little help inside their DPVs. Made by Gavin Watersports, they were a commercial off-the-shelf item that looked a little like a torpedo, with a long cylinder up front attached to a propeller. Unlike the ones Knuckles had trained with in the Navy, he was connected to the device by a tow rope instead of riding it as a passenger. Ordinarily used for cave diving and shipwreck exploration, the Taskforce had modified the DPVs for clandestine infiltration. In the nose of each was a transducer that would pick up the signals from a sonic beacon. Once it made an encrypted handshake, a computer would take over the steering, guiding them directly to the boat. All Knuckles had to do was get within 800 meters, the range of the beacon. A whole lot more room for error with the compass, but still easy to screw up. Miss the bubble by 50 meters and they'd never know it. Passing the 1.5-hour mark, Knuckles began to feel the adrenaline pick up. 1 hour and 50 minutes into the dive, Knuckles felt sweat form in his wetsuit, and not from the exertion. By the calculations he had made from the release point, they should hit the boat in 2 hours, which meant traveling at 200 feet per minute. They should now have been within range of the beacon. Here we go. Fucking Plan B. If he reached 2 hours, he was going to conduct a grid pattern, traveling north for 5 minutes, then repeating the move south for 10 minutes. 2 racetracks like that, and he would be at a decision point. Continue searching, or use the remaining battery power of the DPV to reach shore. The 2-hour mark passed, and he waved his chemlight, bringing the DPV to a halt. Decoy waved his as well, and cut by him to the south. What the hell is he doing? He watched the bundle go by, a shadowy blob miraculously following Decoy, as if it could swim on its own. He made sure Brett was ready to move, then turned and followed suit, getting a little aggravated at Decoy for not following the plan. He increased his speed to overtake the rapidly disappearing glow from Decoy's DPV, intent on knocking some sense into the man, when his transducer pinged. He felt a subtle shift in the direction of the DPV and knew the computer was locking on. 2 minutes later, he no longer worried about the compass, the DPV driving on autopilot. They were on the outer edge of the bubble, and for whatever reason, Decoy's transducer had picked up the signal first. He gave a mental sigh of relief and began focusing on the next problem: how to survive a gunfight on the open water if it wasn't Pike in the boat.
Chapter 29. Sitting out under the stars, with the waves gently rocking the boat, I felt a sense of calm I hadn't experienced in a long time. It was very pleasant. Something I wouldn't mind doing at another time with Jennifer, only with a case of beer and some fishing poles. Not like the ones we'd brought when we'd rented the boat, which were simple props used to convince total strangers we were actually going fishing and not conducting secret missions in their sovereign country. Truth be told, if I did get out on a boat alone with Jennifer, I probably wouldn't want to spend the time trying to catch some smelly, slimy animal with a brain the size of a pea. although that would ultimately be her decision. I felt the boat rise again and glanced her way. She was giving me the look again, a painful, "I'm going to ask about it, but maybe not" expression. She'd come back from her PM with the sonic beacon and a host of different passports, looking a little grim about the information she'd received. I listened to her, then told her not to worry about it just yet. If we could penetrate the place, we would, but I wasn't going to do it in a frontal assault. There's always a solution. The trick is finding it. I'd flipped through the documents, recognizing Decoy and Knuckles from their photos, but not their names, which stood to reason, since officially they were still in Tunisia. The third passport belonged to the new guy, Brett, and I was surprised to see he was black. I don't know why. I just had a different mental image. He was short, at 5 feet 7 inches, but either fat or full of muscle because he weighed 185 pounds. Given our line of work, I was betting on muscle. He had an open face, with a smile in the photo, like he was enjoying a secret joke. That told me a lot about him. Usually guys who think they're some sort of badass try to project power in official photos. Very few will smile. I figured we'd get along fine. Jennifer checked the GPS to make sure our little sea anchor hadn't let us drift too far off, then said, "How much longer?" "Should be here within 30 minutes, if Knuckles doesn't screw up and head to Egypt." She nodded and sat back down, staring at me. Here it comes. She'd been working up the courage.
You didn't sleep last night.
We'd stayed at Samir's house, sleeping on the floor of his living room, which meant she'd had plenty of time to analyze me. I slept fine, I'm okay. Which wasn't true. I had some bad dreams reliving the capture, but nothing that was making me catatonic.
I heard you moaning. It's okay to talk about it.
Jesus, I'm fucking fine. Let it go. I know you want to play Florence Nightingale, but I don't need it. I saw her snap back at my tone and felt like an ass. She turned to check the GPS again, and I said, "Hey, sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you." She said,
"Remember Cairo? What I did?"
"Yeah." She'd been forced to kill a guy with a lamp, literally beating his brains out. She took my hand in hers.
"Well, I had issues with it like you said I would. And you helped me through it. I'm just returning the favor. I know you. Your capture was more than just a firefight. It hurt, I can tell."
I was thinking up a witty comeback, something to deflect this little probe into my psyche, when I caught sight of my other hand. The one with less than a full deck of fingers. I realized I just didn't have the energy. Okay. It was more than a firefight, much more. It's probably a phobia I've had since I joined the army. Her mouth dropped open. I continued. The problem is, I've had years to worry about that situation because of my job, building it up in my head, petrified of it ever coming to pass. It did, but truthfully, now that it's over, my time was less than what Daniel Pearl experienced, or William Buckley. I'll be okay. She searched my face, trying to ascertain if I was being genuine or just placating her. Her eyes reached mine, and I held fast, daring her to question the veracity of what I had said. We spent a second in silence. Then she smiled and patted my hand, apparently convinced we'd turned some corner in our relationship, which confused the shit out of me because I didn't know what our relationship was. She said, "I know you'll be okay. I just wanted to let you know I'm here." Please, stop this before my manhood flees, I thought. I decided to turn it up a notch. Here for what? As my therapist or something else? We never did have that big talk you kept threatening. The smile was replaced by confusion, then embarrassment. Before she could say anything, the beacon squawked. I grinned. Saved by the bell. Get ready to pull in some tired swimmers. She said, Pike, I'm not trying to hide anything. I checked the sonar echo on the little display attached by wire to the beacon 30 feet below. 2 blobs were about 500 meters out and closing fast. Seriously, this'll have to wait. Get out the clothes and blankets. She did nothing for a moment, then turned to a duffel bag at the stern of the boat. I opened up the giant cooler we'd brought, now full of lead weights and a fishnet. I laid the fishnet on the deck, attaching the weights to the corners. I checked the sonar again and saw the blobs were fairly close. When I was operational, I hated using the sonic beacon because nobody could tell me its effect on marine life. Yeah, it worked fine guiding in clandestine infills, but I wasn't convinced it didn't sound like a dinner bell to sharks. Glad I'm on the boat. I saw the blobs are right underneath us now. As anal as Knuckles was, I knew he would be concerned about surfacing. He didn't get to plan any of this, and I'm sure he was convinced during the whole damn trip that he was doomed. Now he'd be positive I was some Haji itching to blow his head off. I toyed with the idea of playing a joke on him, but figured he wouldn't take it the right way. I suppose I should have passed along some final bona fides when I'd provided the grid to the link-up, like flashing a light 6 times followed by 2, or some other method to prove we were who we said we were. But I always figured that sort of stuff was overkill. I mean, really. If there was a boat out here with a top-secret beacon mated to a Taskforce DPV, didn't that pretty much say it all? Keep making up signals and it creates more chances for screw-ups when someone makes a mistake. Of course, Knuckles didn't see it that way. We were complete opposites, with me being all about free flow and him being the guy who organized his sock drawer alphabetically. Jennifer came up next to me, saw the sonar, and said, "What are they doing?" "Probably playing rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to poke their head up first. This is ridiculous." I decided a joke wasn't off the table, and to give Knuckles the bona fides he was looking for. "Take off your bra." "What?" "Take it off. You can do it underneath your shirt. I've seen you. Wrap it in one of those fishing weights and drop it overboard." She caught why I had asked, and gave me her disapproving teacher look, but with the hint of a smile. She reached underneath her shirt. I turned and faced the bow until I heard a splash, then looked overboard. 10 seconds later, a head broke the surface, followed by 2 others. One held her bra in the air. I said, "Man, you guys are careless. Anybody could have known you were meeting a woman out here and brought an American bra to drop overboard." One head said, "Fuck you, Pike. Hello, Jennifer. Help me with the bundle." I recognized Knuckles' voice and kicked over the ladder. Within 30 minutes, we had the DPVs broken down and the wetsuits shredded, all now lying in the fishnet. While the men got warm under dry clothes and a blanket, Jennifer and I transferred the kit from the bundle to the fish cooler that had held the net. Most of the equipment in the bundle was the usual weapons and tech gear: cameras, H&K umps, Glocks, beacons, and assorted other stuff Knuckles thought we'd need. We reached the bottom, and Jennifer held up an item I'd never seen, saying, "What's this?" It appeared to be one of those gun-type mounts that held an SLR camera with a long telephoto lens. It had a shoulder stock and a trigger grip with a rail extending out. On top of the rail was a cylinder 1.5 feet long with 4 metal rods running parallel to its length. Hanging to the left side was an offset scope. At the base was a square box with a host of buttons and dials. I took it and held it up to Knuckles. "What the hell is this thing?" "It's an EMP gun. You sight through the scope, pull the trigger, and it'll knock out electrical components. At least it's supposed to. It's worked fine in testing, but we had some issues on our pre-deployment training. I didn't use it in Tunisia. but figured it might come in handy here. Who'd we steal this from, Microsoft? Actually, Department of Defense. They have a request for proposal to develop an EMP gun that can disable a car. You know, so instead of using snipers with anti-armor rounds or spike strips, they simply zap the car with the EMP and cause it to shut down. Electronic fuel injection, computers, all that shit that's in the car nowadays is vulnerable. This thing will stop a car? Hell no. We just stole the technology. The one they're working on right now is about the same size as a car. They're still trying to make it small enough to be useful. Ours is much less powerful. It'd only take out small electrical components like a computer, alarm switch, or a radio. It's pinpoint and limited to about 50 feet, but it might be useful. I held it up to the light of the cockpit for a better look, and Decoy noticed the bandage on my left hand. More precisely, he noticed the length of the bandage. "Jesus," he said. "Somebody shot off your pinky?" I raised my hand so they could all see it. Didn't shoot it off, but it's not as bad as it looks. They only took the first joint. Most of it's still there. The boat grew quiet, the truth of my statement sinking in. Nobody was sure how to respond. I saw Jennifer wanting to say something to help, but I shook my head. Brett broke the silence. "You should put some monkey's blood on it. That'll fix it." Everyone looked at him incredulously. I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" "You know, monkey's blood. Didn't your mom put that on every single boo-boo you ever got? You don't see it much anymore, but man, that stuff was a miracle worker. At least that's what my mom says." "You mean mercurochrome? The red shit they put on kids' scabs?" "Yeah, that's it, monkey's blood. Works on everything." At first, I was wondering how such an idiot could have reached the Taskforce. Then I saw the same inside joke smile from his passport photo, and I started laughing. Before I knew it, everyone was giggling and snickering, even Jennifer. Brett had managed to diffuse the entire discussion, without making an overt attempt. I was right. We get along fine. I stood up and tied the fishnet closed, attaching a final 12-pound anchor in addition to the other lead weights. Decoy and I shoved the net overboard, watching to make sure it sank with the evidence of the infiltration. I said, "Come on, let's get back to Lebanon. We've wasted enough time on Mother's remedies." Jennifer fired up the engine and got on a heading back to the Beirut marina. Knuckles said, "Well, now that you mention it, I have no idea why we're here. Originally it was to rescue you. What is it now?" "Somebody's trying to kill the new Middle Eastern envoy, and we're going to stop it." "Any leads, or are we working from scratch?" "Remember that guy who tried to kill us in Bosnia 2 years ago? The one that got away?" Knuckles' face turned grim. "Oh yeah, I remember him. I wish I'd put a bullet in his head when I had the chance." I pulled out the screen capture we'd taken in Samir's house. "How'd you like a second shot?"
Chapter 30. Lucas Kane took notice of the atmosphere surrounding him as he walked toward the photography shop. It was located in South Beirut, still in a prominently Shia area, but outside the hardcore Hezbollah state within a state. Nasrallah posters adorned every other street corner, but that was it. No paranoid gunmen or street toughs with radios. Still, he was generating interest. He could feel the eyes on him from every direction, all wondering what this infidel wanted here. Wondering if maybe he was lost. He wasn't. The photo studio was the location of the Hezbollah asset that had helped the Palestinian assassin with his documents. Probably the same one that had built Lucas's own. He didn't know. All he'd done was provide passport photos to Majid, and Hezbollah had done the rest. He'd driven by earlier in the day on a reconnaissance, noting the business hours. He wanted to ensure that nobody else was in the studio when he entered, so he'd waited until just before closing. For what he had to do, he couldn't afford anyone else being present. Well, he could, but it would just make things messier. The killing of the Martyrs Battalion leadership was on the street, and Lucas knew his time in Beirut was done. Luckily, from what he'd heard, nobody knew who had done it, and the routinely paranoid Hezbollah immediately began ranting about Zionist infiltrators. It would only be a matter of time, though, before he was questioned. He had no illusions about how that would go, having watched the interrogation of loyal Shia who were suspected of working with the CIA. In November of 2011, Hezbollah rolled up the entire CIA network inside Beirut. In so doing, they hammered any and all they thought were working with the enemy. Hezbollah didn't care if they killed 30 innocents, if it meant getting one guilty party. He'd already been called twice on his private cell phone from a number he didn't recognize. Since the phone only worked on the parallel Hezbollah communications architecture, he knew it wasn't good, and had ignored both calls. He figured he had 24 hours at best before Hezbollah made a concerted effort to find him. The only thing going for him was the fact that the Martyrs Battalion was so secretive, not many in Hezbollah even knew he existed. Not many, but enough to cause him concern. One in particular worried him, Abu Aziz, the head of security for the battalion. The man had never trusted Lucas and was probably the person who'd found the bodies. He entered the studio, a small bell tinkling above the door. He heard someone shuffling from the rear and waited. An old man of about 70 rounded the corner and came up short when he saw Lucas, a spark of recognition in his eyes. He's seen my passport photos. He's the same forger. "Can I help you?" the man said in English. "I'm looking for Abu Bari." Lucas used the Hezbollah kunya of the forger, letting him know he was in on the secret. The proprietor shifted uncomfortably and looked out the window. Whether to ensure nobody was about to enter or hoping someone would, Lucas was unclear. "There's no one here by that name?" "Yes, there is, and I'm looking at him. Perhaps we should talk in the back." The man considered the request, then shuffled by Lucas. "Let me lock up." Instead of producing a key, he reached for the door handle, and Lucas knew he was about to run. If he made it to the street, he would be free. No way could Lucas take him down in this neighborhood. Lucas slammed his body against the door, feeling nothing but skin and bones. The store owner wailed. "I'm here on Hezbollah business. Don't make me report you." He nodded over and over again, then said, "I am Abu Bari." "Lock up." He did so, and Lucas followed him to the back. He positioned a chair to block the door and took a seat. "Anyone else here?" "No." "Good. I'm sure you've heard of the deaths of Majid and Jafar, correct?" Bari nodded, his eyes growing more fearful. "Well, I'm trying to find out who killed them, and I believe you helped that man flee the country." "No. In no way would I have done this." "Did you not provide documents for a Palestinian known as the Ghost?" Bari became more agitated. "Yes, but Majid told me explicitly to do so. He gave the order." "Well, that's going to be a little hard to prove, since he's got a hole in his neck the size of a dog's head." "He did? You must tell them that." "I will, depending on how much you help me. If you really didn't mean to assist the murderer, then you should want me to find this ghost." I will. Bari turned to a computer and rapidly began typing passwords. In seconds, the ghost was on the screen. Here is the man Majid sent." The computer showed a Saudi Arabian passport for a person named Ahmad al-Rashid, complete with the picture of a stone-faced Arab wearing thick glasses. Lucas inwardly smiled. Print that. What else did you do to help him?
He had me make a visa for Yemen and a visa for the United Arab Emirates.
A visa for UAE? Why? The kingdom is a member of the Gulf Cooperation Council. He doesn't need a visa to go there.
He had me make the stamp, but I didn't use it in the passport. He took the stamp with him.
Lucas considered this twist. Forging the Yemen visa made sense, because while a Saudi citizen could obtain one free of charge upon entering the country, it would mean a greater paper trail, as the ghost would have to make up a Saudi Arabian address and where he would be staying in Yemen. The UAE visa, on the other hand, was confusing. Why take a stamp? Because he's not going to keep that passport. He's going to get another one, and he doesn't know which country it will be from. The ghost was proving to be pretty damn smart. What else did you help him with?
Nothing. I swear. Wait. He did ask me for the names of 2 hawaladars. One for Yemen and one for Dubai.
Lucas absorbed the information, realizing that the ghost was laundering whatever money Hezbollah had provided him before they could change their mind and shut off the funding. Hawala was an ancient banking method still used in the Arab world to transfer money across the globe. Completely outside traditional banking, it simply consisted of 2 trusted agents in each of the countries in question. One went to the first agent, said they wished to transfer money, and gave the funds to be transferred. The first agent took a commission, gave a code for the second agent, and all that remained was to travel to the second country, meet the agent, present the code, and pick up the money. The key component was that both agents of the Hawala exchange trusted and knew each other. No records were kept on who transferred the money, only on the balance between the 2 agents. Thus, in order to receive the money, a personal meeting would have to occur, where the code would be presented, a meeting that Lucas could intercept. Write down the names and addresses of the agents here in Beirut, both for Yemen and Dubai. When Abu Bari had finished, Lucas asked, "Can you make me a new passport, either United States or a Canadian one?"
Yes, but it will take time. Both Canada and the United States use electronic chips in their passports now. Impossible for me to forge. The only way to create a new passport now is to use an old one that is still valid, and they are few and far between. Shit. Damn anti-terror methods are making it hard to earn a decent living. Lucas knew all about the electronic chips. They were ARFID tags like the one he had used to kill the investigator. Each included all relevant information on the passport, including the picture. He knew the United States had gone to them, but didn't realize that Canada had as well. The only documents he currently possessed, outside of his authentic personal papers, was the Canadian passport he had used in the Netherlands, and he certainly wasn't going to hang around to get another. All right, I think I'm done here. All I need you to do is write down a sentence on a piece of paper. Bari's eyebrows scrunched together. What sentence?
Just a statement saying you didn't know you were helping the murderer and want to prove it to the leadership. Write, "It was the ghost. I didn't know before he came." Then any other Islamic crap after that you would like, begging forgiveness. I'll pass it to the leadership, and maybe they'll leave you alone. Bari's hands trembled as he wrote. Perfect. Looks like a dying hand. Lucas circled around behind him, pulled out his carbon fiber punch blade, and patiently waited for him to finish. When Bari set the pen down, Lucas said, "Move the paper to the shelf in front of you." Bari did so, asking, "Why?" Lucas punched him in the neck with the blade and watched the man writhe on the ground, bleeding out. "Because I didn't want to get blood on it." After the body had quit twitching, Lucas positioned it on the floor with an arm outstretched, holding the pen. He then placed the paper under the hand. He left the computer as it was, with the ghost's Saudi passport prominently displayed on the screen. He knew that any competent forensics team would ascertain in seconds that it was staged, but counted on the bumbling paranoia of Hezbollah not to have the skills or desire to check. With any luck, they'd be chasing the ghost and save him the effort, freeing him up to secure his retirement. His security work in this section of the world was done, he knew. No way could he continue anywhere that had the potential for Hezbollah reach. Unfortunately, the Middle East was the last place left. Working anywhere in Europe or South America would put him inside the radar of the United States, which wanted him badly. Africa remained an option, but the thought disgusted him. In truth, he wanted an out, and Hezbollah had provided it. Inside the martyrs' headquarters, before he'd killed the boy, he'd found out everything he could on the ghost and had learned something very, very interesting. The Middle East envoy was bringing a large sum of money to the peace talks. Money that was black and completely in cash. Money that would set him up for the rest of his life, sitting on a beach without an extradition treaty. All he had to do was prevent the ghost from killing the envoy before the meeting. So he could do it. Chapter 31. The ghost picked up his battered suitcase and entered the bustling flow of people headed to customs. The Sana'a airport overflowed with people of all types, including a surprising number of Westerners, most likely journalists trying to figure out the latest spasm that would rock the turbulent country. The airport was on the verge of being decrepit, with grimy walls and listless guards who apparently were paid to simply stare at the floor. He approached the immigration desk, worried that his dialect would give him away. He had no real knowledge of how someone from Saudi Arabia spoke, and hoped the man at the counter didn't either. His fears were unfounded, as the official took a cursory glance at his visa, stamped his passport, and waved him through. He exited the airport and was accosted by a swarm of taxi drivers, standing next to a smorgasbord of different vehicles, all with white bodies and orange quarter panels. He selected one and asked the driver to take him to the old city. His first task was to retrieve his money from the Hawaladar before the man's business closed for the day. After that, he would need to find a suitable replacement passport. He ignored the bleating horns and the maniacal swerving of the cab driver, lost in his own thoughts. He had a lot of preparations and fewer than 4 days to accomplish them. He hadn't realized the cab had pulled over until the driver rotated completely around and pointed to a massive stone archway crossing the road. Bab al-Yemen. He paid with his dwindling reserve of money, took his suitcase, and gave the name of a travel agency, asking where it was. All he had been told was it was near the gate to the old city. The driver shrugged, saying he had no idea. On his third attempt, he found someone who knew the location and was happy to see it was less than 100 meters away across the square. The Hawala system was usually no more than a form of extra income, a way to make a commission in conjunction with a primary business. In this case, the Hawaladar owned a travel agency. The ghost entered and ignored the proprietor's efforts at conversation. He showed his passport, recited the 6-digit code, and walked away with a thick wad of Yemeni rials. No signature, no paperwork of any kind. He entered the old city through the great stone gate and found a hotel, a run-down affair that catered to the lower income. The room consisted of nothing more than a mattress on the floor, a dangling light bulb, and a mirror on the wall. But it was clean. He left his luggage and began to wander the old city looking for a suitable target. His criteria were simple. First and foremost, the target needed to bear a fairly close resemblance to himself. Other than that, the target needed to be traveling alone and not necessarily here on business. Someone who wouldn't be missed for a few days at least. He had decided on Sanaa's old city for this reason, as most of the people here would be tourists, although he knew the pickings would be slim given the upheavals Yemen had been going through. He wandered the souks in the darkening gloom, beginning to think this mission might need to wait until after he had conducted his business. Using Hezbollah's contacts, he had established a meeting with Khalid al-Asiri, a technical bomb maker. A member of al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, the man was reputed to be a master at camouflaging explosives and was responsible for constructing the ingenious printer cartridge bombs that almost brought down 2 cargo aircraft in 2010, along with underwear bomb devices splashed all over the news. The meeting was the following day in Zabid, on the coast of Yemen, and not something he could miss. If he found nobody tonight, he would have to spend an extra day in Sana'a after his meeting, a day he couldn't afford. The alternative was to use the tainted Saudi passport, a passport that too many people knew about. As he stopped in the middle of a spice souk, the smells made his stomach rumble. He was about to leave and search out a restaurant when he noticed a man haggling over a bag of spices. He was younger than the ghost and didn't wear glasses, but was slight of build with the same facial characteristics. Unlike the locals in the souk, he was wearing a full-length dishdasha, without the ubiquitous sport coat over the top. The ghost edged closer until he could hear snippets of conversation. His interest picked up when the man, attempting a harder bargain, stated he was leaving in 2 days and couldn't come back tomorrow. Not from Sana'a. Good sign. When he heard the man say he wished to mail the spice to his mother in Jordan, he backed off and waited, ignoring his stomach. He followed the target for another 3 hours until it was completely dark. Finally, carrying all of his purchases, the Jordanian entered a hotel, an economic step above his own, but still on the cheap side. The ghost stopped short in the small lobby and surveyed the establishment. It had a few chairs, a table, and one lone staircase. If he went up, the clerk at the counter would surely see him. Difficult to do what he needed and get away. The hotel maintained an old-fashioned keyboard behind the counter, and the ghost took note of the key number handed across, debating his next steps. He went back outside and surveyed the street. He circled the hotel, looking for a side entrance he could use, but found none. He did find a group of young boys playing in the dirt and came up with an idea. He approached them and said, "I'll give you each 200 rials if you'll play a joke on my friend inside the hotel." The boys were skeptical, but when he produced the money, they eagerly stepped forward. "All you have to do is tease him until he chases you out. Get him to chase you down the street. I'm going to slip in and surprise him on his birthday." Now, all smiles, they took the money and began jabbering among themselves, coming up with a plan as they circled around to the front. When they entered, the ghost waited to the side. In short order, he heard a commotion, followed by the desk clerk shouting. Something rattled to the floor, bringing on more shouting. Seconds later, the boys came flying out of the doorway, laughing and shouting. The clerk was a few steps behind them, but a lifetime of tobacco ensured he'd never catch up. As soon as his back was turned, trotting down the street, the ghost slipped inside and bounded up the stairwell. He quickly looked at doors, finding the one that matched the key he had seen. Not wasting any time on an elaborate ruse, he simply knocked. When it was opened, he pushed the target back, entered, and closed the door. The man got out one exclamation of surprise before the ghost hammered his windpipe with the knife edge of his hand. The target collapsed to his knees, holding his throat. The ghost threw him on his back, straddled his body, and trapped his arms to his side. He placed a hand over the man's mouth and nose, and rode the bucking body until it quit moving. The ghost held on for an additional minute, then checked for a pulse. Finding none, he searched the body, pulling out the man's travel documents from a pocket. He opened the passport and was relieved to see the man was indeed from Jordan. The picture looked passable as well. He slowly stood, feeling shame at what he had done. He glanced at the corpse and consoled himself by remembering the cause he was serving. The fact that the target was Jordanian helped, as the Hashemite kingdom had a long history of persecuting Palestinians. He was about to place the passport into his own pocket when he noticed something that made him feel ill. There was no Jordanian national identification number. The target lived in Jordan but wasn't a citizen, which meant one thing. He was a Palestinian, from the West Bank or somewhere else. The ghost had killed one of his own. Lucas finished packing his possessions, deciding what he would take and what he would be leaving behind forever. He got it all down to a backpack and one duffel bag. It left him no room for any specialized equipment, but with any luck he'd be able to get that in Dubai. He had a list of Hezbollah contacts all over the world, and routinely used them as cutouts to get hotel rooms and operational equipment. He'd have to be careful setting up any meetings, but with the secrecy of the Martyrs Battalion and his little ploy with the forger, he was fairly confident he could leverage assets outside of Lebanon without them turning on him. It wasn't like Hezbollah sent daily updates around the globe, and most of the contacts were simply part-time help with a specific skill set. Hezbollah wannabes, as it were. He was sure the ghost had gone to Yemen, but was equally confident he was headed to Dubai next. And he had the location of the Hawaladar there, giving him a handle. At first he'd worried that the assassin would attempt his attack in Yemen. But a review of the envoy's itinerary showed Yemen wasn't on the agenda. No, the ghost was going to attack in Dubai, and that's where Lucas would stop him. He was pleased at the Yemen delay, as it would give him time to travel to Qatar and begin building his own trap before the inevitable clampdown and security for the peace conference. Finished packing, he toyed with the idea of going out on the town. He was leaving Beirut tomorrow, never to return, and hadn't ever sampled the nightlife here. He'd seen it, of course, the loose women and brash men partying the night away, but had never entered that realm due to the secrecy of his job. In no way could he be entangled with a female inside Beirut, although he'd often dreamed about it. Snooty little bitches from rich sugar daddy Lebanese. He would have loved to show one a good time instead of the whores he'd had to pay while on assignment outside of the country. Why not tonight? It's not like you'll be here in the morning to worry about the consequences. And Hezbollah stays so far removed from the discos, they're no threat. Fuck it. He left the hotel and headed to Rue Monod in the Ashrafia district. He looked for a disco that was dimly lit and not too loud. Dim because he'd been told time and time again that his eyes were a deal-breaker, and he didn't want to scare away any potential partners on first glance. Years ago, a date had said they reminded her of a bruise, purple and rotting. He returned 2 hours later, a statuesque young Lebanese woman in tow. He'd convinced her to have a nightcap of coffee, although she'd said she didn't have time to stay long. As soon as the door closed, he leaned in and kissed her. When she tried to pull away, he clamped a hand on the back of her neck. She broke free and slapped him hard across the face. He rubbed his red cheek, getting aroused at the exchange, wanting to push it further. "That'll cost you a little foreplay. Fuck the coffee. Take off your clothes." She attacked him in fury, using her nails as claws. He blocked her amateurish attempts and slapped her hard enough to knock her down. From the floor, her anger dissolved into abject fear. "A fighter," he said. "I like that in a woman." Chapter 32. Jennifer flipped through the channels on the ancient television, but without cable all she picked up were local Beirut stations speaking Arabic. She turned it off and glanced at her watch for the umpteenth time. Still a half-hour before hit time. Footsteps in the hallway outside her door caused her to quit breathing. She glanced at the abaya dress she'd carelessly thrown on the bed, calculating how long it would take her to get it back on. When the footsteps receded without a knock on her door, she exhaled, wondering yet again how she had been talked into this. Pike had said there was no way they'd do a frontal assault into the Hezbollah communications node. But he hadn't mentioned that the alternative was Jennifer infiltrating the place by herself. After getting picked up at the marina by Samir, they'd conducted a complete mission analysis of the communications facility from his house. Using all of the data the case officer could supply, which was considerable, they searched for a weakness. Situated above an electronics store that took up the whole bottom floor, there was only one way to access the top 3 floors, a stairwell in the back. The store operated as a legitimate business, but all of the people working there were Hezbollah, and half were armed. The computer in question was in an office on the 3rd floor surrounded by other offices. The server farm occupied the 2nd floor, and the case officer was unsure what was on the 4th floor. The building had a small alley on the left and right that ran about 70 meters deep before dead-ending into a wall. The case officer had assured them that there was no secondary entrance. The building to the left was an apartment complex, the one to the right some sort of mix of residences and offices. Initially, it had looked like there was simply no way to infiltrate the place. Anyone entering the electronics store would be under immediate scrutiny, and completely unable to enter the offices in the back that accessed the stairs. Trying to skip the 1st floor and enter through the 2nd, using a ladder in the alley, was out as well, since the server farm windows were all heavily barred. They kicked around the idea of bringing a ladder in that would reach the 3rd floor, then realized they were talking insanity. They toyed with the concept of coming through the roof, but since the asset could give no information on the 4th floor, they tossed it aside. That option would simply be blind. In the end, it was Pike who'd made the connection. Jennifer remembered his question and the chill it gave her. What about going from building to building? Work your way around the ledge on the 3rd floor. The men had all started analyzing the photos of the exterior, seeing the 6-inch shelf that went from the buildings to the left and right, around through the alley wall and across the target. She had known where this was going, With her acrobatic skills, they would expect her to make the climb. She silently waited for someone to say this idea was also insanity. Instead, Samir read a sign in Arabic on the apartment building and stated they were advertising openings. Pike had looked at her then, a question on his face he didn't need to verbalize. She said, "I can't get in an apartment there. Come on, I'm a Caucasian female." Samir said, "Nobody would know if you wore an abaya with a niqab veil covering your face. Just keep your eyes downcast to hide their color. You'll look like every other pious Muslim woman." "Who'll get me in? What if someone asks me a question?" Pike said, "One step at a time. Let's contact the case officer and see if his asset can rent an apartment on the 3rd floor facing the building." She felt sick to her stomach at the thought of the mission, but the pieces had rolled relentlessly into place. The asset had managed to rent a suitable space, had given the key to the case officer, who had passed it to the team at a hastily established dead drop. From there, she had dressed from head to toe in a black abaya, hidden her face with a niqab, and walked into the building behind Samir, moving straight up to the apartment. They had passed another male on the stairs, and staring at the steps as she walked, she was certain the man could hear her heart thumping like a bass drum. Samir had left her there, waiting on nightfall, and had loaded Pike and the others into a panel van, parking it on the street outside the target. They were her only means of rescue should things go wrong. She looked out the window at the target building, dimly lit by streetlights, running through her mind the thousands of things that could go wrong, and how she would counter them. She felt her cell phone vibrate and saw a text from Pike. "How's it going?" She'd sent a status report every 10 minutes per their plan, but knew Pike was worried about her. "As he should be, asshole." She replied, "Fine." Pike, hot as hell in van, no AC, should have planned for that. Jennifer, serves right. You're not doing any work. Pike, let's effing hope not. If I am, things have gotten bad. She really didn't need that reminder, and simply sent back K. Soon, much, much too soon, it was time to go. She texted that she was going off-cell and onto radio comms, then prepped for the mission. Dressed in a black Under Armour second skin top and bottom, she cinched her hair into a tight ponytail, affixing the covert earplug into her ear canal and the small transmitter receiver to a nylon belt around her waist. After getting a communications check with Pike, she did one final scrub of the cloning device and mini-computer she would use to crack the system in the target, getting a green light. She placed it, 2 flashbang grenades, a lockpick kit, and a thermal imaging device into a backpack. Once she was satisfied at how the equipment was weighted in the backpack, she strapped on a shoulder holster with a suppressed Glock 30, her only means of defense. The last thing she did was place a circular glass cutter inside the neckline of her Under Armour shirt, trapped against her chest by the material. She shrugged into the backpack, took a deep breath, and said, "Exiting the building." She heard a "Roger" as she was maneuvering the backpack through the small window opening. Standing on the thin shelf, she ran her hands up the rough wall, reaching for the shelf on the 4th floor. Once she made contact, she called "moving" and began a slide shuffle down the ledge toward the wall of the alley. The trip went smoothly until she made the final corner from the alley wall to the target building. Sliding her hand forward, she hit empty air as the ledge above her disappeared. She slipped backward and teetered for an eternity, held on to the wall by just 2 fingers of her left hand that still had contact with the upper ledge. She regained her balance and closed her eyes, getting her breathing under control, She looked up, trying to determine where the ledge began again. She knew it did from studying the target window during the day. The gap had to be small, something that had just crumbled through time. She strained to see through the gloom, wishing she'd worn night vision goggles. She had decided against them because of their lack of depth perception, but she could have used them now. A passing car spilled enough light for her to see the ledge a mere foot away, but it might as well have been a mile. She took several deep breaths, working up her courage. When she was ready, she turned her feet left and right until they were flush with the wall, then dropped her left hand from the ledge. Spread-eagled, sliding directly against the rough brick, she inched across the gap. When she felt she'd gone far enough, she slid her hands above her head and felt relief flood through her when they made contact. Minutes later, she reached the target window. Leaving one hand on the ledge, she pulled out the glass cutter and sliced a circle directly above the window latch. Popping it free, she reached inside to twist the latch. She hesitated. The asset had said the building wasn't alarmed beyond the first floor, but she knew she was now betting her life on that information. So what are you going to do? Go back? She thought. She twisted the latch and popped the window an inch, holding her breath. Nothing outward happened. She rapidly raised the window, wanting to be on the inside if a silent alarm had been triggered. In one fluid move, she squatted, rotated around, and fell backward into the room. She rose in a crouch, drawing her Glock. When nothing happened, she reported, "Inside." Pike came back on. "Jesus Christ, Coco, took you long enough. We're out here having a heart attack. How about some sit reps?" She grinned at the stupid call sign she'd earned on their last mission, but said nothing, settling for a double click of the transmission button. She moved to the door of the office and drew the thermal imaging device, placing it directly on the wood. She turned it on, hearing the soft whine as it warmed up. Within seconds, she could pick up any heat source in the hallway on the other side, and she saw at least two, moving. Not good. According to the asset, there were no guards in the building after nightfall. Just one lone sentry in the electronics store downstairs. Maybe that's him. Maybe he'll move back downstairs in a little bit. She pulled back to the far corner of the room and gave Pike an update. He replied, "You said two? There shouldn't be two. If that's the sentry, it should just be one." She said, "Yeah, I know. Let me give it a few minutes and see what happens." Pike came back again, repeating himself. "Coco, you copy? There shouldn't be two." She replied again, only to hear, "Coco, Coco, this is Pike. You copy?" She keyed the mic again, but didn't get through. She realized her radio was dead. She heard a squeak and saw the door opening inward.
Chapter 33. I tried one more time to contact Jennifer, then hammered the floor of the van. Knuckles said, "Easy. She didn't say she was in trouble. She sounded calm. It's just a radio issue. Maybe. Decoy, get up in the front. Get eyes out and see if there's any sort of reaction coming." My imagination was taking on a life of its own, spurred by the thoughts of what I had been through in the Palestinian refugee camp. Decoy said, "No reaction yet. Dead as a cemetery out there." I picked up my suppressed H&K ump and turned on the hollow sight, checking the reticle. Knuckles said, "Hold on, stick with the plan, don't jump the gun here." Brett read my expression and started working his ump. I tried to reach her again and failed. My mind flashed to the pruning shears, the absolute terror of captivity, superimposing Jennifer in the hands of those monsters. No fucking way. I dialed her cell phone and got voicemail. That was the last straw. I said, "Kid up, we're going in." Decoy scrambled into the back, strapping the EMP gun to his side, while Knuckles said, "Pike, you sure about this?" I powered up my night vision goggles and said, "You don't know what they'll do to her. I've been there." He stared at me for a second more, then started kidding up. When everyone was ready, I said, "No change to the plan. Brett leads the way. Any questions?" Nobody said a word, and I slid open the van door. We hit the ground running, reaching the front door in seconds. Decoy, Knuckles, and I pulled security outward, while Brett went to work on the lock of the wrought iron gate covering the glass door. Within seconds he had it open, swinging it out of the way. He turned back to me, his NODs looking like cat's eyes caught in a flashlight. I tapped Decoy, and they switched places. Decoy handing his ump, radio, and NODs to me. He swung the EMP gun around, while the remainder of us moved out in a semicircle about 10 feet away. Knuckles had said the EMP worked fine, but it had a tendency to backsplash, and the last thing I wanted was to short-circuit all of our electronics while we destroyed the alarm leads. There was a short hum, then nothing. Decoy whirled back around, pumping his fist up and down. I tossed him his kit as we collapsed back onto the glass door. Brett went to work on the lock, just as I noticed movement inside. A flashlight hit us full on, lighting up the alcove and blinding our NODs. Decoy fired over Brett's shoulder through the door, and the light dropped. Brett quit working the lock and simply kicked the bullet holes, shattering the pane of glass and rushing through the gap. We all followed suit, fanning out to cover the room.
Jennifer rolled to the right, in the direction the door opened, using it to block the view of the person entering. She heard a man speaking Arabic, answered by another. She leveled her Glock at the opening, wanting to wait until the man fully entered before pulling the trigger. She hoped that the darkness and the fact that her pistol was suppressed would allow her an element of surprise, letting her get the jump on the second man before he realized what had occurred to the first. Nothing happened. All she heard was a slight slapping of the wall. Then the lights blazed on in the room. Oh, shit. She coiled her legs underneath her, preparing to close the gap and shorten her trigger time between targets. She rose into a crouch, focusing on her front sight post, when the sharp sound of breaking glass cratered the silence. The two men began yammering, then she heard the sound of running feet. She waited a minute, then inched toward the entry and peeked out. The hallway was empty. She raced to the door the asset had described, ripped out her lockpick set, and went to work. Not nearly as experienced as the rest of the team, it took her several minutes to break the lock free, the time beating her down as she reflexively looked over her shoulder for the two men to return. She felt the tumblers click and slipped inside the office, snicking the door closed behind her. She surveyed the room in the soft glow of her flashlight and saw 3 desktop computers. Which one? She didn't have time to do all 3, and the damn asset hadn't mentioned more than one system. She went to the back of the computers, finding their Ethernet ports. 2 had Cat5 cables running out. The one on the left had nothing. Gotta be it. Unless the damn asset was wrong about the air gap, too. She powered down the system, plugged the automated cloning device into a USB port, and fired the computer back up. When the screen reappeared, she followed the prompts to clone the hard drive. After hitting yes to the question about proceeding, she got an hourglass with a digital bar showing 20 minutes remaining. She moved to the opposite side of the door, Glock at the ready, and pulled out her cell phone to call Pike. She saw the missed call from him and relaxed for the first time. That explains the broken glass. All hell's breaking loose now.
With no immediate threats on the bottom floor, we began flip-flopping toward the stairwell and back. No longer concerned with stealth, we simply mule-kicked every door that was locked. Speed was my primary goal. I knew if they had Jennifer, and realized we were coming for her, they'd evacuate and I might never see her again. I entered the final office and saw the stairway to my front, fully illuminated from the inside. I heard feet pounding down the stairs and slammed up against the wall on the edge of the door. Knuckles on the other side. I heard Decoy and Brett still kicking doors one office over, and so did the men coming down. Their chatter ceased, and I heard the distinct sound of rounds being chambered. They began a half-assed stealthy descent. I raised my NODs to my forehead and caught Knuckles' eyes. I did the universal finger across the throat, meaning take them out without any noise. I had no idea who was above them, and wanted to maintain at least some element of surprise. The suppressed umps were certainly quiet enough, but I didn't want to risk an AK going off when the bodies hit the floor. Knuckles nodded and raised his NODs as well. The two men stopped inside the stairwell, softly chattering. Eventually, they worked up enough courage to exit, but paid absolutely no attention to their rear security. They walked out with their AK-47s at their shoulders, staring straight ahead. When they cleared the frame, they were about 2 steps into the room. I glanced at Knuckles. He nodded and we pounced, breaking both of their necks in sequence like a macabre synchronized drill team, then softly lowered the bodies. I called Brett and Decoy, getting them to our location. Knuckles and I positioned at the base, and we flip-flopped up the stairs. 2 men pulling security, while 2 went up a landing. We reached the 2nd floor and heard a racket down below, several men shouting and yelling in Arabic. Knuckles said, "Looks like our exit's fucked." With a single focus, I replied, "We're moving too damn slow, get up the stairs." We hit the 3rd floor landing and exited, guns going left and right looking for a threat. I raced down the hall to the room Jennifer had used to enter and found an open window. Nothing else. Shit. Knuckles entered behind me, saw my face, and returned to the hallway, an urgency in his expression for the first time. I followed in time to see Decoy and Brett close on the target door. Right behind them, we slid into the stack. Across the frame, Decoy nodded and flung open the door. Brett entered first and went right. I went left, the muzzle tracking everything my eyes came across. I focused on a figure and centered the red dot on the eye orbit, and recognized Jennifer aiming a Glock at me. She immediately raised her hands but didn't say a word. I was almost catatonic with relief. The rest of the men piled in, saw it was clear, then got back out into the hallway. Knuckles said, "Okay, what's the plan now?" I didn't respond, still savoring the fact that Jennifer was alive and out of the torturer's hands. He repeated the question, and Jennifer said, "My radio went dead. I didn't have time to call on the cell." Knuckles said, "Not your fault. Blame Loverboy here for not trusting you." It hit home that I'd made a mistake, possibly a catastrophic one given the men downstairs. Jennifer rubbed a little salve into my wounds. "It worked out for the best. If you hadn't come in, we wouldn't have gotten the clone. I was about to be in a gunfight when they went to chase you, leaving the door open for me to penetrate." Brett said, "Still 10 minutes on this download. What do you want me to do?" I put the mistake aside, getting back to the mission. "Shut it down," I said. "Take what we have and move up to the 4th floor, find an exit, and get out of here while those guys search." We were on the roof in short order, making our way past clotheslines and air conditioning units to the apartment building adjacent to the target. We reached the access to the floor below, and Decoy said, "What now? How are we going to exit here?" I could feel the tension in the men, all knowing they would last a millisecond on the street as American infiltrators. I looked around the roof, hoping for some answer to jump out at me. Jennifer smiled, more calm now that she was in our hands, and said, "Time for a little Pike miracle action." I realized she didn't think coming in had been a mistake. I said, "You're the miracle. We need to get you back into the apartment so you can get the van. We'll keep doing the roof hop until we're a safe distance away, then get to the street." Decoy said, "How the hell is she going to do that dressed like Catwoman?" "Brett's going to the apartment to get her costume. He'll come back, She'll change and exit. We'll keep moving north. Brett said, "What? I don't speak a lick of Arabic, and I'm dressed like a damn commando." "You're black. It'll give you an edge. Best we can do. Besides, you look like an Arabic commando with those clothes. Leave your NODs and ump. Just take the pistol. You hit trouble, and we'll be right behind you with guns blazing." Brett muttered, "Always about the black man," and turned to the roof access. Jennifer passed him the key and gave him directions. We waited for 8 minutes, watching car after car arrive at the target building. When he returned, he had Jennifer's abaya and niqab. She walked a short distance to put it on, pulling me out of earshot of the other men. "You know, you screwed up here tonight. I was okay." She affixed the veil until all I saw were her gray eyes. She winked.
"The after-action review is going to be murder, but I'm glad you came. No matter what they say tomorrow, I'm not sure I would have gotten the drop on both of those guys. I probably would have ended up calling you, trying to use a cell phone in the middle of a gunfight. Made the right decision for the wrong reasons."
They shouldn't have, because I was the man with all the experience, but her comments meant a great deal. I winked back and said, "I'm just glad you're okay. Let's get the hell out of here."
Chapter 34. The ghost scraped down the alley in a dented and rusted rental he'd picked up in Sana'a, seeing the minaret for the Grand Mosque but unable to find the entrance in the maze of side streets. One of the oldest cities on earth and once the capital of Yemen, Zabid had declined to a state of abject poverty, with the entire town reminding him of the refugee camps back home, full of crumbling buildings constructed of homemade brick and mortar, all jammed together with little forethought to any overarching plan. The drive west had been rapid on the arid desert road, with only 2 stops at checkpoints manned by hard men armed with AKs. He had no idea whether they were government, opposition, or simply bandits, but they let him pass. He had given himself an extra hour just for such difficulties, and was pleased he had met so few. It gave him enough time to conduct a reconnaissance of the Al-Ashair Mosque, the location where he was told to meet the AQAP contact. Squeezing through a gap that might or might not have been meant for vehicles, he saw the entrance to the mosque to his front. He killed the engine and waited, surveying the area. Nothing suspicious stood out. A man swatting a donkey pulling a cart, a couple of kids playing in the dirt, a lone woman clad in black carrying a bucket of water. The usual ebb and flow expected from such a town. The mosque showed no activity. Eventually, a boy of 18 or 19 walked up the steps. Dressed in Western clothes consisting of jeans and a T-shirt, he held a newspaper in his right hand. The Signal. The ghost gave him a few minutes, then followed. He found the boy in the large entrance hall, now deserted. The teenager saw him approach and waited, nervously shuffling from one foot to the other. The ghost gave him the verbal bona fides and saw the boy visibly relax. He said, "Khalid sends his regards and wishes to help in any way he can." "Good. I haven't much time and am in need of his expertise. I require enough explosives to fit inside 2 shoeboxes, and I need it packaged in such a manner that I can place them in baggage for aircraft, like the printer cartridge bombs he made." "Carry-on baggage?" "No. I'll check the luggage holding the material." The boy nodded, considering, then said, "It can be done fairly easily. That is not much explosive. When do you need them? How soon are you flying?" "I wish to leave tomorrow, but I am at your mercy." "It can be done." The boy passed him a cell phone. "I'll call you on this to tell you where to meet. It will be tonight." "One more thing. I require the explosives to be initiated wirelessly. Can you construct such detonators so that they will not draw attention?"
You mean Wi-Fi through the Internet, or by radio signal?
Internet. I will need at least 5.
Easy. I can make them look like simple Western garage door opener parts.
You? You will make the explosives and detonators? I thought Khalid was the expert. The boy smiled.
He is, but he's been teaching others. He was almost killed last year with Anwar al-Awlaki, and knows he will eventually be found. I am your contact and will build your request. Don't worry. Your detonators are simple, and you only require camouflage for the explosives. No complicated barometric timing devices or other things.
Fine.
Build them as fast as you can. I'll be awaiting your call. I want to drive back to Sana'a tonight.
8 hours later, the ghost sat in the shade of a dilapidated cafe drinking tea and staring at the phone he'd been given, willing it to ring. He was startled when it did, then surprised when the voice on the other end wasn't his contact. He wrote down the instructions provided, paying particular attention to the directions he would need to navigate the maze of the town. Chapter 35. Captain Brian Wilcox watched the men loading the back of the old Yemeni army truck and realized he still had time to back out, to let the Yemenis handle the mission without him, to follow the orders he had been given. An operational detachment commander from the 5th Special Forces Group, his team was on loan to the CIA with the mission of training a special counter-terrorist unit of the Yemeni police. Paid for with CIA dollars, the unit was arguably the best in the country. Wilcox should be proud of what he and his team had accomplished, and he was. But he was sick of hiding on post, training, while the men he taught went into harm's way. But that was the deal made with the Yemeni government. No Western face on any assault. Training only. In his heart, he knew it was prudent. With the troubles racking Yemen, and the accusations made that the government was nothing more than a Western puppet, especially given the devastation of U.S. drone strikes on AQAP for the past few years, it would do more harm than good for a U.S. Special Forces team to be seen on an assault, giving the terrorists a propaganda coup. In truth, he knew he should feel lucky they were still operational at all, since every other unit had completely lost focus on al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and become nothing more than regime protection against the opposition and protest rocking the country. Still, Wilcox felt the unit had reached a plateau, and that the only way to increase the effectiveness of the training was to see how the men operated on a live mission. Relying on what the Yemenis said after the fact, knowing their predisposition to whitewash mistakes and glorify every little success, was not efficient. It was like teaching all the plays on the practice field, then never seeing the team play a game. Being forced to only listen to the team tell him they'd won, when about 50% of the time the Predator feed he watched in the JOC showed a different score. To take them to the next level, he needed to at least see a couple of operations from the ground. So he'd decided to go on this one. Just him and his team sergeant, not the entire team, and not to lead it, to simply observe. His team sergeant saw his reticence and said, "Sure you want to do this? We'll be crucified if word gets out." "Yeah, it's the right thing to do. Just be sure you stay out of the fight. No running to the gunfire." The team sergeant smiled. "Shit. You know this'll be another dry hole. Khalid's not stupid enough to advertise his location like their intel says he did." Wilcox cinched the Velcro on his body armor. "Let's hope so. No way do I want to get in a gunfight. A dry hole will show us plenty about how they operate, and there's enough intel indicators to say the place is bad." The ghost read the Arabic phrase spray-painted on the brick wall and stopped his vehicle. Right House. Larger than most, with a second story, it had a courtyard out front but was still dilapidated, with the courtyard walls crumbling in places. As soon as he entered, he knew he was in trouble. 4 men with AK-47s faced him, showing no sign that they were friendly. His contact was not in sight. To their rear, several chains hung from the ceiling, and piles of soiled clothing lay about the room. What disturbed him most were the maroon stains on the walls and floor. He said, "Is one of you Khalid al-Asiri?" The first man spoke. "No, but Khalid sent us. It seems you might not be who you say you are, and we're going to find out what's true." "What do you mean? I was sent here by the resistance, by a man named Majid. Surely you know this. Why do you not trust me now, after sending your contact to meet me?" "Majid's dead, and the resistance says you might have killed him, after you killed our friends with a bomb. Maybe you're an infiltrator for the far enemy." "What? That's insane. They came to me. I didn't seek them out. How could I be an infiltrator?" "We'll know soon enough." The ghost didn't bother to try running, knowing they would simply kill him. He raised his hands in the air. In short order, he was hanging from one of the chains, naked from the waist up. One of the men wheeled over what looked like a battery charger for a car. Captain Wilcox felt the eyes of Lieutenant Bashir on him and said, "Wishing I'd stayed behind?" Bashir said, "As long as you stay in back, I don't mind. Don't worry, you're in charge. I won't do anything but watch. Unless things get ugly." Bashir was a good man and a good commander, but Wilcox knew he wouldn't follow the Yemeni's orders if they became engaged in a serious firefight. Something Bashir knew as well. The unit was about as good as any force he had trained, with every man hand-selected from the counter-terrorist police force, but they were still junior varsity, still at the level where they could do something stupid in a firefight, and if it came down to it, Wilcox and his team sergeant would take over the operation, their lives superseding the orders to stay hidden. Wilcox felt the truck jerk to a halt and peeked out the corner of the tarp covering the bed while the men quietly deployed. He saw them fan out in a security perimeter while the breacher placed a charge on the front door. Swift and silent. Pretty good. He was patting himself on the back when a wrenching scream punctured the air, coming from inside the house. Then all hell broke loose. Chapter 36. Too late, the ghost realized there was no convincing the men of his innocence. They weren't looking for the truth. They were looking for a confession, and he feared soon they would get it. His body was racked in pain, his skin slick with sweat. He barely had the strength to raise his head, and they had just started. One of the men applied the battery charger to his naked chest again, and his frame locked up in a rictus of agony, a screeching wail torn from his throat filling the air. As quickly as it came, the pain left. "Tell us what you did, who you are. My friend is losing patience and wants to start working below the waist." The ghost looked at the man with his eyes barely open, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth where the electricity had caused him to bite his tongue. "Allah, deliver me from this pit. Help me on my path." The torturer said, "Your choice. So you know, when we tire of the electricity, we begin with the real pain, with knives." He bent down and began yanking on a pant leg, giving the ghost a clear view of the front door so far, far away. freedom he would never see again. He was staring at the portal, transfixed at the thought of escape, when it shredded inward in a blinding flash. The shock wave from the detonation flattened the torturer to his front and disoriented the others. Before they had even